Chapter 201 Enough of play. Elder Hall. After instructing Hulina, Bibi Dong came here and asked Yu Guan to summon all the elders. At the agreed time, Bibi Dong opened her eyes. Except for the worshippers under Qian Daoliu, all the other titled Douluo elders came. Don't be nervous. I called everyone here today to say one thing. Bibi Dong put the scepter symbolizing the Pope's authority and the purple gold crown on the table. From now on, I am no longer the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Everyone looked at Bibi Dong in confusion. What's going on? Your Majesty, you are tired, no interest. Bibi Dong stood up. That's it. After saying that, Bibi Dong turned and left the Elder Hall. Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who were watched by everyone, looked at each other, turned around and followed Bibi Dong. What are you doing here? Bibi Dong asked. Your Holiness, if you leave, it will be difficult for us to survive here. Yu Guan said. One of you is level 97 and is expected to break through to level 98, and the other is level 96 and is likely to reach level 97. With this kind of strength, how can you not survive? Bibi Dong said. Yu Guan has a high talent, but he is obsessed with worldly glory and is not focused on cultivation, so he has been stuck at level 95 for so many years. If he is like those worshippers who think about cultivation all day long, even without the Qirong Tong Dianzhu given to him by Nanfeng, it is not impossible for him to cultivate to level 97. Gui Mei's martial soul is special. After taking the elixir, the original trauma caused by the soul leaving the body has been completely repaired, and it is not impossible for him to cultivate to level 98 in the future. Even now, the martial soul fusion skills of these two people are enough to tie with the golden crocodile. When they break through to level 98, Qian Daoliu can't do anything to them. Your Highness, is Elder Nanfeng really dead? Gui Mei asked. Dead cleanly. Bibi Dong said. What are you going to do next? Gui Mei asked. Take Nana and the others to the Sea God Island to retire. Bibi Dong said. Then can we go together? Ghost asked. Whatever. Bibi Dong's figure flashed and disappeared. Ghost looked at Yu Guan, not dead. Yu Guan nodded, definitely. Based on their observations over the years, if Nanfeng really died, Bibi Dong would definitely not resign as Pope, and what she would do would definitely not be to retire, but to take this opportunity to start a war and drag everyone to be buried with him. It's so quiet now, something's wrong. Are you sure you don't want to do it? Gui Mei asked. I don't care. After all, he saved me and gave me a new life. Besides, the glory of the Spirit Hall is meaningless to me. He was originally a living dead. The wealth that the living yearned for had no appeal to him. It was just that he met Yu Guan that year, and the spirits between them resonated, producing a special spirit fusion skill. After that, he joined the Spirit Hall with Yu Guan, just to help Yu Guan pursue the wealth and glory he longed for. Enough of fun. Yu Guan said. I've been with him for so many years, what scenes have I not seen? I have no regrets in this life. Besides, I also want to see what happens next. Will Nanfeng come back to life? Will this be another fishing enforcement? He didn't know, but he was very curious. Besides, he was really tired of being forced to walk the tightrope by Nanfeng for so many years. Sea God Island. Because the situation was still uncertain, Ning Fengzi had not yet taken the people from the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect to leave Wuhan City, and there was no news about the Prince Xueqinghe he brought with him. Of course, there would probably be no more news. The night before the competition, Xueqinghe, or Qian Rongxiu, had already confronted him. To be honest, this matter was also within his expectations. After all, Xueqinghe's attitude towards the Wuhan Hall was often ambiguous, and as the Tiandu Prince, this should never happen. Therefore, he had guessed that there was some kind of relationship between Xueqinghe and the Wuhan Hall a long time ago, but he didn't expect that the real Xueqinghe had been replaced long ago. The current Xueqinghe has always been the granddaughter of the great worshipper Qian Daoliu, Qian Rongxiu. Sister Nana said she was going and asked me if I would go. Ning Rongrong said. Hulina. Ning Fengzi frowned slightly. Did she go alone, or did His Holiness the Pope say she wanted to go? It seems that His Holiness the Pope said so. Ning Rongrong said. Dad, do you think he is really dead? Ning Fengzi shook his head, not sure. Bibi Dong has been led astray by Nanfeng over the years, and is no longer the same person she used to be. He couldn't judge whether Nanfang was dead or alive based on Bibi Dong's current reaction. Dad, I want to go and see. Ning Rongrong said. What if he is still alive? But what if he is already dead? Ning Fengzi said. I don't know. Ning Rongrong lowered her head. Xiao Wu and the others are going, and I don't want to stay here alone. Then go. Ning Fengzi said. You have grown up, and it's time to go out. I hope you can go out and see the world, but I'm worried about you going alone. Now that you have this opportunity, since your friends are going, you should go out and see it too. Yet. Ning Rongrong hugged Ning Fengzi tightly, turned around and ran out. I'll go pack my things. Run slower. Got it. Fengzi, are you at ease? Gurong came out from the dark. What can I do if I'm not at ease? Ning Fengzi sighed. Can I stop her? Perhaps Ning Rongrong's feelings for Nanfang are not that deep, but under the stimulation of such separation, many feelings will change even the parties involved can't imagine. Besides, the continent today is too weird. Going to the Sea God Island, with Bibi Dong there shouldn't be any danger. Her changes in the past few months are greater than those in the past 10 years. Gurong said. She is very smart, but she lacks knowledge. Ning Fengzi said. In the past few months, she stood at the center of the conflict and saw a lot of things. She is no longer a child. In the past few months, the changes in Douluo continent have been more frequent than those in the past hundreds of years. The conflicts have been stimulated to the limit, but they stopped when they were about to break out because of the lack of a dominant force. Now everyone is standing on the edge of the cliff. Will they take a step forward to escape from danger, or be pushed into the abyss, or will another force suddenly join and knock everyone down? No one knows. This weird state will last for a long time until a new dominant force emerges. Before that, everyone has to sleep with one eye open. Chapter 202 Preparation for Departure. Hanhai City. After explaining the matter clearly, Bibi Dong did not stay in Wuhan City, and soon brought Hulina and her group to this side. As for what Wuhan Hall will do next, Bibi Dong no longer cares. Teacher, Rongrong said that Sect Master Ning sponsored a ship for us, and the port has been arranged. Hulina said. Just arrange it. Bibi Dong said. By the way, how many people are here? Hulina thought for a moment. Zuyun, Zuking, Yanzi, Rongrong, my brother, Yan, Ghost Grandpa, Ju Grandpa. And Xiaohu, Royi, Bingdi, Suidi, Ziji, Baiji. They said they were going back to Xingda Great Forest to do something and will be here soon. In addition, Ye Lingling was taken away by Yanzi. They were all kidnapped. Yue Huoxuan Master and Lu Erlong were kidnapped by Grandpa Ju. Bai He's granddaughter Bai Chenxiang was also kidnapped. Grandpa Gui kidnapped Shui Binger from Tian Shui Academy, and Elder Ling Yuan kidnapped Huo Wu from Shuo Academy. Wait a minute. Bibi Dong couldn't help but interrupt. Why did they kidnap so many people? Hulina scratched her head. Yan Ziai said that it was not easy to go on a long journey, and she didn't know when she would be back, so it would be better to bring Ling Ling with her. Moreover, Ling Ling's 9-heart begonia can cure seasickness. It's very important. Bibi Dong hesitated. What about Yu Guan and the others? Grandpa Ju said that the current situation of Haoshan sect is very embarrassing. If Tang Yuehua continues to stay in Tiandu City, it will be difficult to do. Nanfang is still alive in heaven, and he must not want to see that kind of thing happen, so he became a bad guy and kidnapped the people. Hulina said. As for Lu Erlong and Bai Chenxiang, Grandpa Ju didn't intend to kidnap them, but when he kidnapped Tang Yuehua, Bai Chenxiang was with her, and when he went out, Lu Erlong saw them. He thought it would have a bad influence. If it got out, his reputation in the spirit hall for most of his life would be ruined. So, he decided to do it once and for all and kidnap them together. It just so happens that life on the sea is boring. With Tang Yuehua here, it would be good to play some music for everyone. As for Lu Erlong, it would be good to do odd jobs on the ship. Bibi Dong's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This Yu Guan was infected by Nanfeng, right? What about Gui Mei and Ling Yuan? Bibi Dong asked. Why did they kidnap 2 girls? This is a serious matter. Hulina said. Grandpa Ju said that Nanfeng died with great difficulty once. If he is resurrected in the future, he must prepare some gifts for him, but he is not interested in ordinary vulgar things. After thinking for a long time, Nanfeng is interested in pretty girls. So, he discussed with Grandpa Ghost and Elder Ling Yuan and tied up all the girls who performed well in this competition. If Nanfang survives, it will be a birthday gift. If Nanfang doesn't survive, it will be a sacrifice. Bibi Dong. Let him release the person. What the hell is a birthday gift? Sacrificial offering? Release. A hotel in Hanhai City. After receiving Bibi Dong's instructions, Hulina ran back quickly. The teacher said not to tie them up. Hulina said. We are not bandits, and it will not sound good if it gets out. But if we release the person, we can't hide it anymore, right? Ling Yuan said. Yes, they have been tied up and taken to Hanhai City. If they are released here, it will not be safe for them to go back. Gui Mei said. What if someone kidnaps them on the way? Wouldn't it be our fault? The situation on the mainland is changing rapidly now, and they don't know what will happen. Shui Binger and Huo Wu are the signatures of Tian Shui College and Shiwo College. Their performance in this Soul Master competition is not bad. If they are recognized, it will be dangerous. The teacher said that kidnapping is not allowed. Hulina shrugged. Yu Guan raised his eyebrows, in other words, as long as they are willing, it's fine, right? Wrong, do you have to buy so much? Looking at Xiaoyu and Yan, who were responsible for carrying things behind them, with large and small bags hanging on their bodies, Yan and others looked a little nervous. A lot. Ning Rongrong asked in confusion. This is just the beginning. Just at the beginning. Xiaoyu's eyes twitched wildly. Miss, do you want to see how much we have bought? Ning Rongrong took out the list she made on the way. We don't know when we will be back from Poseidon Island this time, nor do we know what the situation is like on Poseidon Island. Moreover, we don't know much about the situation at sea, so of course we have to make more preparations. First of all, clothes, spring, summer, autumn and winter, leisure, sports, training, all kinds of things must be prepared, and more must be prepared just in case. Secondly, food, although my father has brought a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables and put them in the fresh keeping warehouse on the ship, this is Hanhai City, there must be a lot of special snacks, buy more and eat on the way. Third, the safety issue. We have no experience in going to sea, and we are all landlubbers. Although we have sufficient military force, in case of special circumstances, such as storms, or some extreme weather, we still have to go to Hanhai City. People who go to sea all year round have ways to prepare everything that should be prepared. Then, gifts. I don't know much about Sea God Island, but Sister Nana said before that the Spirit Hall had an action against Sea God Island decades ago, but the ending was not very good. Then, as land spirit masters, we have to bring some gifts when we rashly run to someone else's territory. We should be polite first, and we can also avoid many unnecessary conflicts. And listening to the various precautions and sailing plans that came out of Ning Rongrong's mouth, Yan and his group's faces gradually became more interesting. Due to the presence of Yu Guan and the others, they basically regarded this trip to the sea as a journey, and only Ning Rongrong made preparations in advance for various possible situations. Or, Ning Rongrong really regarded this trip as a journey, while they, directly going camping. Luckily we have her, otherwise we would have starved to death at sea. Xiaoyu said strangely. But she bought too many clothes, didn't she? Yan complained. Can it fit? Of course it can fit. Ning Rongrong waved her hand and threw a series of jewelry, necklaces, belts, and bracelets to everyone. In recent years, our Kaibao Liulai sect has achieved great success in the research and development of storage soul guides. The largest single storage space has reached 50 cubic meters. It also has various functions such as preservation, heat preservation, moisture rising, and drying. The storage soul guides in your hands are all of the largest specifications, and there are 10 small storage soul guides for classified storage. There is no need to worry about not being able to fit. So, buy them. I'll pay for all the bills today. Chapter 203 Tips for Seasickness. Yuegwen, what do you mean? As departure approached, Bibi Dong came to the port to see the ship. However, Tang Yuehua and her group, who should have been released, were still standing on the boat. Your Holiness, I have released them, but they won't leave. Yu Guan said. The two girls said they wanted to go out to see the world. Bibi Dong frowned slightly, don't let them regret it. Sea God Island is not a safe place. When the 2000 soul masters of the Spirit Hall went to the Sea God Island, they were almost wiped out. If it weren't for the cover of the Angel Legion, all of them would have been buried at sea. After that, it was Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen who successfully landed on the island. Now, although she is only one step away from becoming a true Rakshasa god, she may not be able to take care of so many people at sea. In addition, Nanfeng said that all those who enter the Sea God Island must undergo the Holy Pillar assessment, and some of the assessments will result in death. Especially for outsiders like them, they have no fear of the Sea God at all. At that time, the Holy Pillar assessment will not be easy. The caravan of the 7 treasures glazed sect in Hanhai City has not left yet. If you regret it now, I can help you arrange it. Ning Rongrong said. Nanfeng had told them about the dangers of the Sea God Island before. It was not only dangerous at sea, but also dangerous when landing on the island. Moreover, even a god-level existence like Bibi Dong could not help them with those dangers. No need. Anyway, the competition is over. I will go back next. I can only retreat and train. It's no different from being with you. Huo Wu said. As for danger, I think the mainland is no safer than the sea now. Nanfeng and Tang Chen died together, and no one could deal with the mess he left behind. No one even dared to touch it. If she went home, she would most likely be locked up at home in retreat, which was painful to think about. I want to write a letter to my family, can I? Shui Bing'er said. Yes. Ning Rongrong said. Our 7 treasures glazed tile sex caravan can help you deliver it, but you have to explain the situation clearly. It's you who want to go. Yes. Shui Bing'er nodded and turned to write a letter. Huo Wu hesitated for a moment. I'll write one too. She left without saying a word, and her family must be very worried. Lingling, do you want to write? Ning Rongrong asked. No need. Ya Lingling shook her head. When I was still in Wuhan City, I had already told my family. Zuyun, what about you? Ning Rongrong asked. Wei Zhu Zuyun shook her head. There's nothing to write. Zhu Zuqing also shook her head, no need. During the Soul Master competition, the people sent by Xingluo to kill them were caught by Yueguan. It has come to this point, there is nothing to say. Then Ant Erlong. Ning Rongrong looked at Lu Erlong who was standing by the railing and staring at the sea in a daze. No need, I have already written my suicide note. Lu Erlong said without replying. Now, Flanders should have found it. Ning Rongrong didn't say much, turned around and ran off the boat to find the people from the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Are you really planning to leave? Tang Yuehua walked to Lu Erlong. I have waited for that person for half my life, but in the end, I was trapped in the same place by myself. Lu Erlong sighed. Even if I hadn't been tied up by Yu Guan, I would have thought about going out for a walk after the competition. Now let's make the best of it. What about you? Tang Yuehua took a deep breath. I want to see this world and don't want to stay there anymore. What about her? Lu Erlong looked at Bai Chenxiang who was being played by Duguyan. My uncle Bai he came last night. Tang Yuehua said. He said that the child has grown up and it's time to go out. The Min family is now completely following the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. After all, their martial spirits are too weak to attack, and they can only exist as vassals in the world of soul masters. Now the Haoshan sect is completely silent, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect is frightened, and the 7 treasures glazed tile sect has become the largest soul master force outside the spirit hall. The Min family is also rising. Now, Ning Rongrong wants to go out to sea, but Ning Fengzi is not very reassured. Therefore, after hearing that Bai Chenxiang was kidnapped by Yu Guan, it is likely that I personally went to Bai He and persuaded him. Is her ally dead? Lu Erlong asked. She was unlucky. When Tang Hao bombarded the stadium to avoid the attacks of Yu Guan and Gui Mei, he was buried under the ruins. When she came out, everything was over. However, Tang Yuehua was protected by Bone Douluo at the time and should have seen it. I don't know. Tang Yuehua shook her head. I'm not a soul master, so I can't see the situation at that time. Then do you think he is dead? Lu Erlong asked. Tang Yuehua turned her head to look at Bibi Dong at the port. Should be. No. The preparations were completed quickly, and the huge cruise ship sponsored by the 7 treasures glazed sect slowly left the port and headed towards the depths of the sea under the morning sun. Feng Ji, don't you say goodbye. At the port, Chen Xin and Ning Fengzi watched the sails go away. I said goodbye some time ago, so it's not necessary. Ning Fengzi said. Senior Douluo, what about you? Douluo came to the side of Ning Fengzi and the others in an instant. My daughter is old, and I can't control her anymore. However, you are a wealthy family, and you are willing to let your daughter go out. I am worried, but I can't stop her. Ning Fengzi said. I know her personality. She is very stubborn. Ling Ling. Turn on the healing medicine. I can't stand it. At the same time, on the deck that had just been out to sea, the landlubbers from the inland had begun to show adverse reactions. Want breakfast? This fish tastes very good. Ugh. Keep that thing away from me. I can't stand it anymore, I'm going to die. Is it too late to regret now? Xiaoyu, don't you feel dizzy? Yan looked devastated. No. Xiaoyu said. Me neither. Hulina ate breakfast and looked at the people who were turning upside down. Strange, how come you get seasick? Yeah, how come you get seasick? Xiaowu didn't understand. It's so fun to sway back and forth. Oh, wait, this seems to be in Dad's book, let me take a look. Xiaowu took out the life tips that Nanfeng wrote for her. The root cause of seasickness is the vestibular system in our ears, which is the balance sensor. The vestibular system helps us sense the position and movement of the body and maintain body balance. For example, when we see the waves coming, the eyes will tell the brain that I am moving in the direction of the waves, but the vestibular system will tell the brain that I am not moving. The information reported by the eyes and vestibule is different, and even conflicting, so the brain can't turn around. Sometimes, the brain will misjudge that it is because the body is poisoned, so there will be inconsistencies between the information reported by the eyes and vestibule. So, when you feel dizzy, you are often accompanied by nausea and vomiting. This is actually the body's self-rescue instinct. Your brain thinks you are poisoned and wants you to vomit out the contents of your stomach. But I didn't see the sea, why did I feel dizzy? Huowu poked her head out of the cabin. Because other parts of your body will also react to abnormal shaking of the body. Xiaowu said. Your brain didn't issue any relevant instructions, but your body was passively shaking with the hull, and your shaking body would feed back information to the brain. Then, your brain couldn't turn around, and then, you got dizzy. Is there any treatment? Huowu was devastated. It was too painful. Yes. Xiaowu put the book away and trotted towards Huowu. Dad taught me a trick, a panacea trick, whether you are carsick, seasick, or flying sick, it can solve it. So powerful? What trick? Huowu asked in confusion. Look. UFO. Bang. When Huowu turned her head, Xiaowu launched a surprise attack and hit her on the back of the neck, knocking her out directly. See, you're not dizzy anymore, are you? Xiaowu looked at the seasick people with pride. Do you want to try? Chapter 204, Rabbits are so cute. I must be crazy to want to follow such a group of people to see the world. Less than an hour after the departure, Shui Bing'er unconsciously had this idea in her mind. Originally, she thought that Xiaowu's idea of treating seasickness by knocking people out was anthropomorphic enough. But she didn't expect that these seasick guys were even more anthropomorphic. Looking at the people who were knocked out by Xiaowu and lying on the deck like dried salted fish, Shui Bing'er really doubted whether they could reach the Sea God Island. Or, how many days can this ship sail safely on the sea? So, the rest of you don't get seasick, right? Yu Guan looked at everyone still standing on the deck. Since you don't get seasick, let's start assigning tasks. Shui Bing'er was stunned. Assigning tasks? It's painful enough for people who get seasick to be on the boat, and they can't do much else. So people who don't get seasick should naturally share more of the burden, don't you think? Yu Guan said. Actually, I feel a little dizzy, too. Xiaowu covered her head, her body began to sway with the hull, and fell to Shui Bing'er's side. Bang! Xiaowu also fainted. I'm going to faint. Xiaowu whispered while lying on the ground. If I don't faint, I'll have to work. Shui Bing'er. Is that so? In the end, Shui Bing'er, who did not overreact to the ocean, still did not faint against her conscience, or rather, she did not dare to faint. Can you cook? Yu Guan asked. Gai Mei, Yuegwen, you know me. Ziji, can't these things be eaten directly? Baiji, we haven't done it before. Bingdi, I swallowed them whole. Swaity, maybe we can innovate. Ziyu, my cooking skills, you may not be able to eat them. Lu Erlong, I'm in charge of steering, why are you looking at me? Ling Yuan, I haven't cooked for myself for almost 30 years. Bibi Dong, are you asking me? Looking at this atmosphere, Shui Bing irresolutely joined Aru, Tang Yuehua and Hulina in the kitchen to avoid starvation or poison by dark cuisine. I must have lost my mind. Lunchtime. The seasick army slowly woke up after smelling the aroma of food. Wait a minute. Gai Mei stopped Xiaowu and her group who were about to start eating. What's wrong? Xiaowu asked in confusion. Isn't the meal ready? It is, but your meal is over there. Gui Mei pointed to a large table of vegetarian dishes prepared by Tang Yuehua. Why? Ning Rongrong asked puzzledly. I want to eat meat. People who get seasick will get more seasick if they eat meat. Gui Mei said. So, people who get seasick should eat vegetarian food, and control their food intake. Don't eat too much, or you will vomit if a wave hits you. But I want to eat fish, Xiao Wu said pitifully. Gui Mei glanced sideways. You are not seasick anymore. I must have a brain full of water to pretend to be seasick in order to avoid working. Duguyan and his group, who could only eat vegetarian food, could only look at the big fish and meat on Hulina's side. People who really get seasick are fine. Tang Yuehua's light vegetarian dishes do make them feel a lot better, but people who pretend to be seasick will regret it very much. Come and get ready for bed after you finish eating. Gai Mei said. Otherwise, you'll have vomiting and diarrhea and howl like a ghost later. But I still want to go fishing, Xiao Wu said weakly. Fishing. Gai Mei shook the stick in his hand. Aren't you seasick? I really believed your ghost. Under the night sky, Doguyan and the others lay miserably on the deck watching the moon. It was Xiao Wu who said that if you were seasick, you wouldn't have to work, so they just pretended to be seasick. The result? There was no food to eat. How do I know that if you are seasick, you won't have food to eat? Xiao Wu pouted. If nothing unexpected happens, we've been discovered. Zhu Ziyun said. Discovered? Xiao Wu looked confused. My acting skills are so strong, can I still be discovered? Strong? Everyone looked at Xiao Wu strangely. Your acting skills are so exaggerated, anyone who is not blind can see that you are pretending, right? No, Zhu Qing fainted like that, why didn't you faint? Duguyan looked at Zhu Ziyun. The two sisters, the younger sister almost fainted, but the elder sister didn't react at all. Is there any necessary connection? Zhu Ziyun said speechlessly. Seasickness is a physical problem. Some people faint, and some people don't. Let's think about how to spend the next time. Zhu Ziyun said. Not only are we not allowed to eat meat, but we also control the amount of food. I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. I want to eat roasted rabbit. Rabbits are so cute, how can we eat rabbits? Rabbits are so cute, they must be delicious, right? Wait. Xiao Wu, who was stared at by everyone with green eyes, got up in a panic. I'll ask my mother to get you food. Half an hour later. Why hasn't Xiao Wu come back yet? Duguyan asked in confusion. Could it be that she is eating alone in the kitchen? It's possible. Thinking of this, Duguyan and the others stood up and walked towards the kitchen quietly. With a creak, Duguyan opened the door. Xiao. Xiao? You are not eating alone, are you? Wu. There was no response in the empty kitchen, only a slight cry. Duguyan felt something was wrong and rushed in, and saw Xiao sitting in the corner crying. Xiao? What's wrong with you? Duguyan squatted down to check on Xiao, and Zhu Ziyun and the others followed in. That, the braised lion head that my father used to make for me. Xiao pointed to the still hot porcelain pot on the table. He knew that I would eat when I was hungry at night, so he saved it for me. Duguyan stunned, could it be your mother who did it? No, he would carve a rabbit head out of a carrot and put it on top every time, and I could see it as soon as I opened it. Xiao Wu choked up. That rabbit head must have been carved by him. Why? Ugly, he would carve two big front teeth every time. Aren't you going to pretend to be dead for a while? What, can't you pretend anymore? At the stern, Bibi Dong sat alone by the railing. You know how she cried. Nanfeng in the soul state floated aside. Knowing that she would cry, you still have to play like this. Bibi Dong said. Is there any other way? Nanfeng said speechlessly. I don't know what the situation is with Shura God, nor what the attitude of the God realm is. If you want to figure these things out, you must make a big scene. The Silver Dragon King said that if you trigger the great catastrophe of becoming a god, it will definitely be noticed by the God realm. So he has been waiting until Shura God takes action, and then triggers the heavenly catastrophe. The purpose is to attract the attention of the God realm. But he has a dragon soul. The God realm doesn't care about the Soul Beast clan, but they have been vigilant about the Dragon clan, especially the Dragon King. So, if the attention of the God realm is attracted, no matter whether Shura and Tang San are connected or not, he will definitely be finished. But at least, this can get rid of Tang San. After getting rid of Tang San and finding out the attitude of the God realm, he will definitely die. Originally, he really planned to die, after all, he was really tired. But Bibi Dong insisted on threatening him with other people, saying that if he really died, she would definitely let everyone be buried with him. What can he do? Just follow Bibi Dong. It is completely impossible to escape under the eyes of a bunch of God Kings. So he must die. And the usual way of death is not enough, because Shura knows a little about his situation, but not completely. So, he must die cleanly, without even a soul left. The only way is to let Bibi Dong swallow him. Once the soul-devouring spider emperor swallows something, even the soul will be digested. However, the things swallowed by the 8 spider lance can be stored. However, the 8 spider lance in the soul bone state is obviously not enough to hide him in front of a group of god kings. So he made an agreement with Bibi Dong that if she could break through to become a god before the finals and use the power of Rakshasa to refine the 8 spider lance into a divine weapon, which would be enough to save him in a hidden way, then he would cooperate with Bibi Dong's plan. If not, then Bibi Dong would do what he said honestly. He really didn't expect Bibi Dong to really finish the Rakshasa god test in that short time, and she hadn't even put on all her soul rings. This is indeed the case. Bibi Dong broke through the god test by force. Although she completed the god test, she was seriously injured at the time, so she couldn't intervene in his battle with Tang Chen. Later, thanks to Tang Chen's semi-god soul as a supplement, Bibi Dong's last part of the gap was filled, allowing her to reach a perfect state, successfully tempering the 8 spider lance into a Rakshasa artifact, and swallowing him under the eyes of a bunch of god kings. Although his body was gone, his soul was still intact. Moreover, as long as Bibi Dong did not resist, he could completely borrow this body. He really couldn't bear to see Xiaowu crying with her head covered every night during this period, so he could only hint. What about after arriving at the Sea God Island? Bibi Dong asked. Although Poseidon's attitude towards the Soul Beast clan is okay, if he knows about your situation, he will not help you. He is not helping me. Nanfeng said. He doesn't need to help me either. Who do you think has the qualifications to become a god on this ship? Bibi Dong paused. Xiaowu has the highest talent, followed by Nana and Ning Rongrong, but others may not be. Xiaowu's talent is quite outrageous. Without taking the elixir and practicing very hard, her practice speed has surpassed the average innate level 10. After taking the elixir, the talent of this little rabbit is the same as hers. However, Xiaowu is a transformed soul beast. Will the god realm let her become a god? Bibi Dong said. It certainly didn't happen before, but it may not happen now. Nanfeng said. Why? Because of you, Rakshasa goddess. Chapter 205 Only Me. On the sunny sea, Xiaowu and the others, knowing that they were seen through, no longer pretended to be seasick, and honestly followed everyone to work. However, after that night, the atmosphere on the ship gradually became subtle. Originally, Xiaowu and the others only guessed that Nanfeng was not dead, but they were not sure. Many people even knew that this was just a kind of self-consolation for them. However, after the appearance of the midnight snack, Xiaowu completely confirmed her guess. Seeing Xiaowu's reaction, and combined with Bibi Dong's performance during this period, the others also had a vague feeling. However, since Nanfeng did not intend to come back alive, they naturally had to go along with it. How long will it take? Xiaowu, who was fishing at the stern of the boat, began to miss the land. The swaying sea surface felt quite novel at first, but after staying for a long time, with some exciting waves from time to time, and the sea breeze mixed with the smell of blood and rot, everyone was a little unbearable. According to the instructions on the nautical chart, it should take about half a month. Hulina said. Half a month. Xiaowu was about to collapse. We have to drift here for half a month. No way, our boat speed is so slow. Hulina said. Also, we have to avoid the dangerous area. The sea is not safe. The number and age of sea soul beasts are far greater than those of land soul beasts, and they are all landlubbers and are not good at sea battles. Even if they are titled Douluo, their combat effectiveness at sea will be greatly reduced. If they bite the bullet and rush into the living area of those ferocious sea soul beasts, they will be finished. Even if the combat power on their ship is high, some powerful sea soul beast tribes can unite to influence the direction of the ocean current. If they make enemies with that kind of soul beast, they will be trapped to death at sea. Is there no way to speed up the ship? Xiao Wu asked. We don't have a wind attribute soul master, and we don't have a water attribute soul master. How can we speed up? Hulina said. Xiao Wu lay down depressed. If only Dad was here, he could make this ship fly fast. Nanfeng is a wind attribute spirit master. Huo Wu asked in confusion. Didn't Nanfeng use the fire attribute in the finals? She saw it at the time, and the flame explosion blew up the fighting spirit arena. No, but he can speed up the boat. Hulina said. We don't quite know the principle, but he has a spirit skill like this, not only the boat, but any object in motion, he can make that thing accelerate for a short time. Our reaction speed is so fast, in fact, it is also forced out by Nanfeng. Shui Binger looked strange, can this be forced? When he trained our reaction speed, he threw rubber balls at us. Hulina said. Rubber balls? Is this useful? Bai Chenxiang asked doubtfully. Hulina looked strange, do you think you are fast? Of course, in the same realm, there is no spirit master faster than me. Bai Chenxiang said confidently. The speed of the Minzi clan is undoubtedly the best in the continent. Do you think your grandfather is fast? Hulina asked. Of course. Bai Chenxiang said. If we only compare speed, no one can be faster than my grandfather. Then do you know why your grandfather sat in a chair and was in a daze every day when he just joined the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect? Ning Rongrong asked strangely. Bai Chenxiang was stunned, what do you mean? The leader of the Beihe clan was knocked down by his ball, and I was watching at the side. Ning Rongrong said. Since then, he has been autistic for a long time, didn't you notice? Bai Chenxiang's expression stagnated, my grandfather was knocked into a wheelchair by him. Luckily, your grandfather can at least sit in a wheelchair, and we are all paralyzed in bed. Hulina sighed. He forced our reaction to become prediction. It is impossible to dodge after Nanfeng launches an attack. So, if you don't want to be paralyzed, you have to learn to predict. Push the danger perception to the maximum. Paralyzed in bed. Bai Chenxiang looked doubtful. Aren't you fine? Didn't Master Yuehua tell you that Nanfeng is still the best doctor in the continent? Hulina asked in confusion. Don't even mention paralysis. As long as there is a breath left, I can nurse you back in seconds. We were paralyzed at least 100 times a day at that time. Shui Binger looked strange, you have a masochistic habit? No. Ning Rongrong's face straightened. We are definitely not M, but he is definitely a big S. We just clicked the start button in a moment of confusion, but when it ends, he has the final say. Besides, where do you think our fighting power comes from? Duguyan said. You all said that you seek breakthroughs in the face of life and death crises, but we are wandering around the gates of hell every day. Sometimes I really want to step over, but he always pulls me back, kicks me in, and pulls me out again. Shui Binger. He is like this, and you still like him? And he said he has no masochism? Grandpa, where is she? After more than a month, Jianrongxue finally woke up from her coma. However, after she woke up, she found that everyone had disappeared. Nanfeng and Tang Chen died together, the Pope of the Spirit Hall Bibi Dong retired, the Tiandu Prince Shueqing he was accidentally killed by Tang Hao, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect announced the closure of the mountain, and the two empires signed a non-aggression treaty. A bunch of messed up news. Gone. Qian Daoliu closed his eyes. Where did she go? Jianrongxue asked. I don't know. Qian Daoliu said. It's all over. Shueqing he, why did you die? Jianrongxue asked. I arranged it. Qian Daoliu said. The plan to steal the country has lost its meaning. There must be no spark of war in Douluo continent for at least 100 years, otherwise, everyone will die. Under the leadership of Nanfeng, the two empires invested heavily in the research and development of soul guides, which directly made the number of people and cultivation meaningless. Once the war starts, it's not about whether the ruling class will die or not, but everyone will die. War, death, plague, poison. No one dares to fight. Nanfeng, what's going on? Qian Rongxiu asked. You saw it. Qian Daoliu said. Why? Qian Rongxiu asked puzzledly. Why did she kill him? Because he wanted it so. Qian Daoliu opened his eyes. Don't you know? Besides, you have nothing to do with what's going on between them. In Bibi Dong's eyes, Qian Rongxiu has nothing to do with her. In Nanfeng's eyes, Qian Rongxiu is just a willful child who has no self-awareness. But no matter from whose perspective, Qian Rongxiu is always just an outsider. Why can't I control it? Qian Rongxiu asked. Why can't I control it? Qian Daoliu sighed, look at how you look now, you're starting to make trouble for no reason. You want to control their affairs, what's the reason? Are you related to Nanfeng? Or are you related to Bibi Dong? Don't forget, you said before that Bibi Dong is no longer your mother, and you have nothing to do with her. What happened between the two of them is their private matter, so why should you interfere? To put it bluntly, you are just a passerby to them. Qian Rongxiu's self-righteousness is incompatible with Nanfeng and those children. So even Du Guyan, who has been in Tiandu City and knows the real situation, has no close friendship with Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu always stands on a high position, so she can't make friends. In her eyes, there is no such thing as friends, only a balance of interests. She only learned the superficial knowledge of Ning Fengzi, but mistakenly regarded these superficial knowledge as everything. Why can Ning Fengzi win over Chen Xin and Gu Rong? By calculation? Or rely on interests? Neither. Calculation and interests can only attract lackeys, but not friends, let alone comrades who will share life and death with you. But Qian Rongxiu mistakenly thought that as long as she controlled the interests, she would control everything. The result was that she never regarded anyone as a friend, and no one regarded her as a friend. Nanfeng had tried hard to change Qian Rongxiu's distorted ideas, and he saw it, so he did not stop Nanfeng and Qian Rongxiu from contacting each other during that time. But this child is too stubborn. She was blinded by jealousy and anger, and could not see what Nanfeng wanted her to see. She only saw Nanfeng teasing those girls in Tiandu City all day long. So Nanfeng just didn't bother to pay attention to her later. But Qian Rongxiu mistakenly thought that this was Nanfeng's playing hard to get. The result was that they were getting farther and farther away. Maybe they had the opportunity to get closer, but those opportunities were thrown away by Qian Rongxiu herself. She didn't care, but she wanted to get it. She didn't want friends, just the satisfaction of being surrounded. In Nanfeng's words, love and desire, Qian Rongxiu didn't care about the former, and looked down on the latter, but in fact, she only had the latter. Qian Rongxiu just wanted to control and possess, as for whether the other party would feel pain because of this control, she didn't care. Who would be willing to be friends with a person who only had herself in her eyes? Okay, the war is no longer possible. If you are still interested in these things, the position of the Pope is vacant. If you want. I want to start the angel god test. Qian Rongxiu interrupted. Qian Daoliu paused, are you sure you are ready? Sure. For what? To become a god. Then what? Revenge. Qian Daoliu. It's hopeless, really. Chapter 206 The Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Huo Wu, Shui Binger, come here. At dusk, Bibi Dong, who was fishing at the stern of the boat, suddenly remembered something. Your Holiness. Huo Wu and Shui Binger came over nervously. Although they had been on the boat for a week, Bibi Dong had never answered them. This is for you. Bibi Dong took out 2 jade bottles and threw one to each of them. What is this? Huo Wu asked in confusion. The reward for the Soul Master competition. Bibi Dong said. Due to the chaos in the finals, no one cares about the champion, runner-up, or rewards. The Sea God Island is a little dangerous. With your current abilities, you might be driven away. Eat this thing. Bibi Dong said. But, this. Huo Wu and the others looked at the jade bottle in their hands nervously. They had also heard about the preciousness of this thing. Although they wanted it very much, you just give it to them? It's just sitting there. Most people on the boat have eaten it. Bibi Dong said. Lu Erlong was forced to eat one by Nanfeng. Tang Yuehua gave the one to Bai Chen Xiang. Now, the girls on the boat are the only ones who haven't eaten it. Anyway, there's no point in holding this medicine. It's better to eat it. Teach. Okay, eat it quickly and go back to sleep. Don't bother me. After saying that, Bibi Dong turned around and continued fishing. Oh. Seeing that Bibi Dong didn't want to pay attention to them, Huo Wu and Shui Bing'er walked away carefully. What did the teacher want you for? Hu Lina and the others gathered around. She gave us this. Huo Wu said, holding the jade bottle. This. Hu Lina was stunned. Oh, right, the finals were in chaos, and no one took this reward. Nanfeng died, and the impact of this incident was so great that everyone forgot that there was a competition reward. You will fall asleep after eating this, go back to your room and eat it. Hu Lina said. By the way, remember to take a shower after waking up. That Shui Bing'er hesitated. Don't think too much, the teacher gave it to you when she wanted to. Hu Lina said. Nanfeng also gave it to you when he wanted to, without much meaning. Boom boom. At midnight, the people who had just fallen asleep were awakened by the thunder and huge wind and waves. Is this a storm? Looking at the dark and turbulent sea surface, and the huge black clouds of terror and oppression, a tiny sense of fear rose in everyone's hearts unconsciously. Compared to the sea, their ship is no different from a leaf. Your Holiness, when you went to Poseidon Island, did you encounter this? Yu Guan said stiffly. Human power is still too fragile in front of nature. Even a titled Douluo would still be panicked when facing this overwhelming night. We didn't encounter a storm, but we encountered something more terrifying. Bibi Dong said faintly. Poseidon. The woman's sense of oppression on the sea far exceeded Jiandaoliu's. Among the three peerless Douluos, Poseidon has the greatest improvement in the case of occupying the geographical advantage. Before departure, Jiandaoliu reminded her that even if she has reached the god realm now, she should not fight with Poseidon on the sea. She can save herself, but she can never save others. This sea is the woman's weapon and the most powerful defense of Poseidon Island. Poseidon on the sea is almost a sea god. Teacher, can this ship withstand the storm? Hu Lina said nervously. If it's just a storm, we should be able to withstand it, but Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. This is not just a storm. Ah! Xiao Wu and the others who were clinging to the railing suddenly screamed, as if they had seen a ghost and crawled back crying. There's something in the sea. Looking for death. Bibi Dong's eyes condensed, and she jumped into the air. The ferocious Rakshasa power condensed into a purple crescent, and shot out towards the huge demon shadow in the sea. However, before the attack landed, the sea surface suddenly erupted with violent shocks. With a loud bang, Dongfeng No. 1 was thrown directly to a height of 100 meters and was smashed into pieces in the air by the terrifying water column. The huge demon shadow in the deep sea disappeared, and Bibi Dong's attack also failed. Mom! Dad! What are you shouting for? Zig, who had turned back into the true form of the Hell Dragon, caught everyone in the air. However, Dongfeng No. 1 was completely broken and scattered on the turbulent sea. Is this guy the Deep Sea Demon Whale King? Shweti's face was very heavy. This is the deep sea area. She has no advantage in terms of age or geographical location. Although Bibi Dong is powerful, she is not good at naval battles. If the Deep Sea Demon Whale King keeps pestering them, they can't do anything. Does he really think he is invincible? The Bing De who was attacked by surprise got angry and fell directly on the sea. The terrifying cold air burst out and instantly froze the sea surface within a radius of hundreds of meters. Don't waste your energy. Shwedi said. Bibi Dong has reached the divine realm. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King cannot fail to feel her breath. Ambushing them, isn't this courting death? That guy must be out of his mind. Bing De said. Bibi Dong fell from the air, I can't find it. He hasn't left yet. Shwedi said. She knows she can't beat you, but she still insists on launching an attack. Could it be? He wants to stop us from going to the Sea God Island. Zig asked in confusion. Why? The Deep Sea Demon Whale King should be able to sense their aura as soul beasts, why? No, that guy wants to devour us. Bai Ji said with a heavy expression. Dijian had fought with the deep-sea demon whale king 10,000 years ago, but that guy ran away. The deep-sea demon whale king is just like the dark demon evil god tiger that appeared in the Star Do Great Forest. He relies on devouring other soul beasts to strengthen himself. Although he has only practiced for 300,000 years, the deep-sea demon whale king has relied on devouring for more than 900,000 years. With that kind of aura just now, this guy may have completed the process of transforming into a dragon from a sea soul beast, and is not far from the god realm. The deep-sea demon whale king sensed our aura. If he can devour us, he may really be able to break through the last limit. Bai Ji said. The power of the deep-sea demon whale king is very strong. Even Emperor Tian can hardly suppress him, especially in such a deep-sea area. If that guy doesn't allow them to leave, Bibi Dong can't take them away. Be careful! Ice Emperor shouted. Zig quickly jumped up and distanced herself from the sea surface. Almost at the moment she left, the thick ice surface was directly smashed into pieces by a huge water column. It seems that it really wants to take a gamble. Nanfeng said. If the Snow Emperor, who is nearly 700,000 years old, the Ice Emperor, who is nearly 400,000 years old, and Bai Ji, who is 500,000 years old, and Zig, who is 200,000 years old, can be swallowed by the deep-sea demon whale king. Withstand the last heavenly tribulation. Facing the hope of becoming a god, even though he knew he was no match for Bibi Dong, the deep-sea demon whale king was still unwilling to give up. Try it, and the bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Chapter 207 Why didn't you do it just now? Does it really think I can't kill it? Bibi Dong said unhappily. This is the deep sea, and only the sea god can control it. Nanfeng said. You know nothing about the ocean, it can't beat you, but it doesn't need to fight you at all, just drag you. According to the nautical chart they bought from Hanhai City, they should have avoided the demon whale sea, but now it is obvious that they have come to the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king. If it weren't for the error in the nautical chart or Lu Erlong's mistake in steering, the deep-sea demon whale king would have targeted them long ago. No, why would he take action now to expose himself? Nanfeng was a little confused. Changing the direction of the ocean current and controlling the ship's route are not difficult for powerful sea soul beasts. On the sea, the most dangerous thing is not the battle with the sea soul beasts, but being trapped in a circle by the complex ocean currents. Once trapped, you can't get out, and those hunters will only attack when the people on the boat are exhausted. However, the deep-sea demon whale king directly smashed their boat and announced his existence. Could it be that this guy still wants to attack? Either he didn't feel my presence before, and only knew it after the attack, or he thinks this way can make us nervous, and consume faster. Bibi Dong said. Next, this guy will most likely control other sea soul beasts to attack us, and then sneak attack us, so that we will be exhausted and wait until the time is right before attacking. He doesn't dare to attack me directly. This is the deep sea. She can't find the location of the dead whale, so she can't kill it, but if she keeps dragging it on, sooner or later there will be problems. There is no need to worry about the endurance of Shuedi and others, but Hulina and others can't withstand such an attack. If she went into the sea to look for the deep-sea demon whale king, she would be robbed if she wasn't careful. This guy is really gambling. If she doesn't care about Hulina and the others and just takes action, the deep-sea demon whale king will die. Maybe he felt the great catastrophe of becoming a god that I caused some time ago and was stimulated. Nanfeng said strangely. The deep-sea demon whale king is only one step away from the god realm. If this guy could wait slowly before, then after seeing the great catastrophe of becoming a god that he caused, the deep-sea demon whale king can't hold back at all. They didn't encounter any attacks from sea soul beasts along the way, and there was a very strong smell of blood and rot in the sea. It is likely that the deep-sea demon whale king is swallowing crazily. He dared to take action in the face of Bibi Dong. Could this guy have swallowed his brain and had problems? There is definitely something wrong with his brain. Bibi Dong said. She is not the only one who can fight against the deep-sea demon whale king here, Shuedi can also do it. Although the power of Snow Queen is limited at sea, the deep-sea demon whale king can't do anything to her. If Snow Queen keeps an eye on these children, she will rush into the sea, and the deep-sea demon whale king will kill her. Well, it's also possible that he didn't feel the breath of Snow Queen. Nanfeng said strangely. Bibi Dong was stunned. Why? The breath of soul beasts that have taken drugs will be completely blocked in the body. Unless they release it actively, even the same kind can't sense it. Nanfeng said. Didn't you notice it? Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. What did I notice? You want to die, how can I pay attention to these? Just now, Snow Queen didn't do anything, only Ice Queen did it. He is a sea soul beast, and he doesn't know what the land soul beasts are like. Nanfeng said. And the most attractive thing here is Baiji. The emerald swan is the top tonic among soul beasts. In the eyes of the deep-sea demon whale king, the emerald swan with more than 500,000 years of cultivation is simply a magical medicine for ascending to the gods. After all, Baiji has no attack power. Although her cultivation is high, her combat power is about the same as that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, a perfect prey. Then how about I throw Baiji out as bait? Bibi Dong said. Nanfeng's eyes twitched slightly, don't do it. Oh? Can't bear to part with it. Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. No need to be so troublesome. Nanfeng chose to ignore Bibi Dong's sarcasm. Let Nana take out the vast sea universe cover, and it will be solved in seconds. Although Bibi Dong's strength is strong, the deep-sea demon whale king is obviously in a state of excitement now, and the deterrent power of the Rakshasa god on the sea is not that great. But once the sea god, who has left a psychological shadow on the deep-sea demon whale king and has absolute dominance over the sea, appears, that guy will soon wake up. But I think it's more convenient to use Baiji to fish. Bibi Dong said. Anyway, she won't die that easily. This is a million-year soul ring. Nanfeng said strangely. Are you going to waste it? After Bibi Dong was promoted to Rakshasa god, she closed herself off for a month and completely stabilized her divine power. She also used divine soul rings to fill in all her missing soul rings. All of them, she couldn't absorb the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. Why do I feel that you just can't bear to part with that little swan? Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows. Nanfeng. Okay, I can't bear to part with it, okay. Okay, how can I not? Bibi Dong flew to Zig's back. Nana, take out the vast sea universe cover. Ah? Oh. Hulina took out the vast sea universe cover and handed it to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong didn't waste time and directly invaded the core of the vast sea universe cover with the Rakshasa divine mind. Old thing, come out quickly and drive this dead whale away, otherwise, I will destroy your broken cover. Stop, stop, stop. A blue light sprayed out from the top of the vast sea universe cover, and in just a moment, it turned into a huge phantom as high as 100 meters. The turbulent sea surface instantly calmed down, like a mirror, without a trace of fluctuation. Evil beast! Have you forgotten the lesson from 20,000 years ago? The old voice penetrated the entire sea, and the deep-sea demon whale king hidden deep in the sea suddenly felt a terrifying twisting and squeezing feeling. The sea water that originally obeyed his control now turned around and launched the most violent attack on him, almost squeezing his body to pieces. It's not easy for you to cultivate, get out. Poseidon snorted coldly, and the dead sea surface regained its vitality and returned to its normal state. The deep-sea demon whale king who survived the catastrophe woke up and quickly moved away from the sea area. You did it on purpose. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. The deep-sea demon whale king has approached the god realm. When his breath approaches the vast sea universe cover, Poseidon will definitely be able to sense it. But this guy just watched like this? What did I do on purpose? Poseidon's shadow shrank back to normal size, looking at Bibi Dong with some confusion. Why didn't you do it just now? Bibi Dong asked. Poseidon was stunned. No, why should I do it? No. If I do it directly, you will definitely ask me why I do it, right? Chapter 208 Foresight. I say, can you not be so unreasonable? Poseidon said strangely. It has been nearly 2 months since Bibi Dong swallowed Nanfeng in the mortal world, but for him, it has only been a few hours. He hasn't calmed down from this twisted feeling yet. Unreasonable. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. How do you think I should be reasonable? I thought about visiting the sea god on Sea God Island before ascending, but you treat me like this. Don't tell me you can't even control a dog in front of your own house. Poseidon. I'll let the people from Sea God Island come to pick you up now, okay? Hurry up. Bibi Dong activated the Rakshasa divine mind again and invaded the vast sea universe cover. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that there will be no accidents in the core of this cover. After saying that, Bibi Dong forcibly cut off the external induction of the sea god's divine thoughts in the vast sea universe cover. The little bit of sea god's divine power in this broken cover can scare the deep sea demon whale king, but it is useless to her. Teacher, that just now is the sea god? Hulina asked. Yes. Bibi Dong put the cover away. This broken cover is a prop used by Poseidon to select the inheritor. If you simply use soul power to control it, it is just a sophisticated soul guide, but if you release mental power to test the control, it will trigger the test of the sea god. Test? Hulina was stunned. Nanfeng asked us to try this before. You are not suitable for the position of sea god. Bibi Dong said. Although Hulina and the others have good talents, they can't withstand the impact of the vast sea power. However, Poseidon also sensed their talents, so he didn't let the vast sea power rush them to death like others. There are risks in the test, and touching the power of God also requires a price. Before her, many people fell in the Rakshasa's secret realm. Each kind of divine power has different requirements for the inheritor. The power of the vast sea needs to have super elasticity to pressure. Hulina and the others are hard enough, but not elastic enough. A small amount of the power of the vast sea is fine, but if the divine power of the vast sea surges to them, they will collapse directly like Tang Chen's body cannot withstand the power of Shura. What should we do now? Shwedi asked. We don't know the way. Someone will come to pick us up at Poseidon Island. Bibi Dong said. If nothing goes wrong, we will arrive at dawn. But we have to leave the demon whale sea first. The guardian beast of Poseidon Island, the 100,000-year-old demon soul great white shark, was the mount of Poseidon before he became a god. After Poseidon ascended, he has been leading the demon soul great white shark clan to guard Poseidon Island. Most of the sea soul beasts actually obey the management of Poseidon Island, only the deep sea demon whale and the evil demon killer whale are always making trouble. Poseidon Island will not care about the normal competition and predation of marine life, and Poseidon will not be stupid enough to stop a carnivorous race from eating. However, the way of survival of these two tribes is similar to that of the human-faced demon spiders in the Star-Do Great Forest. Not only do they enjoy killing, they also always launch tribe wars and devour other marine races. The deep-sea demon whale king is like the dark demon evil god tiger in the star forest to marine life. After leaving the demon whale sea, the ice emperor created a small ice island. Everyone sat quietly on the ice, waiting for rescue. However, this ice island has a disadvantage: it is cold. For soul masters, this temperature is naturally bearable, but for Tang Yuehua, even with the winter clothes prepared by Ning Rongrong, it is still a bit unbearable. Fortunately, there are several stoves here. Fortunately, I had foresight and put everything in the soul guide. Xiao Wu took out her fishing rod and prepared for sea fishing. Foresight. Ning Rongrong looked strange. If you really have foresight, you shouldn't put all the food we bought in the warehouse on the ship. Now, it's all gone. Xiao Wu was a little embarrassed. But fortunately, we still have our clothes with us, right? Everyone was silent, staring at Xiao Wu. Originally, they didn't plan to put all their eggs in one basket. After all, accidents like this must be prevented. However, when they bought things before, Xiao Wu was responsible for keeping the soul guide that stored food. As a result, this guy secretly moved all the things. Being young is good. Looking at Xiao Wu and her group chasing and playing again, Lu Erlong, who was accompanying Tang Yuehua as a small stove, couldn't help but sigh. In such an atmosphere, she had forgotten when it happened. You are not old. Tang Yuehua said. Old. Lu Erlong sighed. Half of my life has passed. But your mentality is still very young. Tang Yuehua said. Lu Erlong's eyes twitched. You are not saying that I am childish, are you? Although you are old, you are young in mentality. Actually, it means that you have lived in vain and are still like a child. Tang Yuehua looked strange. Why do you think so? Because that guy always speaks in a roundabout way. Lu Erlong said speechlessly. I have been traumatized by his scolding. It seems that he has a great influence on you. Tang Yuehua said inexplicably. More than a great influence. Lu Erlong sighed. My second half of life has been turned gay by him, and I have parted ways with my first half of life. What about you? You should hate him very much, right? Unlike her relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, Tang Yuehua is a direct descendant of the Haoshan sect and has two genius brothers. Even if she is not a soul master, no one in the Haoshan sect dares to look down on her. But Nanfeng, first persecuted the Haoshan sect in the past, and took away the Haoshan sect's sect master Tang Xiao, the old sect master Tang Chen, and Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao some time ago. That was her grandfather and her brother. If I say I don't hate him, you probably won't believe me. Tang Yuehua said. I don't believe it myself. Then why did you get on this ship? Lu Erlong asked puzzled. Bibi Dong killed Tang Xiao with her own hands, and Yu Guan and Gui Mei teamed up with another person to kill Tang Hao. This ship is not an ideal place for Tang Yuehua. Because I can't hate him. Tang Yuehua said. I don't know why, but I can't hate him at all. Even, I can't feel sad about the death of my eldest brother and others. I don't understand what's wrong with me. Because you don't know who you should feel sad for first. Aru sat down. Emotions are generated by contact. Nanfeng has been tossing Tang Yuehua for so long, and the feelings between the two are very complicated. If Tang Xiao and others died and Nanfeng was still alive, Tang Yuehua would definitely hate Nanfeng clearly. But Nanfeng is also dead. Tang Yuehua's mind is confused. She wanted to hate, but she didn't know who to hate. Because it was Nanfeng who led all this, he admitted it himself before he took action. But just like fishing, the bait is hanging on the hook, this kind of benefit is right in front of you, or in other words, it falls from the sky. To bite or not, this is the fish's own choice. In the final analysis, it's all greed. On the contrary, Nanfeng, who had the will to die from the beginning, was the noblest one among this group of people. So Tang Yuehua's mind was confused, she didn't know whether she should hate or not. Maybe Tang Yuehua did not deny it. She really didn't know who she should be sad for first. Chapter 209 Rescue of Poseidon Island. High Priest, is the guest of Lord Poseidon trapped in the Demon Whale Sea. On the calm sea, a woman who looked to be in her 30s with long sea blue hair was being carried by a huge shark on the sea. Yet. Poseidon nodded. But, if we go to the Demon Whale Sea, there is nothing we can do. Ziobai said. If it is on the Sea God Island, with the blessing of the Sea God, the High Priest can resist the attack of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, but if he leaves the Sea God Island, the High Priest is no match for the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Don't be afraid, Lord Sea God will show us the way. Poseidon said. And this the guest is very strong, even the Deep Sea Demon Whale King doesn't dare to fight her. Xiao Bai was stunned, how is this possible? Even the High Priest is not the opponent of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. It's impossible on the sea. This guest is a god. Poseidon said. Rakshasa god. Xiao Bai was stunned. Rakshasa god? Isn't that the most insidious evil god in the legend? How could it be the guest of the sea god? I don't know the details. Poseidon said. Lord Sea God told me that this guest is the new Rakshasa god, who said he wanted to see the world again before ascending. Although Rakshasa god is powerful, this is on the sea, and Rakshasa god cannot exert his own power. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King attacked her, and it seems that he wants to devour her companions. Companions? Xiao Bai was stunned. What kind of companion can make the Deep Sea Demon Whale King gamble like this? The Deep Sea Demon Whale King is indeed powerful, but facing a real god is just courting death. A land soul beast from the Star Do Great Forest. Poseidon said. Soul beast. Ziobai was stunned. Rakshasa god, act with soul beasts. The first generation of Rakshasa god was the culprit who caused the riot of evil soul masters in Douluo continent. Human soul masters need soul rings to practice, how could the new Rakshasa god be with soul beasts? Ziobai, don't be impulsive later, the other party is a god and a guest of Lord Sea God. Poseidon warned. She didn't think Rakshasa god would be with soul beasts, so those soul beasts with Rakshasa god might. Is it looking down on me? Looking at the sea fish jumping onto the ice in front of her, and looking at her fishing rod that had been motionless for a long time, Zig was angry. No, no, no. Xiao Wu and the others hurried forward to comfort her. Sister Zig, don't be impulsive and scare away all the fish. Yes, this is one of the few foods we have. Ning Rongrong quickly caught the fish that jumped onto the ice. Because Xiao Wu put everything in the warehouse on the ship, they didn't even have bait. Just the hook. This fish is not a fool, how could it just bite the hook? I say, why don't you just go down and catch it? Shui Binger asked in confusion. Yes, we are all soul masters, can't we catch a few fish? Huo Wu said. Go into the water. Everyone looked strange, When the deep-sea demon whale king attacked last night, these two people were still on drugs and hadn't woken up yet, so they didn't know what they had experienced. Go into the water? Come on, now they are weak in the face of a little wind and waves on the sea. Go into the water? If you dare, I don't object. Yu Guan said. Anyway, I don't dare. Psychological shadow. It's really a psychological shadow. The guy in the sea last night was more terrifying than when Kyung Sunji died and Qian Daolio went crazy. It was really full of despair. What happened last night? Huo Wu asked in confusion. They just woke up this morning and found themselves sleeping on the ice. After asking, Tang Yuehua told them that they encountered a storm last night and their boat was destroyed. Now they can only drift on the sea and wait for people to rescue them. But looking at Xiao Wu and the others, it was probably not a storm last night. We were attacked by a big whale. Xiao Wu said. It was very big. We were almost eaten. Whale. Shui Binger was stunned. 100,000-year soul beast. There were so many titled Douluo on the ship and they couldn't save the ship. It could only be a sneak attack by the 100,000-year soul beast in the sea. That guy has exceeded the limit of a 100,000-year soul beast. Zig said. In terms of age, the deep-sea demon whale king has surpassed Ditian. If it weren't for the power of the pure-blooded true dragon, Ditian would not be that guy's opponent. If Bibi Dong hadn't used that cover to summon the phantom of the sea god last night, someone among them would definitely be in trouble. Just like when Shuedi was in the far north, even Ditian had to weigh it up. In his own territory, only the sea god could control the deep-sea demon whale king. What is that? Duguyan pointed to a small abrupt dot on the sea. It looks like a person. Hulina said. Xiao Wu looked carefully, floating on the water. At this speed, he is flying on the sea. Pack up and get ready to go. Bibi Dong came over. Is that the rescue of the sea god island? Hulina looked strange. Teacher, rescue, at least we need to get a boat, right? Why is there only one person? Not just one person. Shuedi said. The one who came to pick us up should be in the sea. A powerful soul beast of a tribe is approaching this side. At an extremely fast speed. High Priest, is that the place? Xiao Bai asked. Poseidon nodded, the Lord Sea God's guidance is indeed in that direction, and there is a very fierce breath there. Rakshasa power. It is simply the most ominous thing in the world. Here. After confirming that it was the rescue from Sea God Island, Xiao Wu jumped and waved her hands. If there is no more food, these people are really going to do something to her. Take action. Transformed soul beast. Poseidon was stunned. What the hell? It's less than level 60, but it almost conceals the soul beast's aura. If she didn't have a spiritual power close to the god level, she wouldn't be able to see the girl's true body. High Priest, I feel there a lot. Xiaobai said. There are indeed a lot. Poseidon was a little confused. How could an evil god like Rakshasa be mixed with soul beasts? Soon, Poseidon came to the small ice island created by the Ice Emperor under Xiaobai's camel. The demon soul Great White Shark tribe led by Xiaobai followed closely behind. Hello, I am the High Priest of Poseidon Island, Poseidon. Poseidon slowly flew onto the ice. I am here to welcome you on the orders of the sea god. Bibi Dong came over and looked at Poseidon with a smile. Long time no see, High Priest. Poseidon was stunned. You are. You forgot me. Bibi Dong asked. Oh, that's right, it's been decades, and at that time, I was probably just a soldier in your eyes. Back then, Qian Sunji asked her, the saint of the spirit hall, to lead 2,000 soul masters to the Sea God Island as a representative, but they were almost wiped out. She almost died on the Sea God Island. Poseidon thought carefully, you are the saint of the spirit hall back then. The Sea God Island and Douluo continent had been at peace for 20,000 years, until a few decades ago, when the Spirit Hall suddenly sent troops to capture the Sea God Island. Not long after that, group of Soul Masters were almost wiped out by the Soul Masters who protected the island. Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen came. It's amazing that you still remember me. Bibi Dong said. Poseidon's eyes were a little complicated. I really didn't expect you to get to this point so quickly. Among the Soul Masters who came to the island from the Spirit Hall, the Rakshasa god in front of him was just a gifted little girl. I didn't expect that she would become a god in just such a short time. At her age, she had only reached the Soul Douluo level. Chapter 210, Sea God Island. Let's not talk about reminiscing for now. You come to pick up guests with this kind of scene? Bibi Dong asked. You don't even bring a ship. Time is tight. Lord Sea God said that this is a rescue operation. The speed of the ship is too slow. It will take at least 2 days to get here from Sea God Island. So, I brought the demon soul great white shark. Poseidon said. Xiaobai. After hearing the call, Xiaobai gave an order, and the demon soul great white shark tribe lurking in the sea jumped out of the sea. Each one is at least 10,000 years old. And in the sea, each of them has the strength to compete with 100,000-year soul beast. Can I sit on this? Hulina asked strangely. The demon soul great white shark is the most ferocious predator in the sea. Although this kind of soul beast is not interested in humans, wouldn't it be too exciting to sit on it? You are the guests of Lord Poseidon. The demon soul great white shark will not hurt you. Poseidon said. If we set off now, we should be able to reach Poseidon Island in the evening. Xiaowu was confused, so fast. The speed of the demon soul great white shark in the sea is beyond most flying soul masters. Poseidon said. Teacher, how did you get to Poseidon Island back then? Hulina asked in confusion. The group of soul masters who went to Poseidon Island by the Spirit Hall that year, these demon soul great white sharks in front of them were enough to wipe them out, right? We are lucky. These demon soul great white sharks were not there at that time. Bibi Dong said. Besides, that time, we bypassed the demon whale sea and were not chased by that guy. After the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall landed on the island, they actually didn't even see Poseidon. It was not until they were driven out of the Sea God Island by the island protecting spirit masters that Poseidon appeared and looked at them from a distance. If Poseidon had taken action at that time, even with the Angel Legion, they would have been buried there. Let's go. Bibi Dong jumped onto Xiaobai's back, and the timid Hulina and others also jumped on it. After a while, everyone picked their own mounts in 2s and 3s. Xiaobai, let's go. Poseidon said. Oh, feeling the fierce breath on his back, Xiaobai was a little scared, but he still commanded the demon soul great white shark tribe to return. Why are there so many soul beasts around the Rakshasa god? Do you want to say a few words to her? Bibi Dong asked Nanfeng in her mind. Nanfeng's mouth twitched slightly. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Poseidon's mental power is strong enough, she can sense his soul. When Bibi Dong summoned the sea god before, he hid. If he is discovered now, his previous death will be in vain. Do you dare to say that you are not interested in her? Bibi Dong asked. Nanfeng was confused. Don't you think your turn is very abrupt? I think this demon soul great white shark is not bad. Bibi Dong said. Nanfeng. I just happened to be sick again, right? In the evening. Under the full-speed escort of the demon soul great white shark, everyone arrived at the Sea God Island. However, because they were guests, they came indirectly, not like other people who landed on the island. Where is the Holy Pillar assessment? Bibi Dong asked. Poseidon was stunned. You are guests, there is no need to take the Holy Pillar test, then. Take them there. Bibi Dong said. We are idle anyway, find something for them to do. Poseidon hesitated for a moment, turned his head and looked at the demon soul great white shark who had not left the coast yet. Xiaobai, you take them there. Oh. The demon soul great white shark leaped out of the sea, and its body quickly shrank and fell to the ground, turning into a tall woman. Transformed. Xiaowu was confused. She is not 200,000 years old. Zig said. Except for some special cases, if you want to transform without dispersing your cultivation, you must be more than 200,000 years old. This demon soul great white shark is less than 200,000 years old and has no special bloodline. How did it do it? Xiaobai was given the ability to transform when Lord Poseidon ascended. Poseidon explained. She is not a normal soul beast that transforms. Transformed? Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows. Is she related to Poseidon in a special way? Xiaobai has a family. Poseidon said. Please do not make assumptions about Lord Poseidon. Family. Bibi Dong nodded. Okay then. Poseidon hesitated. Why do you feel that this Rakshasa god is a little bit unserious? Why do you care whether she has a family or not? She is so tall. Xiaobai walked in front with Xiaowu and Aru, and Ning Rongrong and her group followed behind. Because Bingdi and the others were soul beasts, they could not take the Saint Pillar test and did not follow. Tang Yuehua was not a soul master, so she did not come either. Almost 2 meters tall, right? Hulina estimated. Strange, why is Bingdi so short? Ning Rongrong's eyes twitched slightly. Speak softly, don't let her hear. Bingdi is as stingy as Nanfan. Why don't Sister Baiji and the others come? Shui Binger asked in confusion. They are soul beasts. Hulina said. Oh, I forgot to tell you that they are soul beasts over 200,000 years old, and they can transform into human form without dispersing their cultivation. Hulina said. Shui Binger, Huo Wu and Bai Chenxiang don't know about Baiji and the others, and they didn't remember it. Can we also take the Saint Pillar test? Yu Guan asked in confusion. Yes. Xiao Bai turned around and said. Everyone can take the Saint Pillar test, but the difficulty is different. What is the difficulty based on? Yu Guan asked. The talent and strength of the person being tested. Xiao Bai said. People on Sea God Island are assessed when they are 18 years old. Anyone who passes the test, whether they are the original Sea Soul Masters of Sea God Island or any Soul Masters from outside, must not leave Sea God Island for life, otherwise they will bear the wrath of Sea God. The tests given by Lord Sea God are divided into levels. Different levels have different difficulties. Just like the color of the soul ring, from low to high, they are white level assessment, yellow level assessment, purple level assessment, black level assessment and red top level assessment. The assessment of Land Soul Masters is much more difficult than that of Sea Soul Masters. Sea Soul Masters complete one test in 10 years, while Land Soul Masters only have 1 year. Generally speaking, the higher the talent and strength, the more difficult the assessment. The cultivation of you is so high, the difficulty of the Holy Pillar assessment I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. My suggestion is that those who are young can do it, but you titled Douluo should not try it. Although there are rewards for the Holy Pillar assessment, the risks are also great. If the test questions are too difficult, you may die. Besides, you are guests of Lord Sea God, and you don't have to take the assessment. What is your High Priest? Hulina asked. The High Priest is the top 8 test. Xiao Bai said. There are 7 Holy Pillar Douluo on the island, and they are all black level assessments. We're here. The Holy Pillar assessment point is in front. Chapter 211 Holy Pillar Assessment. What do you want to do? At night, the Snow Queen, who finally couldn't hold back, found Bibi Dong. Since Nanfang didn't die, what were they doing on Sea God Island? At first, she guessed it was for the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, but Bibi Dong didn't attack the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Now, she even asked Xiao Wu and the others to take the Holy Pillar assessment. What was the purpose of doing all this? Didn't I say it before? Bibi Dong said. Retirement. Can't I tell you? Shwedi asked. It's retirement. Bibi Dong said. Okay. Seeing that Bibi Dong was unwilling to say, Shwedi didn't ask any more questions and turned to leave the room. Why don't you tell her a little bit? Bibi Dong said. It's better not to say it. Nanfeng said. I don't even know if it will succeed. His body is gone, so it's not difficult to rebuild a new one, but a simple resurrection is useless. Besides, he no longer wants to deal with the human issues on Douluo continent, but he hasn't done what he promised to Silver Dragon King. To resurrect the Dragon God, the power of the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King need to be merged. But the Golden Dragon King is a fool who only knows how to destroy, he has no brains at all, and that guy is sealed in the God Realm. Once the seal of the Golden Dragon King is broken, the God King of the God Realm will definitely kill him. The Silver Dragon King also does not have the ability to enter the God Realm. So, if you want to let the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King merge, the fusion of the power of the Dragon King has to be done in a different way. Without the Golden Dragon King, the Dragon God cannot be resurrected, so can't he just become the Golden Dragon King? But now, in the eyes of the God Realm, Bibi Dong is an extremely dangerous psychopath. After all, this woman can even kill him. After entering the God Realm, she will definitely be guarded against. Therefore, Bibi Dong needs to show a stable state, and let the gods of the God Realm see it and let them believe that Bibi Dong is safe. At the same time, Bibi Dong also needs an assistant. Originally, this assistant was set to be Qian Rongxiu, but obviously it is impossible. Nana and the others' test results have come out. The highest are Nana and Xiao Wu, top 8 tests, Ning Rongrong top 7 tests. Bibi Dong said. Others are all black level 6 tests. No one triggered the sea god test. Then there is nothing we can do. Nanfang shrugged. I can only fool you. Bibi Dong looks strange. Why do I feel that you are here for Poseidon? Can you stop doubting me? Nanfang said speechlessly. How do I know that none of them can trigger the sea god test? You don't know. Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows. I feel like you know everything. By the way, since the target is confirmed to be Poseidon, the deep sea demon whale king can basically start preparing. That guy seems to have a family, right? And you met that Xiaobai today, otherwise, I will help you operate it. Nanfeng. Did you eat too much when you swallowed me? Lord Poseidon, the guests brought by Rakshasa god chose to take the holy pillar test, and their levels are not low. If there is a problem in the test. In the sea god hall, Poseidon, who learned the results of the holy pillar test, came back soon. A bunch of black tests, and 3 red top tests. This situation has never appeared in the history of Sea God Island, and now the entire Sea God Island has been alarmed. However, those people are guests of the Sea God. If something goes wrong during the dangerous assessment, causing the Rakshasa god to go crazy. Don't worry. Poseidon said. They are not that fragile. Nothing will happen to them in my assessment. The talents and strengths of those children are actually very good, but they are still a little short of his requirements. The power of the vast sea is still too dangerous after all. Even if it is just a little short, it is unbearable. Then what about the Rakshasa god? Poseidon asked. Isn't she the saint of the spirit hall? How could it be? She is no longer a member of the spirit hall. Poseidon said. From the moment Bibi Dong received the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, she and the spirit hall were destined to be enemies. Angels and Rakshasa are old enemies. Rakshasa has made some changes in his own divine inheritance. The successor of the Rakshasa god will definitely destroy the descendants of the angel god. This was the fight they had started 20,000 years ago. Rakshasa god caused the evil soul masters on the continent to wreak havoc, and condensed the Rakshasa god position with the resentment of all living beings. Angel god ended the evil soul masters and condensed the angel god position. Without Rakshasa god, there would be no angel god. And the angel god was also born to destroy Rakshasa. However, on the day Nanfang died, the descendant of the angel god had a strong smell of corruption. That was not contaminated, but the side of angels themselves. Fallen angel. However, even if it is corrupted, it is still an angel god. The fateful entanglement between angels and Rakshasa will never end until death. Angels will eventually find Rakshasa. Lord Poseidon, the deep sea demon whale king is getting more and more restless. Poseidon said. Some time ago, it devoured a lot in the sea. Evil beast. Poseidon snorted coldly. 20,000 years ago, I spared his life and only poked out one of his eyes. I thought he would repent, but I didn't expect him to run to the open sea to pray for 10,000 years, devoured a lot in the deep sea, and completed the dragon transformation. Now, 99% of his body has completed the transformation. Some time ago, a heavenly tribulation appeared in Douluo continent. He should have been stimulated by that thing and was eager to take the last step, so he devoured madly. Heavenly tribulation. Poseidon looked puzzled. Lord Poseidon, what is that heavenly tribulation? God-making tribulation. Poseidon said. A very ancient and dangerous way to become a god, just like the million-year heavenly tribulation that soul beasts need to face. Forced to break through the 100 levels, triggering the cosmic thunder tribulation from the distant starry sky, reversing the soul power into divine power, and at the same time, it will open the starry sky channel. God-making. Poseidon was stunned. Someone has become a god. Poseidon shook his head. There is still one step left. He doesn't have the divine energy to condense his own godhood, and he was severely damaged by the heavenly tribulation. He has already. If there is still extra divine energy in this star field, when Nanfang triggers the thunder tribulation, those divine energies will pass through the starry sky with the thunder tribulation and open the starry sky channel. However, the divine energy in the area where Douluo star is located has been used up. Therefore, after the thunder tribulation ended, the starry sky channel was not opened. Lord Poseidon, do I know the person who became a god? Poseidon asked nervously. Poseidon shook his head. You don't know him, that boy is very young, less than 30 years old. 30. Poseidon was stunned, his mood became extremely complicated. with relief, disappointment, and regret. If that boy hadn't messed around, I actually wanted to help him at that time. Poseidon sighed. If Nanfang hadn't mixed up with the Dragon King, even if there was no divine energy and no killing of the god Shuros, he could have opened the sea god inheritance for Nanfang at that time. As for being a little crazy, young people will be stable in 2 years. Besides, there are so many girls around Nanfang, if he really didn't care about anything and went crazy, there would be no such relationship. But, Dragon Clan, this matter is not negotiable. Although he didn't experience the Dragon God rebellion, Shura told him what happened at that time. Not only did the God realm suffer heavy losses, but the Dragon God's loss of control destroyed more than half of the mortal planes under the rule of the God realm. Thousands of worlds. The God realm really didn't dare to gamble. If the Dragon God went crazy again, the God realm now had no power to resist the Dragon God. Lord Poseidon, is that God enlightened person related to the Rakshasa God? Poseidon asked. Yes. Poseidon nodded. That Lord Poseidon, I seemed to feel the breath of Tang Chen at that time. Poseidon said cautiously. Tang Chen, how is it? Poseidon paused, not sure. He really didn't know how to tell Poseidon about Tang Chen. Although the two had only known each other for a few days, Poseidon was also amazed by Tang Chen's powerful talent, but after waiting for so many years, people's feelings. Chapter 212 Above or Below. High Priest, do you have time? In the Poseidon Hall, Bibi Dong came to find Poseidon. Poseidon stood up, is there anything? A little personal question. Bibi Dong said. Poseidon was stunned, what personal problem? Your personal problem. Bibi Dong said. It's about Tang Chen. Poseidon's expression changed slightly, what happened to him? Bibi Dong didn't say much, turned around and left the Sea God Hall. Poseidon hesitated for a moment, and quickly followed Bibi Dong. On the edge of the Sea God Island, on a deserted coast. Can I tell it now? Poseidon asked. He's dead. Bibi Dong said. Poseidon looked at Bibi Dong in silence, as if he wanted to see the traces of lying on her face. But unfortunately, she couldn't see anything. How did he die? Poseidon asked. He had a fight with someone up there, didn't win, and was beaten to death. Bibi Dong said. Who did he fight? Poseidon asked. Why do you care about this? Bibi Dong asked. Do you still want to avenge him? I want to know who can kill him. Poseidon said. As for revenge for him, I am the high priest of the sea god. I cannot leave the sea god island without the permission of the sea god. Qiandaoliu did it. Bibi Dong said. Impossible. Poseidon said. Why? Qiandaoliu doesn't have that ability. Hee. Bibi Dong couldn't help laughing. Well, it's definitely not Qiandaoliu who did it. He doesn't have that ability. I did it. Don't you doubt it? Bibi Dong asked. Poseidon's eyes were a little complicated, you do have this ability. She and Qiandaoliu both relied on the God test to reach the 99th level. If there was no God test, their qualifications could indeed reach the 99th level, but it would take a lot longer. Perhaps, it would take decades or even 100 years. And Tang Chen, he reached the 99th level purely through his own practice. In fact, Tang Chen was the first of the three to reach the 99th level. As for Bibi Dong, when this little girl came to the Sea God Island decades ago, she was only a sole emperor. In just a short time, Bibi Dong has inherited the position of Rakshasa God and become the new Rakshasa God. Her talent far exceeds that of the three of them. If Tang Chen died in Bibi Dong's hands, it is not impossible. Can you tell me the reason? Poseidon asked. Yes. Bibi Dong walked to a big rock and sat down, and at the same time, took out a small jade bottle. For this. Poseidon looked puzzled, what is this? A kind of medicine that can improve talent. Bibi Dong said. Talent. Poseidon frowned slightly. You have also seen the talents of those children, right? Bibi Dong said. At least it is a black level assessment. They can all reach at least level 96 in the future, even level 97, 98 and even level 99 is not impossible. Did they eat this thing? Poseidon asked puzzledly. Almost. Bibi Dong said. This thing raises their talents, raising the talents of Soul Saint Soul Douluo to titled Douluo, and raising the original talents of around level 95 by 2 or 3 levels. You should know these two. What does the 3-level upgrade mean? After the 95th level, even if you absorb soul bones, it will be useless. The potential is exhausted. Those old guys in the worship hall have been hiding for decades and have not made any progress to this day. At most, you can only hone your skills and improve your martial soul and your own running in. As for cultivation, this thing can't move. Talent and potential determine the upper limit. Once the upper limit is reached, it is like a bottle filled with water. It is impossible to put more things in it. Soul rings, soul bones, and other things are equivalent to water. If the upper limit is not reached, it can be used to speed up the filling. But if the upper limit has been reached, it is useless to absorb it. Of course, the 100,000-year soul bone is an exception. Because that thing has passed the heavenly tribulation, it contains a trace of divinity and has special effects. It can even increase the upper limit of the talent of the absorber to a certain extent. So when he saw Nanfeng bringing Aro and Xiaowu to Wuhan City, the old man Jin Crocodile ran up there to grab it without any shame. The 10,000-year soul bone is useless to him, but the 100,000-year soul bone may not be. You mean, Tang Chen rushed to Wuhan City to grab this thing, and then was beaten to death by you? Poseidon asked. In a sense, it is like this. Bibi Dong said. The medicine was what Tang Hao and Tang Xiao wanted to grab, but Tang Chen went to Wuhan City with the idea of dragging a few people into the water before he died. If that guy doesn't want to go, no one can force him. Then what do you want to do by telling me all this? Bo Sixi asked. Bibi Dong got up from the stone, walked slowly to Bo Sixi, and suddenly pinched her chin. Of course I'm telling you, now, you are mine. Bo Sixi pushed away violently, his mind a little confused. Ya, what did you say? Is it hard to understand? Bibi Dong asked puzzledly. I said, you are mine. Ah. Bo Sixi was confused. Why couldn't she understand the meaning of this sentence? High Priest, why do you think I came to Poseidon Island? Bibi Dong asked. Come to play. Bo Sixi thought for a while, aren't you here to visit Lord Poseidon? What's there to visit that old thing? Bibi Dong said. I'm here for you, High Priest. When we met on Poseidon Island, I have been thinking about you for decades. Poseidon panicked when he met Bibi Dong's serious eyes. What the hell? Rakshasa is obsessed with her. Don't you believe it? Bibi Dong moved closer and grabbed Poseidon's right hand. Do you want me to prove it to you? What are you going to do? Poseidon said nervously. Open your mouth. Bibi Dong said. Poseidon closed her mouth tightly. She had to admit that she was panicked. Really panicked. She couldn't understand the current situation at all. What are you afraid of? Bibi Dong took out the medicine from the small jade bottle. This is a good thing, something that others can't get even if they fight for it. Now I'm giving it to you directly. Don't you want it? Poseidon shook his head violently. No. Definitely not. Why? Do you look down on my sincerity? Bibi Dong asked. You really make me sad. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes. But, this is not up to you. Poseidon did not speak, clenched his teeth, and resolutely refused to open his mouth. It's okay if you don't open your mouth. Bibi Dong said. After all, my medicine can be taken not only from the mouth. Poseidon panicked. What do you mean? Poseidon said in a voice transmission. Let me popularize some biological common sense for you. Bibi Dong opened the 8-spider lance behind her and controlled Poseidon steadily. When people eat, food enters from the mouth, reaches the stomach, undergoes initial digestion, and then enters the small intestine for decomposition and absorption, then the large intestine, and finally, is discharged from the anus. In other words, the mouth and the anus are actually connected. In some cases, some medicines can also be inserted from the buttocks. Rectal medicines can even work faster than oral medicines. So, do you want me to feed you from above, or from below? Chapter 213, Same-Sex Repulsion. Are you sick? What about you? Bibi Dong was speechless. Just now, this bastard suddenly took over her body and went up to play a deep eye contact with Poseidon. And he said such perverted words. Damn! Isn't it because she doesn't cooperate? Nanfeng shrugged. I can't help it. Then do you know what impact this has on me? Bibi Dong said faintly. Do you know what your behavior just now is equivalent to? Equivalent to what? Nanfeng asked in confusion. I wanted to feed it directly to your mouth, and I have already considered your feelings. Bibi Dong took a deep breath. I am a woman. She is also a woman. People of the same sex repel each other. What you did just now is equivalent to a grown man saying the same thing to another man. Nanfeng looked strange. Really? I don't think it's okay for beautiful sisters to do this kind of thing. That's because you are a man. Bibi Dong said speechlessly. Doing this kind of thing between girls is different from doing it between boys, Nanfeng asked in confusion. I see that the interactions between girls are very intimate. This is different. Bibi Dong said tiredly. You were just a pervert just now. Nanfeng looked strange. It's you, not me. Bibi Dong. On the other side, Poseidon, who was forced to take the medicine, had rushed back to the sea god palace. Feeling the heat in her body, Poseidon wanted to ask Poseidon for help, but she panicked when she thought of Bibi Dong's aggressive eyes and actions just now. She couldn't beat Rakshasa. Looking for Lord Poseidon? What should I do? Too scary. Is this Rakshasa? Those soul beasts wouldn't be. Couldn't they all be like this? Poseidon. Just when Poseidon was about to ask Ziobai about the situation, the statue of Poseidon suddenly emitted a blue light, and the phantom of Poseidon was also projected. Lord Poseidon. Poseidon lowered his head in panic. What's wrong with you? Poseidon asked in confusion. The blood was surging, and he was extremely nervous. It was the first time he saw Poseidon like this. No, nothing. Poseidon wanted to say it, but she couldn't say it at all. Tell Poseidon that she was favored by Rakshasa? How can Poseidon deal with this matter? Seeing that Poseidon seemed unable to speak, Poseidon did not ask more, pay more attention to the children brought by Luasha god and their holy pillar test. Yes. Poseidon nodded. Especially the two children of Poseidon 8 test. Poseidon said. Their talents are actually very good, but they are not suitable for my vast sea power. I will go to find friends recently to ask if they have the intention. You. Poseidon was stunned and released his divine thoughts to explore Poseidon's body. What did you eat? Loyal Luasha god, gave me a pill. Poseidon said nervously. Lord Poseidon, is there something wrong with this thing? Medicine. Poseidon looked strange. I didn't expect that there would be such an opportunity in the mortal world. It is almost impossible for the spiritual medicine that has been born and raised for tens of thousands of years to grow in the mortal world. Even in the god realm, it can only be nurtured by the forest of life of the goddess of life. Unfortunately, you took the medicine too late. Poseidon sighed. If you had taken this thing 100 years ago, you might have been able to become the sea god. The medicine is a good thing, but it was taken too late. The human body has a strong plasticity before the age of 30, and taking the medicine before that will improve the most. Poseidon is over 100 years old, and her body has long been completely formed, especially after accepting the inheritance of the sea god and cultivating a demigod body. The effect of this thing on her has been greatly weakened. Sea god. Poseidon was stunned. This thing is so magical. Things that are rarely seen in tens of thousands of years are all integrated together. How rare do you think it is? Poseidon said. If I could get this thing back then, my sea god power might not be able to go further. His sea god power has reached the peak of the first level god, but he is no longer able to go any further, and it is difficult to break through the last trace of boundaries and reach the same realm as Shura. So he wants to find an inheritor to see if he can take the sea god power further. At the same time, he also wanted to go outside the god realm and see the vast starry sky. The star field where the god realm is located is only a corner of the universe after all. He has reached the end here, and it is boring to stay here. No, why did the Rakshasa god give you this thing? Poseidon asked in confusion. If this thing is given to a genius with the same talent as Poseidon, it is entirely possible to reach the god realm after being trained since childhood. Such a precious thing, Bibi Dong gave it to Poseidon? She forced me to eat it. Poseidon lowered his head subconsciously. Poseidon was stunned. Forced you? Why? Poseidon. Poseidon's heart tightened, and he raised his head in panic, telling what happened just now word for word. Then, Poseidon was silent. What the hell? Bibi Dong fell in love with his high priest? No, didn't Nanfeng just die? You are. No. No, no. Is Shura fooling them? Or did the Rakshasa god just use Nanfeng as a tool for revenge from the beginning? It is not impossible. After all, the Rakshasa god is the god who controls the darkest and most twisted evil thoughts in the heart of life. Bibi Dong can control the power of the Rakshasa god, so her heart must be extremely twisted. The attributes of the power must match the controller of the power, otherwise it will not work. Fusion. The two girls who passed the 8th test of Poseidon were like this. They were not innately talented, but simply incompatible with his vast sea power. But how could Bibi Dong like his high priest? Chapter 2:14 The Light of Poseidon. Lord Poseidon, what should I do? Poseidon said nervously. Poseidon looked a little unnatural. I've never encountered this situation before. To be honest, as the best high priest in his 10,000 years, Poseidon was very concerned about this child, so he paid attention to Tang Chen's situation before, and even wanted to help that guy through the back door. But now, there is a very troublesome problem. Bibi Dong has inherited the position of Rakshasa god. Logically, she should be managed by the God Realm Committee, but this woman has not ascended yet. Before ascending to the God Realm, Bibi Dong was not a real Rakshasa god, and the God Realm Committee could not control Bibi Dong. He couldn't go down to the mortal world at will. With only the inheritance he left on Poseidon Island, the power of Poseidon he could exert was extremely limited, and he couldn't be Bibi Dong's opponent. Even if he wanted to stop this, there was no way. Unless Bibi Dong used force. Then he could descend to Poseidon Island legitimately. But this Rakshasa god was too dangerous. If something went wrong accidentally, the people of Poseidon Island would be finished. Moreover, the deep-sea demon whale king was still eyeing them. If that guy attacked while Poseidon Island was seriously injured. What do you think? Poseidon asked. Me? Poseidon was confused. What could she think of such a thing? She had never thought of such a thing in her life. I think if she is sincere, you can give it a try. Poseidon said seriously. After all, the Rakshasa god has the right to take a person to the god realm. I can't interfere too much in the mortal world, but when you reach the god realm, there will be many opportunities in the future. The god realm is now discussing expansion. If it really decides to expand and has more divine energy, he can also operate it for Poseidon at that time. Moreover, Poseidon's affection for Tang Chen is actually largely due to Tang Chen's talent and the possibility of becoming a god. No one is not afraid of death, and Poseidon is the same. So, after seeing that Tang Chen has the possibility of becoming a god, Poseidon has expectations for him. If Tang Chen can really become a god, he can take her out of the shackles of mortal life. And now, Bibi Dong, the Rakshasa god, actually meets Poseidon's expectations, but this girl can't accept this kind of thing for a while, and Tang Chen just died, and died in Bibi Dong's hands. After waiting for decades, Poseidon couldn't accept such news so quickly. Think about it yourself. If you don't want to, I will tell Bibi Dong. Poseidon said. Poseidon lowered his head in silence and did not respond. On the other side, Xiao Wu and his group had already started climbing the stairs happily. Why don't we get the spirit ring first, and then climb? Huo Wu, who was struggling to pass through the light of the sea god, couldn't help asking. Because when taking the Holy Pillar test, if you complete the first test and you just need a spirit ring breakthrough, you can get a god-given spirit ring. Xiaobai explained. Moreover, the god-given spirit ring is a perfect spirit ring that perfectly meets the needs of the martial soul and just reaches your limit value. God-given spirit ring. Yu Guan was stunned. Is this how the spirit masters of the Sea God Island get spirit rings? Most of them do. Xiaobai said. Because the life near the Sea God Island, whether human or soul beast, is the believer of Lord Sea God, so the soul masters of Sea God Island will not choose soul beasts in the nearby sea area when obtaining soul rings. Even if we, the demon soul great white sharks, hunt, we will go to the far sea, and each time it will take more than a month. At the same time, we will bring back suitable prey and provide it to the soul masters of Sea God Island. Yu Guan looked strange. You help humans get soul rings? Yes. Xiaobai looked puzzled. The life in the sea area near Sea God Island is protected by Lord Sea God, and our demon soul Great White Shark clan, like the soul masters of Sea God Island, are the guardians here. We help weak soul masters get soul rings to protect Sea God Island. Is there any problem with this? No problem. Yu Guan hesitated. It feels okay, but it feels weird. But when can we finish the first test? Huo and Bai Chen Xiang, who couldn't bear it any longer, slowly retreated together. You are only 108, look at the two who are 136. Xiao Bai pointed at Hulina and Xiao Wu who had already climbed to more than 50 levels. Huo Wu's eyes twitched wildly, they are monsters. It's only the second day. They have already climbed to more than 50 levels? Why do I feel that they are competing with each other? Ning Rongrong, who couldn't bear it anymore, also retreated. No need to feel, they are just competing with each other. Xia Yu said. Ning Rongrong was stunned. Xia Yu? Why didn't you climb? I just came down. Xia Yu said. Ning Rongrong was confused. I just came down, too. How come I didn't see you? I couldn't climb anymore. My legs were weak. I was accidentally hit by the light of the sea god. Xia Yu said. Just got back. Ning Rongrong. Awesome. Ah. A red figure flew out from the nine heavens mysterious steps and fell directly into the lake behind. Xiao Bai looked strange. You don't have to fight so hard, right? These people have good talents. As long as they don't slack off, they can complete the assessment within the specified time limit. No, you can't stop before you reach the limit. Xia Yu took a deep breath and prepared to enter the light of the sea god again. But you must have reached the limit just now, right? Ning Rongrong said strangely. She climbed until her legs were weak and she was hit by the light of the sea god. She always saved enough energy to retreat. Reaching the limit is the time to break through the limit. Xia Yu's eyes condensed, and she rushed into the light of the sea god again. I finally understand what their terrifying cultivation is like. Huo Wu's eyes twitched slightly. Is this cultivation? This is risking one's life. Ah! Don't pull me! Ah! One scream after another sounded, followed by several figures that were blown away by the light of the sea god. Are you guys playing diving? Bingdi came over and happened to see Xiaowu and the others falling into the water. Sister Bingdi, where can you climb to? Xiaowu jumped out of the water and ran to Bingdi. Me? Bingdi thought for a while. It seems to be 700 or 800. Schwetter finished walking last night. Xiaobai was confused. Finished? Yes. Bingdi said. Last night we were bored and wanted to experience it, so we asked the high priest to accompany us to try. I seemed to be unable to hold on when I climbed to almost 800 levels. Schwetter completed the whole journey. Xiaobai's mind was a little confused. Finished the journey? 1001 levels of the nine heavens mysterious steps, finished the journey? Where is Sister Ziji? Xiaowu asked. She is still at more than 800 levels. Bingdi said. Pure-blooded dragons are really unreasonable. They are only 200,000 years old, but they have climbed more than me. Before Bingdi finished speaking, a purple figure flew out from the light of the sea god. Oh, she was also ejected. Ziji. Where did you climb to? Sister Ziji, what is it like up there? Looking at Xiaowu and her group swarming around Ziji, Xiaobai's face was very strange. No, this is a test from Lord Sea God. Why do you feel like you treat this as a game? Chapter 215 Playing Hard to Get. High Priest? Are you home? In the Sea God Hall, Bibi Dong came to find Poseidon again. In the room, Poseidon felt a chill on her back when she heard the noise, and stood up to run away, but before she could move, Bibi Dong came to her and grabbed her wrist. Why are you hiding from me? Bibi Dong asked. Am I scary? Poseidon looked at Bibi Dong with a complicated expression. Why do you have to do this? What? Bibi Dong asked. You are playing with me. Poseidon said. You don't like me, you just want to embarrass me. Why do you think so? Bibi Dong asked in confusion. I can't see any sign of liking me in your eyes. Poseidon said. And, last night, I asked Tang Yuehua about your situation. You just killed the person you like with your own hands. So? Bibi Dong asked. Based on these things, can you be sure that I don't like you and am just playing with you? How do you know what she said is true? How do you know what she knows is right? Do you think everything you see is true? What do you want to do? Poseidon asked. She was really scared before, but after she calmed down, she quickly realized that Bibi Dong was just playing with her. The possibility that this Rakshasa god wanted to avenge what happened in the past was far higher than the possibility that she liked her. Isn't what I want to do clear enough? Bibi Dong took a step forward, grabbed Poseidon's waist, and forced her directly into the corner. The four looked at each other, and Poseidon panicked. Don't mess around. This is the palace of Poseidon. Lord Poseidon can see it. Oh. Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows, and the Rakshasa power in her body suddenly burst out, directly covering the entire room. Now, that old thing can't see it. What do you want to do? Poseidon said in a panic. Why ask when you already know the answer? Bibi Dong said. High Priest, isn't my intention obvious enough? No. Poseidon avoided his gaze. I am the High Priest of the Sea God, you can't do this. Can't do what? Bibi Dong said with a smile. Can't. Bibi Dong gently patted Poseidon's butt. Can't do this. Or. Bibi Dong slowly approached, almost sticking to Poseidon. Can't do this. Feeling Bibi Dong's aggressive aura at close range, Poseidon felt a panic he had never felt before. She didn't understand why Bibi Dong had such thoughts about her. Is it really revenge for what happened that year? But she didn't do anything back then. It was the Lord of the Sea who said that they were the descendants of old friends, so there was no need to be too ruthless, so she let those people leave. If she really did, none of the people who invaded Poseidon Island back then would be able to leave. That's enough. Just when Nanfang was about to take a step further, Bibi Dong forcibly took back the control of her body and stalemated with Poseidon. Beautiful sister, stick to me, isn't that illegal? Nanfang looked innocent. Bibi Dong was very upset. Why didn't I find out that you have such a perverted habit before? I was not normal before. Nanfang said confidently. He had no interest in women before. If a woman was naked and lying next to him, he would not even look at her, let alone touch her. But why do I feel that you are even more abnormal now? Bibi Dong said speechlessly. Abnormal? Nanfang looked strange. Sister, I can tell you responsibly that I am quite normal as a man now. When a man can control a woman's body and do whatever he wants to another woman, it is so fucking normal to do such a thing. Then why don't you just run into her dream? Isn't that more direct? Bibi Dong said. Even if it's dangerous here for Poseidon, can't Xiaohu, Nana and the others? Nanfang shrugged, without a body, it's boring. Bibi Dong's face darkened, take it easy. Don't really turn her into a lesbian. Is it not good to turn her into a lesbian? Nanfang said. I think it's more exciting to turn her into a lesbian. Bang! Bibi Dong, who forcibly took back the control of her body, let go of Poseidon's body, and the two of them pulled away. Poseidon, who had already resigned himself to his fate and closed his eyes, opened his eyes in confusion and looked at Bibi Dong who had his back to him. What's wrong with you? Bibi Dong didn't say anything. She didn't know what Nanfang was going to do next, nor did she know what to say, but she would never give the control of her body to Nanfang. Otherwise, something would definitely happen today. This bastard is really capable of doing it. Time passed by minute, Bibi Dong still didn't say a word, and Poseidon also looked at her silently. Finally, Bibi Dong couldn't stand this awkward atmosphere anymore, removed the barrier of Rakshasa power, and turned to leave Poseidon's room. Poseidon looked at Bibi Dong's departing back with a complicated expression, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Congratulations, you have completed what I was going to do. Nanfang said strangely. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched, what do you mean? You gave up suddenly when you were just about to succeed, what do you think Poseidon would think? Nanfang said. Bibi Dong's expression froze, playing hard to get. Yes. Nanfang shrugged. I was going to go a little further just now, and then, as long as she showed a hint of rejection, I would stop and then stalemate with her for a while, and when the heat was almost right, I would give her a resolute back. You insisted on snatching it from me just now, which resulted in me not being able to test her bottom line, but the effect was almost the same. Now, she must be thinking about why you gave up. As a peerless Douluo and the spokesperson of the sea god, Poseidon cannot be without pride, and forcing her will never work. Therefore, only by showing a higher level of strength than her, first crushing her inner pride, and then taking a step back to give her space to ease. The core of playing hard to get is to make the other party realize that I have the ability to be tough with you, but I respect you. Respect is not something you think you respect the other party, but you have to make the other party feel that you respect him. Otherwise, it is just self-entertainment. The strong person giving respect to the weak is completely different from the weak respecting the strong. Are you really going to turn her gay? Bibi Dong said helplessly. No way. Nanfang shrugged. Now if we want to recruit her, the only way is to turn her gay. At worst, we can turn her back later. Chapter 216 Mature Thoughts. Shweer, are you sure? Poseidon Island, near the coast, Bibi Dong's residence. Bingdi and Swaty came over quietly. Bo Sixi asked me if Bibi Dong likes women, and she also asked what the relationship between us and Bibi Dong is, whether it is that kind of relationship. Swaty said. Bingdi looked strange. Bibi Dong, what did it do? I don't know. Swaty shook her head. But from Bo Sixi's look, Bibi Dong must have done something very outrageous to her. And, I can sense that she is also on drugs. Bibi Dong doesn't like women. Her sexual orientation is normal, and her personality is not the kind of self-acquaintance. Aru told them before that she and Bibi Dong also knew each other for several years before they gradually began to have some friendship. Generally speaking, Bibi Dong is a person who keeps strangers away. So, this matter is 99% likely to be done by Nanfeng. If nothing unexpected happens, the two of them are now sharing a body. Shwedi said. Nanfeng must have done what happened to Poseidon. When Xiaowu was eating in the middle of the night on the boat before, she was already suspicious at that time, and then she asked again, but Bibi Dong did not answer. But now, the matter of Poseidon. But he didn't tell us, there must be some reason why he can't tell us, we ask like this. Bingdi was a little worried. I won't ask. Shwedi said. I just want to make sure. Besides, I can help him. Bingdi was stunned, help him. Since he wants to attack Poseidon now and gave her that kind of medicine, he probably wants to pull Poseidon over, or even help her become a god. Shwedi said. We can't help with the affairs of the god realm, but we should be able to help him now. But how can we be sure? Bingdi asked. You asked before, but Bibi Dong didn't say. By the coast, Bibi Dong was lying on a chair enjoying the sea breeze and sun. You can't be too anxious about the strategy for Poseidon. You have to proceed step by step. You have already expressed your feelings before, so the next step is to give Poseidon time to think, and then stimulate him when the time is right. If you want to turn Poseidon gay, you must first desensitize her. In fact, I have another mature idea. Nanfeng said. Bibi Dong was speechless. Put away your rotten idea. What Nanfeng called immature ideas was risky for himself. And mature ideas were risky for others. But this idea is really feasible. Nanfeng said. Humans are social animals. Poseidon grew up on Poseidon Island. She has never been exposed to these things, so she can't accept them in a short period of time. If you want to speed up this process, you have to influence her through the environment. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. You don't want Nana and the others to cooperate, do you? That's not the case. Nanfeng said. Nana's acting is good, there will be no problem. Xiaowu has been undercover for many years, and her acting is also good, but others may not be sure. Who do you want to find? Bibi Dong asked. Of course it's Shwedi and the others. Nanfeng said. This can explain why you, a Rakshasa god, have so many soul beasts around you. Rakshasa god is an evil god. You are not evil. Is this normal? This is not normal. So, if your purpose of bringing these soul beasts is abnormal, then you will become very normal in Poseidon's eyes. The relationship between human soul masters and soul beasts is very tense, almost incompatible with each other. Bibi Dong, a Rakshasa god, has so many soul beasts around her. Who would believe that she has no other intentions? So, the relationship between Bibi Dong and Shwedi must be abnormal. And it must be abnormal in a way that does not conform to normal thinking. Because only abnormal Rakshasa gods are the most fucking normal. But don't you worry about being exposed. Bibi Dong said. So we have to find a safe place to try first. Nanfeng said. Shwedi and I know each other well, and she is very smart and emotionally stable. As long as we get in touch with her, she will definitely guess it. Aru and Baiji are also very smart, they will definitely think of it. Besides, we are not trying to turn everyone gay. As long as we create such an atmosphere and let Poseidon feel that she is not an alien, and let her resistance to this matter disappear, things will be simple. Bibi Dong looked a little unnatural, you don't want to take the opportunity to use my body to do that with them. Nanfang looked strange, you are not unable to resist, and I can't snatch it from you. Bibi Dong took a deep breath, take it easy, don't really make trouble. What can happen to two women? Nanfang looked innocent. Bibi Dong. You bastard, you are really getting more and more perverted after you stop going crazy. Turn Poseidon gay? Damn. You are using my body. I am afraid that I will be led astray by you accidentally. Bibi Dong. Just when Bibi Dong was about to hand over the control of her body to Nanfang, Xue Di and Bing Di came over. Bibi Dong turned her head, is there something? Xue Di hesitated for a moment and walked towards Bibi Dong, I want to confirm something. Bibi Dong was stunned, what is it? Xue Di took a deep breath, sat next to Bibi Dong, and hugged her. Bibi Dong. Poseidon. Time passed by minute, and Xue Di quietly hugged Bibi Dong and buried her head in her chest. Bibi Dong did not move. Seeing this scene, Poseidon, who had been lucky enough to follow quietly, was now completely panicked. Bibi Dong is really not serious. The other soul beasts, including those children, could they also be? Before Poseidon could accept the scene in front of him, Bingdi, who saw that Sweidi had not been pushed away by Bibi Dong, could not help it and jumped up to hug her. It's over. Poseidon was desperate. She couldn't run away. Didn't you say that they hadn't succeeded yet? In the spiritual world, Bibi Dong stared at Nanfang with a black face. What the hell is this called not succeeding? I swear to God, they really haven't succeeded yet. Nanfang looked innocent. You didn't answer me. I went to the far north to relax. I had only known them for such a short time. How could I succeed? I came back later, and you saw it. What's the situation now? Bibi Dong said speechlessly. The emotion of Sweidi holding her almost concluded that Nanfang was in this body. Ibingdi even cried directly. Can this relationship be normal? Maybe they both have feelings for you. Nanfang guessed. Bibi Dong. Get lost. Chapter 217 A Guilty Conscience. Ahem. After beating Nanfang up in the spiritual world, Bibi Dong regained control of her body. You two are almost done. Bibi Dong looked a little unnatural. It would be normal for a child like Hulina to hold her like this, but it was so strange for these two who were hundreds of thousands of years old to hold her like two children. Ice Emperor was okay, after all, she looked more childish, and so was her personality. But Snow Emperor, who was a queen type, was really wrong. Do you want Poseidon? Snow Emperor stood up. Bibi Dong hesitated to speak, but when she sensed Poseidon peeking not far away, she still suppressed her embarrassment and nodded. Seeing this scene, Poseidon ran away. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly, you two, take it easy. It's you now. Bing Di was stunned and stood up quickly. Nanfang can be hugged, but Bibi Dong can't. She'll be poked. Do you need our help? Xue Di asked. Bibi Dong took a deep breath. Change people. Asshole. How can she say this? You two take it easy. Nanfang said. Bing Di looked strange. What an obvious change. Even if it was the same content and the same tone, she could clearly feel that it was Nanfang now. Relax, she's gone now. Nanfang said. Will she not be eavesdropped? Xue Di worriedly. It was possible before, but it's impossible now. Nanfang said. Bibi Dong has inherited the position of Rakshasa God, and even the God King can't spy on her directly. Rakshasa divine power will interfere, and if someone wants to forcibly peek, Rakshasa divine power will also issue a warning. But it's better to hide it, just in case. Nanfang said. Don't say what you shouldn't say. But you're like this, it's obvious. Bing Di said strangely. That's what you think. Nanfang said. People who don't know me won't have this feeling. Xue Di and Bing Di have known and contacted him for a long time, and they know Bibi Dong and him, so they can feel this abnormal change. But Poseidon, those gods, even Shura don't know what Bibi Dong is like. Or in other words, Shura, who has observed Bibi Dong, will not feel strange no matter what Bibi Dong does. Besides, you didn't feel strange when we were on the boat before. Nanfang said. Xue Di was stunned. When we were on the boat. I held Nana and fished for so long, did you doubt it? Nanfang said. Bing Di was stunned, we thought she was sick at the time. I can hear it. Bibi Dong's Rakshasa divine thought floated into Bingti's mind. The Ice Emperor's expression froze. I was wrong. What are you going to do? Snow Emperor asked. First, turn Poseidon over. Nanfeng said. I don't have much time, we have to hurry. Now the God realm is still busy killing the god Hypnos, and he just did that, so those god kings will not care about Douluo continent for the time being. However, the Dragon King's matter can't be delayed. You have to help me give her some psychological counseling. Nanfeng said. Psychological counseling. The Ice Emperor looked strange. Turn her gay. This is the fastest way. Nanfeng said. Help Poseidon become the god of the sea, and Poseidon can think of a way, and then he can go to the god realm to make trouble. As for telling Poseidon some great truths, this is impossible. People's fixed thinking is almost impossible to change, so the only way to pull Poseidon over is to take an unconventional approach. Moreover, according to his observation, it is not impossible for Poseidon to be gay. Specifically, Snow Emperor asked. You just need to cooperate, don't do too much. Nanfeng said. Just treat me as me. Social. Bingdi asked strangely. Then the two of us are not enough. Humans are social animals and are easily affected by the environment. If Nanfeng wanted to turn Poseidon gay by using Bibi Dong's identity, she had to create an atmosphere around Poseidon that this situation was normal and change Poseidon's subconscious concept. If it was just her and Shwedi, Poseidon would still think that this behavior was an anomaly. I'll go to Xiaowu and Nana. Nanfeng said. As for the others, you can see the situation. But remember to proceed step by step, don't be too abrupt, Poseidon is not stupid. At nightfall. After fighting the light of the sea god for a whole day, Xiao Wu and his group finally had time to rest. You don't have to fight so hard, do you? Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Wu with a strange look. Hulina's practice was originally more life-threatening, so she was not surprised. But Xiao Wu, this girl is too talented, so she is even lazier than her when she practices. When she was in Tiandu Royal Academy before, she had to be dragged by them to work hard. But now, this girl is actually sprinting with Hulina. I don't want to just stand by and watch. Xiao Wu said. I've seen it once, I don't want to see it again. When Nanfeng died, she didn't even have the ability to stand by, and she didn't even have the chance to sacrifice and leave. She could only watch. Even though she knew Nanfeng was not dead yet, she didn't want to just watch next time. Ning Rongrong was silent. After she was roughly sure that Nanfeng was not dead, she seemed to have returned to her previous state. Especially after getting the top 7 tests in the Holy Pillar assessment. Nana, come here. Bibi Dong's voice floated over from not far away. Ah! Hulina, who was about to sprint for the light of the sea god before going to bed, stopped. Teacher, is there something wrong? You'll know when you come over. By the way, Xiao Wu will come with you. Bibi Dong said. Hulina was stunned. Xiao. Here I come. Xiao Wu took off and ran towards Bibi Dong. Hulina, who suddenly reacted, also rushed up quickly. Shui Binger and the others were confused. What's wrong? Teacher. Hulina called out tentatively. Ahem, Nana, you. Before Bibi Dong could say anything more, Hulina and Xiao Wu came up. Nanfeng. Is it so obvious? Obviously. Hulina said in a muffled voice. The teacher's tone is completely different from yours. Nanfeng's eyes twitched slightly. I just called a name, right? Different. Hulina raised her head. Teacher never coughs when he speaks, but you always do this when you are guilty or talking nonsense. Nanfeng. Guilty? Look, Nana knows you are guilty as soon as you open your mouth. Bibi Dong said faintly. Nanfeng was a little embarrassed. Is it so obvious? Yet. Chapter 218 can't be judged by common sense. What's going on? Daily training in the light of the sea god. At noon, Huo Wu and the others who had just stepped down from the 9 heavens mysterious steps looked at Bibi Dong who came to deliver food to everyone with a confused look on their faces. What's wrong with her? Huo Wu looked at Ning Rongrong with a little fear. What's wrong? Ning Rongrong looked puzzled. She's not right. Huo Wu hesitated to speak. Before on the boat, Bibi Dong always looked like she didn't want to be approached by strangers, but now she not only delivers food to everyone, but also has a very strange temperament. The most terrifying thing is that Xiao Wu actually hugged her. Is this normal? This is so weird. What's wrong? Ning Rongrong said strangely. She was like this before. She was like this before. Huo Wu was confused. Then when we were on the boat before. She was in a bad mood. Ning Rongrong said. The relationship between Xiaowu and Bibi Dong has always been similar to that between mother and daughter, just like Aru. It's just that because of Nanfan's matter some time ago, Bibi Dong's state has been wrong. Not to mention Xiaowu, even Hulina didn't respond much. But why do I feel that the atmosphere between the two of them is a little wrong? Shui Binger said. It's normal. Ning Rongrong said. Xiaowu has always called Nanfan dad, so she is of course mom. Xiaowu is just wild outside, and she is very obedient and clingy at home. You haven't known her for a long time, so you will get used to it in the future. Really? Shui Binger was a little skeptical. She thinks that Xiaohu's feelings for Nanfan are not just father and daughter. There are some taboos. Of course, what else do you think it is? Ning Rongrong said. But I see that Xiaohu doesn't look like she should be lying in her mother's arms, right? Huo Wu said strangely. Although she had never been in love, she had seen a lot of it. The atmosphere was obviously wrong. Xiao Wu has an Oedipus complex. Ning Rongrong said. Oedipus complex. Huo Wu a strange look on her face. Then I saw that she was not like this when she was with Aunt Ro. Besides, shouldn't only boys have Oedipus complex? Girls should have Oedipus complex. Same sex repels, opposite sex attracts, no matter where. Sons may not be close to their mothers, but daughters are mostly close to their fathers. Because families and society are more tolerant of girls showing their weak side, and are more strict with boys. It is normal for girls to rely on their fathers. But boys who rely on their mothers are often considered to be useless. So most men in romantic relationships often tend to appear childish, and even give the woman the feeling of taking care of a son. This is because in the past life, due to various reasons, they could not get this kind of dependence, so when there is a person who can let men let down their guard and release their nature, they often appear extremely childish. Men remain young until they die, which is a kind of male psychological problem. Most men are inherently childish, or because of the uneasiness of the environment when they need it, they have to hide this nature. The longer you suppress it, the harder it is to satisfy it. Therefore, the more men resist getting close to their mothers, the more they desire and fear maternal love in their hearts. Because they are not used to it and are unfamiliar with it. It is also the most difficult for this kind of people to really fall in love with someone, and once they fall in love, the suppressed emotions will burst out uncontrollably. It is all written in Feng Yan Feng Yu. Xiao Wu is a soul beast incarnation, and cannot be judged by common sense. Ning Rongrong said seriously. Damn it! Can this dead rabbit hold it back for a while? You are too obvious. Since you can't say it, you must cover it up. What do you mean by relying on her like a nymphomaniac? Xiao Wu, it's too much. Nanfeng whispered. Ah! Xiao Wu looked innocent. Is it not possible? I asked you to stick close, not to be a nympho. Nanfeng said speechlessly. Be more normal. He just wanted Poseidon to feel that this behavior would not be abnormal, so that she could accept it faster. But if Xiao Wu was too abnormal, Poseidon would resist even more. Oh, Xiao Wu pouted, left Bibi Dong's arms, and then picked up the cakes on the table. Feed me. Nanfeng. You are itchy, right? Xiao Wu's expression froze. I'll feed you, okay. Sit down. Nanfeng said. Eat well. Oh, Xiao Wu surrendered with a look of her heart. Lord Poseidon, how is your discussion with Rakshasa going? In the Poseidon Hall, Poseidon, who was stimulated by the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, became more and more nervous. He didn't even dare to leave the Poseidon Hall rashly. He knelt in front of the Poseidon statue all day, fearing that he would be attacked by Bibi Dong as soon as he returned to the room to rest. This Poseidon hesitated. Or, you should obey her. He had already told her about this with the help of the Poseidon heart in Bibi Dong last night. Poseidon was his high priest after all. This kid had worked diligently for more than 100 years. Now that he encountered such a thing, he, as the boss, couldn't ignore it. But Bibi Dong's attitude was very tough. When did Poseidon obey her, and when did she ascend? Otherwise, she would stay on Poseidon Island forever. If he wanted to interfere forcibly, then Poseidon Island would probably become the next killing city. But Poseidon hesitated. They are all women. Poseidon, gender is something that is innate, but feelings are something you decide for yourself. Poseidon said. There are such situations in the god realm. What is needed for a long life is mutual companionship, not love. He spent thousands of years conquering the sea and saw a lot of love, but most of the feelings that are combined only by obeying the body can't last long. The biggest enemy of feelings is time. Go hand in hand in laughter and support each other in hardships. These two situations are not uncommon. However, ordinary life is a great test of feelings. Storms may cause feelings to die, but they will also make the feelings that persist stronger. But long-term dullness will make more and more contradictions grow until they are irreconcilable. I won't force you, but I still hope you will think about it carefully. Poseidon said. You are not young anymore. Maybe this is your chance. Opportunity. Poseidon was stunned. She told me that she plans to help you become the new sea god. Poseidon said. Poseidon's talent is very good, but it's just a little bit off. A little bit of error can lead to 1,000 miles of difference. A little bit of error is a little bit of error. There is no way. But Bibi Dong seems to have a way to help Poseidon make up for that last step. Chapter 219 Just teasing you. Sorry, Bibi Dong, I can accept this. On the coast, under the repeated hints of Xuedi and Xiao Wu, Poseidon was still not changed. Why? Bibi Dong asked. I can see it. Poseidon said. They like someone else, right? Just say it, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Bibi Dong looked at Poseidon with interest. Poseidon shook his head, I just don't want you to go on like this. At the beginning, she really misunderstood, but after observing for this period of time, she saw the problem. When Xuedi and Xiao Wu came into contact with Bibi Dong, they didn't see her in their eyes, but another person. She couldn't see through Bibi Dong's mind because she was the Rakshasa god. But she could see the minds of those children. But you should also know that I have used this method, and it is definitely impossible to give up. Bibi Dong walked towards Poseidon. I must get it. I know. Poseidon's expression did not change. So I came here. You want to confront me? Bibi Dong asked. Do you still think Poseidon can save you? No, I just want to make things clear to you. Poseidon said. What is your purpose? The way Bibi Dong looked at her would change suddenly in many cases, and the emotions contained in it were different. Most of the time, Bibi Dong's eyes were very calm, that was the eyes of the Rakshasa god. But when she was in contact with Xiao Wu and the others, Bibi Dong had another look, the look of looking at a child. The emotion contained in that look was definitely not that of the Rakshasa god. From the initial panic to the later calm analysis, she also saw that Bibi Dong's attitude towards her had been changing. For a short time, Bibi Dong wanted to fast forward, but sometimes, she had some thoughts of giving up. In connection with the changes of Xiao Wu and the others, she vaguely guessed a little. My purpose. Bibi Dong paused. My purpose is very simple, to revive someone. Then what about him? Poseidon asked. Or should I call him Nanfeng? Bibi Dong's eyes changed, pointed out directly. Aren't you afraid of death? Isn't this what you want me to know? Poseidon said. What do you mean? In the spiritual world, Bibi Dong suddenly didn't understand. Aren't you planning to turn her gay? That's the worst option. Nanfeng said. The best option is to see if she will take the initiative to come to me to make things clear. The middle option is to threaten her with the entire Sea God Island. As for turning her gay, thinking of relying on feelings, this is the least safe and most dangerous method. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. Then why didn't you tell me? Because I like to see you unhappy but unable to do anything to me. Nanfeng looked innocent. How cute. Bibi Dong. Don't forget that you will be resurrected sooner or later. Nanfeng's eyes twitched slightly, it's just a joke, I just saw that you have been too tense recently, so I want to help you relax. Are you helping me relax? Bibi Dong was speechless. You relaxed yourself. I didn't relax for a second. She really thought Nanfeng was going to turn Poseidon gay. Because this bastard's brain is really capable of such a thing. I was wrong. Nanfeng admitted his mistake very straightforwardly. Get out. Bibi Dong kicked Nanfeng away, and at the same time, the Rakshasa divine power opened a barrier to prevent Poseidon from spying on him. You are Nanfeng. Poseidon looked at the other soul that flew out of Bibi Dong's body with some surprise. Her mental power is close to the divine realm, especially after Bibi Dong forced her to take the medicine some time ago. The realm that was stuck before has moved forward a little bit. Now she can basically be called half-step divine consciousness, and can see things that she couldn't see before. It's the first time we meet. Hello, High Priest. Nanfeng said. Poseidon looked strange. Those outrageous actions before, couldn't they be? It was all me. Nanfeng admitted it very straightforwardly. Can't blame Bibi Dong anymore, otherwise he will be beaten to death. Seeing Nanfeng's decisive admission, Poseidon was a little speechless for a moment. Why do you feel so righteous? What's the purpose? Poseidon asked. Just to tease you. Nanfeng said. By the way, I want to see how you break your defense. To be honest, it's very cute. Poseidon's face darkened, and he wanted to hit him. She really thought this guy had some other purpose before. I thought about it for a long time. After all, it was hard for her to imagine how much psychological pressure Bibi Dong had to endure to control a woman's body and do those things to another woman. She was probably watching her body being messed with. What do you want me to do? Poseidon asked. I'll help you become a god, and you do something for me. Nanfeng said. What? Poseidon asked in confusion. The sea god had already told her that Bibi Dong had a high probability of helping her reach the realm of gods, so becoming a god was not just empty talk. However, helping her become a god, such a big thing, what was the price? Maybe it would make enemies with the realm of gods. Nanfeng said. But as long as my plan succeeds, these are not a problem. What do you want to do? Poseidon asked in confusion. Be an enemy of the god realm? Even if Bibi Dong is a Rakshasa god, there are many people in the god realm who are stronger than her. It's just a promise. Nanfeng said. Change the current situation of soul beasts, at least, change the irreconcilable relationship between humans and soul beasts. As for more, humans and soul beasts are bored and have to kill each other, that's not something I can control. After all, humans and soul beasts are killing each other. Even the so-called same race will not be spared, so I naturally won't be stupid enough to want two different races to get along in friendship. The Silver Dragon King said very clearly that as long as the dragon god reappears, the blood power of all soul beasts will be strengthened, especially the dragon race. In the case of Emperor Tian, as long as the dragon god appears, he can almost ascend on the spot, and most other fierce beasts can also become gods. The dragon god is the source of the blood power of the soul beast clan, so the Silver Dragon King said that only the dragon god is important, and she can do anything to revive the dragon god. The end of the soul beast clan is not far away, and only the dragon god can change the fate of the soul beast clan. For this reason, even if she needs to destroy the soul beast clan first, she will do it. Resurrecting the dragon god is almost the top priority engraved in the soul of the Silver Dragon King. Everything else can be put aside or even abandoned. Chapter 220 Trust. Change the blood of soul beasts and eliminate soul rings. Poseidon was stunned. Can such a thing be done? Soul rings are produced by the blood of the dragon god. Originally, this thing existed as the base for the dragon god to revive soul beasts. The souls and cultivation energy of soul beasts after death are basically contained in them. Nanfeng said. However, after the disappearance of the dragon god, the blood power of the soul beast clan faded, and the soul rings also had problems. They only existed for a period of time before they dissipated. In the beginning, humans in this world were no different from soul beasts. Their martial spirits were also affected by the blood power of the dragon god, so the difficulty of cultivation for people here is low and they improve quickly. I have lost interest in humans, so I won't do anything extra. All I want to do is change the fact that humans use soul beast soul rings to cultivate. Human soul masters have a rigid demand for soul beast soul rings in order to cultivate, and he just changed this rigid demand. As for how humans and soul beasts get along, this is not something he should worry about. He is not interested either. But without soul rings, what about human soul masters? Poseidon asked. How is Sea God Island handled? Nanfeng asked. Poseidon was stunned. You want to replace it with faith in God. Is it not good? Nanfeng said. What do you think is the root cause of the war? Conflict of interest. What is the root cause of the conflict of interest? It's thought. Because of different thoughts, there are collisions and misunderstandings. Because of misunderstanding, there are oppositions, disgust, and even the idea of destroying each other. Contradictions, conflicts, everything is born from this. The so-called conflict of interest is not about scarcity but inequality. Because of different thoughts, jealousy, anger, possession, and plunder are generated. But if everyone's thoughts are consistent, there will be no such things. And faith is the fastest way to guide the unity of thought, especially when faith can bring personal benefits to oneself. Without the soul rings of soul beasts, the soul rings bestowed by God will become the only way to get them. When the time comes, we will screen them again and soon unify the thoughts of the continent. Countries and nations are just things that interest groups produce in order to win over more people to plunder interests. As long as the thoughts are unified, these things have no value. Everyone has a common goal and a common direction. They will not think of backstabbing or going astray. Without differences, the injustice and oppression caused by differences will disappear, and peace, beauty, and everything will come. Just like the soul masters who believe in the sea god on the sea god island, aren't they like this? Poseidon was silent. She was moved. Because what Nanfang said was completely consistent with the logic of the facts she knew. But it was precisely because she strongly agreed with Nanfang's idea that she felt panic instead. She was a little scared. Would these words be deliberately used by Nanfang to deceive her? Who can inspire people with just a few words when they meet? Unless this guy has studied her and found her weaknesses. But the most terrifying thing is that even if she thought of this, she still agreed with what Nanfang said, and even felt that she should help complete this matter. Are you afraid? Nanfang floated in front of Poseidon. Do you think I'm lying to you? Do you suspect that what I said is just a big pie to trick you into boarding the ship? Poseidon's heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. I shouldn't doubt? You should doubt it. Nanfang said. But obviously, you can't hold on to this doubt for too long, right? Bo Sixi avoided his gaze in a panic. In fact, you have already believed in me, but you think this trust is a bit too abrupt. Nanfang and Bo Sixi pulled a little distance. Because you feel strange about me, you don't know me, you can't put your trust in the hands of someone you just met. That's normal, but you will believe me. Why? Bo Sixi asked. Trust doesn't need a reason. Nanfang said. Trust with reason, is it still called trust? Similarly, faith with conditions, is it still faith? Love is blind, faith is blind, trust is also blind, rationality and blindness are not contradictory, and even indispensable. People who are overly rational must be selfish, and people who are overly blind must be crazy. We must always find a balance between rationality and blindness, calmness and madness. What do you think? Bibi Dong looked at the silent Poseidon with a strange look. Another fooled person. Nanfang's most powerful thing is not his strength or his talent, but his terrifying infectiousness. Everything he said came from his heart and was based on facts, so it was impossible to refute. Although many times, the facts Nanfang said were one-sided, but people are subjective creatures. Looking at the world from a subjective and specific perspective must be one-sided, and no one can be comprehensive. Nanfang's deception is just that he can make the parties involved say what you want to hear. The ability to see through people's hearts. This is Nanfang's biggest gain in the city of slaughter. It's just that he used to easily lead himself into the same dead end as the other party. Too many emotions and too many feelings made his mind more and more confused. And now, this guy died again, his mind has been empty. He stood on a high place, looking down at the maze where others stood. He still knew what the other party needed. What Poseidon wanted and what he yearned for, Nanfang has figured out during this period. I still need time to think about it. Poseidon said. Okay. Nanfang shrugged. You can think about it slowly, but I hope you can give me an answer quickly, because I don't have much time. Poseidon was stunned. What do you mean? Do you think there is something wrong with what I want to do? Nanfang asked. Or do you think what I do is trustworthy? Poseidon was stunned. Look at you, even someone like you who has already believed in me but needs time to buffer, still finds it difficult to eliminate doubts about me, let alone those who don't believe me, don't even want to believe me, and are unwilling to take such risks. Nanfang said. You don't have a strong resistance to me because this matter does not affect your interests, or in other words, it is not threatening to what you have. But others may not be. What all ruling classes care about most is always safety and stability. Unstable factors like me have a fixed name from ancient times to the present. Troublemakers. Chapter 221 Faith. You told her so openly and let her leave. Aren't you worried that she will tell Poseidon about this secretly? Bibi Dong didn't understand Nanfeng's actions just now. The risk is too great. She will definitely say that I don't doubt her belief in Poseidon. Even if Tang Chen and Poseidon are put together, she will choose Poseidon without hesitation. Nanfeng said. Moreover, Poseidon can know about this. Why? Bibi Dong asked puzzledly. Have you forgotten that Poseidon and Shura are in the same boat? Don't be so emotional when you look at the problem. This is not a matter of one pair of pants. Nanfeng said. If you sit back and do nothing, this matter will not harm Poseidon. In fact, the belief in the god of the sea can even take this opportunity to expand further. But if Poseidon intervenes, don't forget where we are now. Moreover, Poseidon has already intended to inherit the throne and leave. The reason why he did not choose to abandon the throne of the god of the sea and leave is nothing more than that he is worried about the island of the god of the sea. Compared with the angel god, Poseidon is much more nostalgic. Don't talk about keeping the deep-sea demon whale king to protect the enemy. There are too many predators hidden in this sea, and the belief of Poseidon in the sea does not need to be compared with the deep-sea demon whale king. The deep-sea demon whale king only exists in the demon whale sea, but every sea soul master, and even most of the marine life, believe in the sea god, because it was Poseidon who ended the chaos of the ocean and brought peace to the sea. And the existence of the holy pillar assessment on the sea god island, everyone believes that the sea god exists. The existence of the deep-sea demon whale king has no effect on the belief in the sea god. The guy can live until now only because Poseidon doesn't want to kill him. Poseidon is the sea god. He protects not only human soul masters, but also soul beasts. All lives living in this sea are protected by him. Among the soul beasts, the deep-sea demon whale king is a threat to both humans and soul beasts. What about human soul masters? Aren't human soul masters killing each other? Aren't they hunting soul beasts? The deep-sea demon whale king devoured a large number of soul beasts. Could it be that carnivorous soul beasts don't fight? Humans don't hunt sea soul beasts in large numbers? It's all the same. In Poseidon's eyes, the deep-sea demon whale king is of the same nature as human soul masters and other predatory soul beasts. The only difference is that the deep-sea demon whale king is stronger. But for the sea god, he can still kill him if he wants to. Even in the original book, when Poseidon asked Tang San to kill the deep-sea demon whale king, it was not for the purpose of maintaining the so-called peace of the ocean, but because Poseidon had given the deep-sea demon whale king enough time, but the guy still provoked the sea god island without knowing whether to live or die. The essence of Poseidon killing the deep-sea demon whale king is to maintain his dignity as the sea god. Poseidon looks at the sea from the perspective of a god, not from the perspective of the owner of the sea god island. You have to understand this. Nanfeng said. He is the god of the sea, not the god of humans, nor the god of soul beasts, he is the god of the sea. Unlike the angel god, he treats all life living in the sea equally. He does not discriminate against soul beasts, at most he just favors humans. Poseidon's pattern is definitely bigger than most gods. Moreover, he is the god of the sea, and what he values most is still the sea and the sea god island. And you are the Rakshasa god, and I am a ghost-like existence. If he chooses to be our enemy in this matter, what will happen to the sea god island? Don't always focus on his friendship with Shura, you have to see him as a whole. Poseidon is not the kind of person who will sacrifice everything for a little friendship with a friend. He can conquer the entire sea and gain the faith of countless marine lives. He definitely has more than just military force. What if? Bibi Dong said. What if something really happens? Have I missed anything so far? Nanfeng asked. Even if the result is the worst, isn't it within my expectation? Since you believe me, don't doubt me. I just don't want you to act on your emotions. Bibi Dong said. Poseidon is not trustworthy now. Don't forget that you killed Tang Chen. Nanfeng was a little helpless. Don't I know what human emotions are in essence? What are Poseidon's feelings for Tang Chen? Love? Don't be kidding. It's just a surprise for the strong, just like a girl's love for the handsome boy next door. This kind of thought is simple, so it lasts, but it is precisely because it is too simple that there is no real emotional support, so it is extremely fragile. Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen have only been on Poseidon Island for a few days. How long did they know each other? Poseizi, all the feelings for Tang Chen's strong strength, but now, what is Tang Chen's first person? It's not as good as anyone, it's strange to me. Are you boasting? Are you talking about the facts? Nanfeng asked. That guy is still alive, the Haixian Hall. Later, Poseidon was relieved. This is the fucking human emotion he knows. Damn. He was scared to death. During this period, he really thought that human emotions were so twisted. Lord Poseidon. Poseidon looked at Poseidon, who seemed to be a little happy, with a strange look. Ahem. Poseidon regained his dignity. What do you think about this? I don't know. Poseidon shook his head. Nanfeng must have known that she would tell Poseidon about this, but he still chose to let her go after making things clear. She was a little unsure about Nanfeng's purpose. Do you think his purpose is true? Poseidon asked. It feels true. Poseidon said nervously. Then your feeling is indeed right. Poseidon said. Ah. Poseidon was stunned. You don't know what he has done on the mainland over the years. Poseidon sighed. It is no exaggeration to say that his influence on the continent is no less than my influence on the sea. If conditions did not allow, he would be fully capable of becoming a god through faith, and even his divine power would exceed mine. The power of faith does not increase the level of godhood, but after the power of faith is integrated into the divine power, it can exert a power beyond the level of godhood. It's just that this power is unstable and can only be used as a temporary increase, and the increase effect is based on the strength of faith, so the gods in the divine world are not interested in the power of faith. Even if he became a god through faith, he never touched it again after condensing the godhood. A large amount of faith power can bring a short-term burst, but it will be gone after the burst, and it will not last long. But Nanfeng's faith power in Douluo continent is very strange now. Even if everyone thinks he is dead, the power is still growing. That is a kind of faith that does not require miracles, or even gods. Chapter 222 Choose yourself. Then Lord Poseidon, should I agree to him? Poseidon asked. You should decide this yourself. Poseidon said. Me? Poseidon was stunned. But if you agree to him, you will be the new Poseidon. Poseidon said. The fate of Poseidon Island and the continuation of Poseidon's faith will be decided by you in the future. You are no longer just my high priest, but also the future Poseidon. You have to think about this matter yourself, and you can't expect me to tell you the answer. Nanfeng told Poseidon about this matter, just to make sure that he would not interfere in this matter. And the fact is indeed so. During this period, because Nanfeng brought them too much shock, and there was also the matter of the Dragon King and Dragon Soul, the good and evil put aside the matter of the god of killing Shupras and turned to investigate Nanfeng's situation in Douluo continent. After understanding most of the situation, their evaluation of Nanfeng was somewhat polarized. Shura still insisted on his opinion that Nanfeng was too dangerous. A person who didn't even care about himself could bring a catastrophe to the god realm at any time. He insisted on his judgment. There was nothing wrong. But life also felt that Nanfeng's behavior logic had never really gotten out of control. He did bring great danger to the continent, but in the matter of Tang Chen, Nanfeng did not choose to drag everyone into the water like a real madman. Nanfeng died, but there was no war on the continent. Even everything seemed to be developing in the direction that Nanfeng expected. Although it was tense, it was undeniable that the Douluo continent today was more peaceful than any other era. Not to mention wars between countries, even conflicts between sects were rare. Life thought that Nanfeng was just overly nervous. Everything he did was for good reasons. Although the results were a little twisted, they were also good in fact. It was just that his methods were a little extreme. Besides, what kind of hell is the city of slaughter? Although it is the place where Shura was inherited, it has been full of corrupt evil thoughts since it was polluted by Rakshasa. People who came out of that hell can't expect him to be normal. As a child, Nanfeng came to that hell, and after leaving, he still yearned for bright things, which is enough to show that there is nothing wrong with this person. Nanfeng is indeed crazy, but he is restrained enough. Besides, if he really didn't care about anything, he wouldn't choose such an ending. He has deliberately minimized the negative impact of his death. If he is really twisted, he should start a war with his own death, instead of dying in a silent way. Then if you are facing this choice, what would you do? Poseidon asked. If it was before, I might follow him to do business. Poseidon said. Ah! Poseidon was confused. Poseidon paused. Why do you think I spent thousands of years to conquer the sea? To become a god. Back then, I was just an ordinary sea soul master. I didn't know there was such a thing as belief in becoming a god at first. I just couldn't move forward after practicing to level 99, so I started a 1000-year battle. Why did I embark on the journey? Even I don't know. At that time, I reached a realm that no one could reach. Even though I was 100 years old at that time, I was still young and frivolous. Conquering the sea was just an idea. As for becoming a god, I didn't even know there was such a thing as a god at that time, let alone taking it as a goal. I discovered the possibility of breakthrough on the road to conquest, not conquering for the sake of breakthrough. XXXX. The lives of this sea do not respect me as the god of the sea because of my strength, but because I brought order and peace here, so they worship me as a god. I am advancing in the wind and waves, and I don't know what the road ahead will be like, nor do I know how far I can go, and he is the same. Now, you are the same. Whether to help him, or reject him and remain silent, this is your own choice, and it is also the future you have to face. I won't help you make a decision. But if you choose to be with him, you will become my heir, and I will do my best to help you. Poseidon, you are no longer a child, you have grown up. It's been so long, and she hasn't given an answer yet, it won't be. On the coast, Bibi Dong can't wait any longer. What if Poseidon tells Poseidon about this, and Poseidon rushes down with Shura? If you wait any longer, you will be finished. Why are you panicking? Nanfang asked in confusion. Why are you panicking? Bibi Dong was speechless. Poseidon, you are no longer a child, you have grown up. It's been so long, and she hasn't given an answer yet, it won't be. On the coast, Bibi Dong can't wait any longer. What if Poseidon tells Poseidon about this, and Poseidon rushes down with Shura? If you wait any longer, you will be finished. Why are you panicking? Nanfang asked in confusion. Why are you panicking? Bibi Dong was speechless. Poseidon, you are no longer a child, you have grown up. It's been so long, and she hasn't given an answer, it won't be. What if what do you think? Are you really not afraid that Poseidon will call Shura down, right? She can fight Poseidon, but she can't fight Shura at all. Shura can kill her with one sword. Why are you afraid? Nanfang asked in confusion. Why Bibi Dong was stunned. You can still be possessed by a ghost, right? Of course. Nanfang said. Why else do you think I'm so open? Even if Poseidon were unexpected and called Shura down, it wouldn't be a big problem. He just lost his body, not completely useless. Although his martial soul was completely broken at the moment of his death, after he was swallowed into his body by Bibi Dong with the 8 spider lance, the power of the martial soul had merged with him. The dragon souls of the 2 dragon kings also merged with his soul, or in other words, his soul. Now he is the dragon king. The quality of his soul is higher than Bibi Dong's. Even if Shura rushed down, he could grab Shura's body like he did with Qian Daolia before. What are you panicking about? Then why didn't you tell me? Bibi Dong looked like she had a stomachache. I thought you were completely useless. Nanfang looked strange, you didn't ask me either. Bibi Dong. Okay. Then I'll ask you now, how capable are you? Almost a half-step God King level soul. Nanfang said. I have the ability to snatch the body from the God King. Moreover, after Tang Chen's soul was devoured by you, I got the experience of the first 8 tests of Shura God from his soul, including the method of controlling Shura demon sword. If Poseidon calls Shura down, I can let you see the scene of Poseidon being killed by Shura God with one sword in a minute. Bibi Dong was speechless. Why didn't you tell me earlier if you have this ability? Do you know how nervous I have been recently? She really thought that she was the only one who could fight here. As long as there is a problem, they will be completely finished. As a result, this bastard is fully capable of guaranteeing the bottom line. I thought you believed I had this ability. Nanfang said strangely. Besides, I told you that my plan is to occupy the body of the Golden Dragon King. If I don't even have the ability to snatch the body from Shura, do you think I would think of bumping into the Golden Dragon King? Chapter 223, The problem is not the lack of wealth, but the inequality. Are you sure you're only going to do what you said? After asking Poseidon, Poseidon went to Bibi Dong again. What else do you want to do? Nanfeng asked in confusion. Overthrow the god realm? I'm not interested in that. But, you've become like this. Poseidon hesitated. Do you think I'm fooling you, and after the plan succeeds, I'll go and seek revenge on those god kings? Nanfeng said. Do I look so childish? Ah! Poseidon was stunned. I've said this many times. I'm tired of it. You can talk to her. Nanfeng floated away directly. Since Poseidon didn't call Shura down directly, and Poseidon's attitude was roughly determined, then this sea god island was no longer dangerous to him. He doesn't care. Bibi Dong said. Don't care? Poseidon didn't quite understand. Do you think he would want to take revenge? Bibi Dong asked. Is it not possible? Poseidon said. You think too much, he's not interested. Bibi Dong sat down. He only does what's necessary, and he doesn't even bother to look at things that don't have a necessary reason. If I hadn't forced him to stay, he wouldn't even be interested in living. Even what he's doing now is just to fulfill a promise he made to someone before. If you have to say it, he's just fulfilling his promise. But Poseidon paused. I don't think he's that generous. I said, he doesn't care, not that he's generous. Bibi Dong said. These are two different things. Sura wants to kill him, and the reasons are sufficient and reasonable. He knows it himself, and he also understands everything that Shura has done, so he doesn't care about Shura killing him, because it's Shura's duty. Ah! Poseidon was confused. How should I explain this to you? Bibi Dong thought silently for a while. In short, it's a rule issue. Nanfeng's thinking logic is very rational. He doesn't care about what happens within the rules, no matter how disgusting it is. It doesn't matter. The reason why Shura wants to kill Nanfeng is very clear. It's because he got mixed up with the Dragon King. This is Shura's duty as the law enforcement god. No matter who did this, Shura will kill this person, not because Nanfeng did this. Shura wants to kill him. In short, it's the difference between being right about the matter and not the person, and being right about the person and not the matter. A rule is there, someone breaks it, and then is punished by the manager. That's being right about the matter and not the person. But if this person didn't break the rule, but the manager had to deal with him out of personal emotion, that's being right about the person and not the matter. In the former case, no matter what kind of malice he suffered, Nanfeng didn't care, because he felt it was reasonable. For the latter, no matter how small the incident is, Nanfeng will always bear a grudge. He will not stop until he gets revenge. And in this matter, the god realm is the reason why he was killed is because he was mixed up with the Dragon King. This is also a risk he knew a long time ago. So even if he died, he didn't have any resentment. He thought it was normal. So, the revenge you are worried about will never happen. Don't believe it. Bibi Dong looked at the dazed Poseidon. Still can't understand it. Poseidon's face was a little unnatural. I just didn't expect that there would be such a rational person. I don't believe it either. Bibi Dong shrugged. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. But if you just change your perspective a little, you will find that his thinking logic is actually very easy to understand. Poseidon was stunned. What perspective? It's not the lack of people that is worrying, but the inequality. Bibi Dong said. If everyone is the same, it doesn't matter, but if it's just him, then life and death are determined. You think his thinking logic is unrealistic because your own thinking logic is not sound, just like those so-called fence-sitters who follow the wind. To put it bluntly, double standards. I can kill you, but you can't kill me. It's reasonable for me to do this, but you are treasonous. Everyone has double standards, lenient with themselves and strict with others. When their own interests are damaged, they think it's no big deal. When they see others doing the same thing, even if it's a small thing, they want to kill them. But Nanfeng, he has the same set of standards for himself and others. He acts with a set of logic, so he seems particularly abrupt among the people with double standards, and even seems a little hypocritical. To be honest, if I hadn't witnessed his change from madness to calmness, I wouldn't believe it. His thinking logic is sound, the world in his eyes is extremely transparent, and his behavior will not have any contradictions, so no one can stop him. He has completed his own balance. Don't think that he is a fool now. His thought realm is much higher than yours. Nanfang has completed the path of thought development he mentioned before. He has completed the construction of his own thought logic and will no longer be affected by the outside world. What was he like before? Poseidon asked curiously. Before? Bibi Dong sighed. He was crazy all day long, sometimes normal, sometimes crazy. Today he was thinking about saving the world and bringing love and peace. I woke up early the next morning and I was going to destroy the world. Idiots, all idiots. This world is a big idiot that breeds countless little idiots. A stupid world with only idiots has no value in existence. Wait a few days, walk a few steps on the street, see a beautiful little loli, people call him Big Brother, kiss him, and then he thinks the world is bright again, and he wants to save the world. Reciprocating cycle. Poseidon looked strange, then he is now. Now he is just a simple old pervert. Bibi Dong said. Back to basics. If it weren't for the fact that he promised to complete this task before, now. Bibi Dong looked up at the sun. He should be doing it in broad daylight. Ah! Poseidon was confused. Such a big gap? Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows. Why do you think he had to choose you? Is it really because you are closest to the god realm? The easiest thing. I don't deny that this is a reason, but at the same time, that old pervert has taken a fancy to you, and you can't run away. Poseidon's face was a little unnatural. Don't worry, he won't force you, he's not that vulgar. Bibi Dong stood up. But it's impossible for you to run away. Chapter 224 Ring Change. Demon Whale Sea. After Poseidon decided to help, Nanfang did not delay and took her to find the plug-in. What are you doing here? Poseidon asked in confusion. To help you fill the last vacancy. Nanfang said. Deep Sea Demon Whale King, get him, it's enough to help you take the last step. But my soul ring is full. Poseidon said. That's not a problem. Nanfang said. Poseidon was stunned. What do you mean? I can help you take off a soul ring. Nanfang said. Ah? Poseidon was confused. Take off a soul ring? In principle, once a soul ring is attached, it is equivalent to being integrated with the martial soul and cannot be changed. After all, the essence of a soul ring is the soul of a soul beast and the energy product of cultivation. When a human soul master absorbs a soul ring, it absorbs the soul of a soul beast into his own martial soul. When the two merge, a special reaction will occur. Nanfang said. Soul skills are the product of the reaction between the martial soul and the soul ring. For this reason, when human soul masters absorb soul rings, they need to pay attention to the type of soul beast, because if the conflict between the martial soul and the soul ring of the soul beast is too great, the soul skills produced will also become inexplicable. Moreover, if the soul ring is too old, when absorbing it, the human soul master's body cannot withstand the energy impact brought by the fusion of the soul ring and the martial soul, and it will explode. But if the soul beast is sacrificed, no matter what level of cultivation, it can be perfectly absorbed, because when sacrificing, the soul ring is actively combined with the martial soul, and there is no energy conflict. Poseidon looked strange. Do you want the Deep Sea Demon Whale King to sacrifice to me? Of course not, sacrifice is not playing house, nor is it releasing skills, it is the choice of the soul. Nanfang said. I said I would help you take off a soul ring, in essence, it is actually destroying one of your soul rings without hurting your martial soul. Ah! Poseidon was stunned. Destroy a soul ring? I know this sounds a bit incredible. After all, after absorbing the soul ring, it is like the new hands and feet growing on the martial soul, and it is integrated with the martial soul. Nanfang said. But, in the past few months, I have learned some skills from Tang Chen's ring explosion. Poseidon was stunned, his face a little unnatural. Nanfang pretended not to see it and continued to explain, ring explosion is to mobilize all the energy in the soul ring and concentrate it to one point to explode. In nature, it is actually the same as the chaotic cloak. The chaotic cloak is to transfer the power of the whole body to the hammer through continuous beating, almost turning the whole body into a part of the hammer handle. All the pre-swing preparations of the chaotic cloak are to integrate the body and the hammer handle. The higher the degree of integration, the greater the power, so the power of the chaotic cloak will become stronger and stronger as the number of times it is hit increases. Ring explosion is the same, but it's more complicated. After all, the chaotic cloak only turns the body into a part of the hammer, but the ring explosion is equivalent to first shrinking and concentrating all the blood in the body together, and then bursting out at once. The greater the accumulated pressure, the more violent the explosion. The pressure of the ring explosion is the energy contained in the soul ring. If you want to activate the ring explosion, the premise is that the body can withstand the terrifying pressure generated by the accumulation of soul rings. Tang Chen's ring explosion is more balanced. He can circulate the pressure throughout his body, so his ring explosion has a comprehensive amplification. But Tang Hao's ring explosion is very extreme. He abandoned all balance and concentrated the power of the ring explosion to one point. The advantage is that his ring explosion is more terrifying than Tang Chen's. The disadvantage is also obvious. The pressure on the body is too great. After Tang Chen exploded his ring, at most he fell into a weak period, but Tang Hao almost exploded himself to death. Tang Hao's body was full of internal injuries, but those internal injuries were not caused by Kyungsunji and Yueguan Gaimei, but were completely caused by his own ring explosion. Pursuing the ultimate power, even abandoning his internal balance, Tang Hao's ring explosion is a true exchange of life for life. So in Qian Daoliu's view, Tang Hao's ring explosion is a crooked path, with nothing but power. What does this have to do with destroying the soul ring? Poseidon asked. Of course it is related. Nanfeng said. The martial soul has its limits, and the spirit ring also has its limits. When the limit is exceeded, the martial soul will be permanently broken, and the spirit ring is the same. Broken. Poseidon was stunned. Wouldn't it be useless then? Of course it's not a simple break. Nanfeng said. The power of a mortal is not enough to truly break a spirit ring, even if it is a ring explosion, because the breaking of a spirit ring is almost equivalent to the breaking of a martial soul. But, the power of the God realm can completely break a spirit ring. As long as you micromanipulate it, control the breaking of the spirit ring, do not hurt the foundation of the martial soul, and then add a new spirit ring in time to fill the gap, you can replace the spirit ring. Poseidon looked strange. Do you want to kill me? The martial soul is closely related to the soul of the soul master. If there is any mistake, the soul will be broken together. Will it not damage the foundation of the martial soul? Adding a new soul ring? Once the soul is damaged, can it repair itself? I know what you are thinking, but I really have the ability to repair damaged souls. Nanfeng said. Or, we. You. Poseidon was stunned. What do you mean? My devouring ability can devour and absorb all energy, including soul energy. Bibi Dong said. And this process must involve the absorption of soul energy. Before, I swallowed his soul into my body. He had a brain twitch and mixed Tang Chen and Tang San's souls together, and then... What do you mean by brain twitch? Nanfeng was speechless. That is clearly the ability I gained after surviving the great tribulation of becoming a god. What's wrong with me experimenting? The Silver Dragon King told him that the great tribulation of becoming a god would bring a part of the original power. The former dragon god touched the origin of the universe when he ascended, and possessed the original power of creation and destruction. The Silver Dragon King possessed the godhood of creation, while the Golden Dragon King possessed the godhood of destruction. However, the Silver Dragon King was seriously injured and his godhood fell. When he was crossing the tribulation, he also gained a little special original power, which was integrated into his soul along with the heavenly tribulation, so his martial soul that was broken by the heavenly tribulation was truly integrated with his soul. What's wrong with an experiment? Bibi Dong had a black line on her face. If you hadn't had a brain twitch and mixed Tang Chen and Tang San's souls together, causing the two people's consciousness to awaken briefly in the 8 spider lance, and the soul shock broke out, I wouldn't have to retreat for a month. Nanfeng felt a little guilty. Didn't I apologize before? Are you holding on to it? Apologize? Bibi Dong was speechless. Your so-called apology is that you tormented me every day when my soul was impacted and I couldn't use my divine power. Nanfeng curled his lips. You didn't refuse at that time. Poseidon watched the two people's increasingly blatant bickering in silence. Is this something I can listen to? Chapter 225 The Death of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. But the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King is hiding in the seabed. Even if you are the Rakshasa god, you can't find him. Poseidon said. If I take action, the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King will definitely run away directly. She is the High Priest of Poseidon Island and rarely leaves Poseidon Island. Now she deliberately runs so far and takes the initiative to attack the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. It's too abnormal. Faced with this situation, the deep-sea demon whale king will most likely think that the sea god wants her to deal with him. With the blessing of the sea god's power, the deep-sea demon whale king will not be her opponent. You don't have to do anything, just wait here. Nanfang floated down into the sea. What is he doing? Poseidon looked puzzled. Bring up the deep-sea demon whale king. Bibi Dong said. Ah! Poseidon was stunned. Isn't he already? He just lost his body. Bibi Dong said. As for his soul, he lacks the baptism of divine energy to stabilize his soul after the catastrophe. I used the power of Rakshasa to help him solve this problem. He is still a divine soul now. If we compare spiritual power, I am not his opponent. The dragon souls of the two dragon kings and Nanfeng's soul are completely integrated, and there is also the million-year spiritual power of the ice silkworm before. Just looking at the spiritual power, Nanfeng has now surpassed the limit of the first-level god, but has not reached the god-king level. Why does he want to do this? Poseidon asked puzzledly. I don't know. Bibi Dong fell to the sea. Maybe it was a whim, maybe he was attracted to the silver dragon, or maybe he wanted to create a glorious identity for himself so that he could pick up girls more easily in the future. However, I think he was mainly attracted to the body of the Golden Dragon King. The body of the Golden Dragon King. Poseidon looked strange. Why? As a Dragon King, it's impossible for him to just get a body, right? Bibi Dong said. Except for the body of the Dragon God, the Golden Dragon King is the most powerful. But the nature of the Dragon God is special. He doesn't want that thing to exist forever, and he has no interest in controlling the existence of that thing himself. As a second choice, the power of the Golden Dragon King is naturally the most suitable. Moreover, by controlling the power of the Golden Dragon King, the power of the Dragon God is actually almost dominated by him. Poseidon was stunned. Why? Because becoming the Golden Dragon King almost means owning the Silver Dragon King. Bibi Dong said. This is the instinct of blood, and once he successfully devours the body of the Golden Dragon King, he will surpass the God King. At that time, he will have the final say on how to use the power of the Dragon God. If he wants to use it, he can use it. If he doesn't want to use it, no one can force him. For the existence of the Dragon God, the Silver Dragon King will not break up with him. The God realm is afraid of the power of the Dragon God and will not think of messing with him. And Bibi Dong paused. He has died once, and it was under the eyes of those God Kings. But he is alive again. Do you think those God Kings dare to bet whether he will really die completely next time? If you lose the bet, the price will be very high. The calm sea surface began to turbulent, and a huge black shadow slowly rose from the deep sea. Get ready. Bibi Dong looked at Poseidon. It will hurt a little later, but don't move. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, I won't be responsible. Now, release your martial soul and choose the soul ring you don't want. Poseidon thought for a while. Is there any difference in difficulty? In principle, it is the most difficult to destroy the first soul ring, and the 9th soul ring is the easiest. Bibi Dong said. However, it depends on you. If you want to get a first soul ring that is awesome, he will help you. Poseidon's face was a little unnatural. It's better to use the 9th soul ring, it's safer. It's up to you. After becoming a god, soul skills are meaningless anyway. It doesn't matter which one you change. Bibi Dong said. Get ready. A huge black shadow suddenly jumped out of the sea, and Bibi Dong rushed up directly. The 8 spider lance suddenly pierced into the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. Nanfeng quickly broke away, and the Rakshasa power was injected. The deep-sea demon whale king who suddenly woke up was completely confused. He wanted to resist, but he had no strength at all. His soul was being torn apart by the power of the Rakshasa, and he couldn't even make a final resistance. I thought you would let him say a few last words. Nanfeng said strangely. When he attacked me before, he should have thought of today. Bibi Dong said coldly. Nanfeng shrugged and turned to look at Poseidon. Are you ready? Poseidon suddenly came back to his senses. Okay. Then I will start the operation. Nanfeng entered Bibi Dong's body again. Focus on the soul ring you want to destroy. I will use the power of the Rakshasa to destroy that thing. Xi, then, you give the deep-sea demon whale king the final blow. While speaking, Nanfeng manipulated the 8 spider lance to pierce Poseidon's body. Feeling the severe pain coming from his body, Poseidon still closed his eyes and concentrated his mental power on his 9th soul ring. It will hurt a little. Nanfang reminded. Bear it. Poseidon was stunned. Isn't this painful enough? When the soul ring is broken, your soul will also be broken a little, and that feeling is a bit painful. Nanfang said. But it's okay, I've been broken before, and I can accept it. Poseidon took a deep breath. Come on. Bibi Dong looked at Poseidon, who was screaming like a heart-wrenching scream, with a strange look. You call this a little painful? I just feel a little painful. Nanfang said awkwardly. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched. Is there a possibility that you got used to it when you were in the city of slaughter? It's possible. Nanfang. I hate you. That day, Poseidon's roar resounded through the sea. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The huge body of the deep-sea demon whale king had completely disappeared. The entire demon whale sea had solidified due to the death of this nearly million-year-old soul beast. Even though most of the energy had been swallowed by Bibi Dong, the energy magnetic field that escaped outside alone brought about a terrifying distortion of the ocean current. You were really cruel. Bibi Dong said strangely. Poseidon fainted directly from the pain, almost collapsing in pain. I didn't expect her to be so weak. Nanfang looked innocent. She's weak? Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. Can you please stop comparing yourself to others? Pain that can make people collapse? Nanfang has collapsed so many times that he can't even count them. This guy has experienced mental pain, the pain of a shattered soul, and the pain of a shattered body. Especially the pain of mental collapse, this guy is probably almost used to it. I'm not heartbroken yet, but you're heartbroken. Nanfang said strangely. You can't really. Get lost. Chapter 226, Unforgettable. Zixi? How do you feel? Poseidon Island, Bibi Dong's hut. Since Poseidon was still in a coma and looked a little bit abnormal, Bibi Dong did not choose to take her back to the Poseidon temple, but took her back to her own residence. She even dared not let too many people see her. Otherwise, she could not imagine how this matter would be spread. Poseidon opened his eyes and stared at Nanfang with round eyes. She had lived for more than 100 years, and this was the first time she had suffered such a great injustice. This guy, it's obvious that he's deliberately messing with her. It was clearly agreed that she would change to the 9th soul ring. But this guy insisted that the 9th soul ring was not worth it. He insisted on changing her to the 1st soul ring. What can she do? She can only cooperate. But after trying the 1st soul ring, this bastard said it was too difficult. If the 1st soul ring is broken, the subsequent soul rings may also be affected and unsafe. Why not change to the 9th soul ring? If this is not deliberately torturing her, what is it? Does it really hurt so much? Nanfang was a little skeptical. It's not like I haven't broken my soul before, but I haven't reacted as much as you do. You've broken it. Poseidon was stunned. How did you break it? It was broken once by Emperor Tian's claw, and once by Shura's sword. Later, it was broken again by the heavenly tribulation. After that, it was sucked into Bibi Dong's body and broke again. Nanfang said. It doesn't hurt that much. I'll say it again, don't compare yourself to others. Bibi Dong came in with breakfast. You are used to it, but others are not. Oh. Nanfang floated away weakly. Poseidon took a break and sat up. You just said that he is used to it, what do you mean? Literally. Bibi Dong said. People who exercise regularly will not feel too much pain due to high-intensity training, and people who often engage in high-intensity combat will not feel how painful their training is. He has been in pain a lot, so he got used to it. Of course, I don't want you to feel sorry for him when I say this, because whether he is in pain or not has nothing to do with the fact that he torments you. That bastard did it on purpose. Bo Sixie's expression froze. It was a close call, he was almost led astray. Yeah, it's none of my business whether you feel pain or not. Why are you torturing me? You may be confused. You didn't offend him, why would he torment you like this, right? Bibi Dong said. Bo Sixie got off the bed and sat down. Why? Because he wants you to remember him first. Bibi Dong said. People's feelings are very complicated, but there is one thing in common. If you want to have a deeper feeling, first of all, you have to have him in your heart. The so-called step-by-step approach is to coax children. The first step of a relationship is to care about each other. As for it doesn't matter how much I miss him. Anyway, he has the ability to pull himself up from the ground later. In other words, from the moment you remember him, you are finished. Poseidon's eyes twitched slightly. Then why did you tell me? Because I hope you don't answer him. Bibi Dong said. I can tolerate it, but it doesn't mean I support it. Those children are helpless, they are all like nymphomaniacs, especially the little rabbit. After he was finished, he almost committed suicide with him. What can I do? Xiao Wu's dependence on Nanfeng is too strong, almost to the point where she can't live without him. In the finals of the Soul Master competition, Nanfeng discovered this problem, so he fought to the death with Tang Chen right from the start. Later, after the Shura god took action, he directly released the heavenly tribulation. After the Shura clone arrived, he directly let her take action, not giving Xiao Wu a chance to sacrifice. Fortunately, the killing field blocked all mental detection at that time, otherwise, once Xiao Wu's mental power locked Nanfeng, the little rabbit would rush up to sacrifice in seconds. So she could only turn a blind eye to the inexplicable taboo relationship between the two. But now, with Poseidon, she doesn't have so many concerns. But why would he be to me? Poseidon didn't understand. She and Nanfeng are from two different eras, and how long have they known each other? Most of the time, feelings are determined at first sight. Bibi Dong said. If you are interested at first sight, there will be the next step. If you are not interested at first sight, there will be no next step. You should be very clear about this, right? Poseidon's face was a little unnatural. Tang Chen, was he really killed? Almost. Bibi Dong took a sip of tea. He used some tricks to wake Tang Chen from the slaughter city. Of course, whether to go to Wuhan City or not, whether to fight or not, this is Tang Chen's own decision, no one can force him. And he went to Wuhan City to kill people. If you insist, Nanfeng is just defending himself. Tang Chen didn't have to go to Wuhan City, and he didn't even have a reason to go there. Tang Chen had left the Haoshan sect decades ago, and he had done his best for that sect. It was Tang Chen who gave the Haoshan sect the status of the world's #1 sect, and it was he who made the world recognize that the Haoshan hammer was the world's #1 weapon spirit. The glory of the Haoshan sect was brought by Tang Chen alone, and it will also disappear with his departure. As for the Haoshan hammer spirit, that thing is indeed powerful, but it is actually similar to the 7 killing swords. Everyone's spirit quality is different, even if it is the same spirit. But after leaving the slaughter city, Tang Chen still chose to go to Wuhan City, thinking of dying together. Who can be blamed for this? Okay, if you have a good rest, you can go to the Sea God Temple. Bibi Dong took out the vast sea universe cover and put it on the table. Now you are enough to withstand the power of the vast sea. The soul ring of the deep sea demon whale king is only 1 point away from reaching the real million-year soul ring, and this missing point will be automatically supplemented when Poseidon accepts the inheritance of the power of the sea god. With the blessing of the million-year trunk soul bone, once Poseidon becomes a god, he will directly reach the same level as her. Even, the sea god trident is a super artifact condensed and tempered by Poseidon. Her own Rakshasa demon scythe has not been completely completed. If they really fight, it is not certain who is stronger and who is weaker. The equipment gap is still very cruel. You just believe me so much. Poseidon couldn't help asking. It's him who believes in you, not me. Bibi Dong stood up. He thinks Poseidon is not a narrow-minded sea god island lord, nor is he a human god. He also has a kind heart for soul beasts. He thinks that you, as the high priest of the sea god island, should be the same. It's him who believes and feels, not me. Don't forget, who I am. Chapter 227 Ascension to the God Realm. You really don't need our help. After obtaining the soul ring and soul bone of the deep sea demon whale king, Poseidon began to accept the inheritance of the sea god. Since she had already reached the body of a demigod, and all the energy of the deep sea demon whale king was infused into her body, there was no need for sacrifice at all. She could open the real inheritance path by herself like Bibi Dong. No, you can't help me with the next thing. Bibi Dong said. How long? Shwedi asked. Not sure. Bibi Dong shook her head. The speed of time in the God realm and the mortal realm is different. Even if we only spend 1 day, it will take at least a year for you. How long will it take at the latest? Shwedi asked. I don't know. Nanfeng said. After going to the God realm, you must first find the place where the Golden Dragon King is sealed, and then find a way to get in. Moreover, considering my image in the eyes of the gods, Shura will probably keep an eye on us for a while. At that time, I will let Poseidon hold Shura back, and Poseidon will help us divert the attention of other people in the gods. Shwedi was a little worried. Are you sure? If you are not sure, wait a little longer until Xiaowu and the others are able. Toy can't help you. It's because of the big risk that I can't delay. Nanfeng said. This is what I want to do. If you didn't react wrongly, I wouldn't let you know I'm still alive. He is indeed not inferior to the God King, but there is more than one God King in the God realm. Also, the Golden Dragon King is very dangerous. That guy is a madman with only destruction in his mind. At that time, he will have to use the power of the God realm to kill that guy first, and then he can get what he wants. There are too many uncontrollable factors in this process. He can only say that he is taking a gamble, and there is no absolute certainty. Or don't go. Bingdi said. It's okay to live in disgrace, at least, then. Stop, 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 are you mistaken? Nanfeng interrupted hurriedly. I said that there are risks in the success of this matter, not that I am risky. Ah. Bingdi was confused. What do you mean? If I can't beat him, I can run away. Nanfeng said. Besides, I'm possessed by a ghost and won't leave. Those God Kings can't do anything with my soul at the half-step God King level. What if they decide to sacrifice one? Shwedi said worriedly. Sacrifice? Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. Sacrifice who? I'll run directly into the body of the God King of Life. Can destruction watch his wife being killed? But how can you be sure that you can run into the body of the God King of Life? Bingdi said. What if you can't find him? Why do you think I have to come here? Nanfeng said strangely. Poseidon has a very good relationship with the gods. Although this guy is close to Shura, he also has a good relationship with destruction. Even when destruction and Shura have a conflict, Poseidon is the one who mediates. Life persuades destruction, Poseidon persuades Shura. As long as Poseidon is won over, the success rate of the following things can almost be said to be doubled. Bibi Dong turned her head and looked in the direction of the sea god temple. She seems to have succeeded. The breath of the sea god. It's not borrowing divine power. Poseidon has successfully inherited the throne of the sea god and reached the same realm as her. Then get ready. Nanfeng shrank back into Bibi Dong's body. Don't you want to tell everyone? Shwedi said. No more. Bibi Dong said. If Nana asks, tell them that Poseidon and I went to the open sea. After saying that, Bibi Dong flew to the sea god temple. Poseidon, who had successfully inherited the throne, had a deeper aura, and his appearance changed from the previous 30-something to about 20 years old. I don't have that feeling anymore. Nanfeng said strangely. Poseidon's face darkened. What feeling? Maturity. Nanfeng said seriously. You look too young. In terms of majesty, age is still necessary. Poseidon hesitated, and his appearance began to change. After a few breaths, he returned to his previous appearance. Like this. That's right. Poseidon's face was a little unnatural, really. Of course, this. All right. Bibi Dong slapped Nanfeng back. Do you believe everything he says? Poseidon's eyes twitched. What do you mean? In his eyes, teenage girls are children, 20-year-old girls are too impetuous, and 30-year-old girls are the most stable and the most exciting to him. Bibi Dong said. Poseidon's expression froze, and he quickly turned back to his youthful appearance. Are you ready? Bibi Dong asked. I have already given instructions on the affairs of the Sea God Island. Poseidon said. Then let's go. Bibi Dong did not delay any longer and began to call the Rakshasa God Throne, and Poseidon did the same. Under the guidance of the God Throne, the starry sky passage leading to the God realm slowly opened. Bibi Dong jumped and flew in, followed by Poseidon. Welcome to God. Don't welcome me. Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows and looked at the white figure in front of her. God of kindness, she had seen this person when the starry sky passage was opened before. A kindness looked a little unnatural. Welcome. How could I not welcome you? You are the first god in Douluo continent in 20,000 years. What's that expression? Bibi Dong asked. I'm just a little surprised. Shan Liang said. You two actually ascended together. Rakshasa actually ascended with the new sea god? Is that reasonable? This is too unreasonable. Even among the evil gods, Rakshasa is notorious and totally incompatible with sea god. Does the god realm even care about this kind of problem? Bibi Dong asked. No. Shan Liang shrugged. However, I have to explain to you the rules of the god realm first. After ascending, you cannot leave the god realm at will, let alone go to the mortal world at will. Any action must be reported and approved by the god realm committee. Also, private fighting is strictly prohibited in the god realm. If there is really an unresolvable deadlock, and you must fight to the death, you must step down from the throne and fight outside the god realm. Why? Bibi Dong asked. Because it is dangerous. Shan Liang said. The god realm is different from the mortal world. Your power will no longer be suppressed by the plane. If you two first-level gods fight to the death, it will be like the ripples caused by a stone falling into a calm lake, spreading and amplifying around. If the impact of divine power is not well controlled, it will affect the time and space of the mortal plane and cause unimaginable disasters. The last war in the divine world destroyed almost half of the mortal plane, thousands of worlds. So, in the divine world, private fighting is prohibited. Chapter 228 The Forbidden Land of Gods. After arriving in the divine world, Shan Liang, as the god of guidance, explained many precautions of the divine world to Bibi Dong and Poseidon, and then it was free time. Shan Liang seemed to still have a little shadow on the previous events. After introducing the relevant matters, he called Poseidon over. After all, Poseidon was his successor, and he should arrange it next. Where is the Forbidden Land of Gods? Bibi Dong asked. Poseidon's eyes twitched slightly. You should at least be quiet for a while. Why do you make trouble right away? The longer you delay, the greater the risk. Bibi Dong said. Normally, if I want to cause trouble, the primary goal of coming to the god realm must be to let everyone relax their vigilance against me. Shura god must think so I must act quickly. The seal of the god Forbidden Land is very strong, you can't break it. Poseidon said. I have a way, you don't have to worry about it. Bibi Dong said. Poseidon sighed helplessly, and transmitted the location information of the god Forbidden Land to Bibi Dong's mind through his divine thoughts. Don't mess around, the turmoil in the god realm affects the survival of thousands of worlds, don't make a big fuss. If you succeed, leave the god realm as soon as possible. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong, but he couldn't ignore the safety of Poseidon Island. Moreover, blindly suppressing will eventually lead to a counterattack. If it can be solved, we should try our best. You go and hold Shura, Poseidon, follow me. Bibi Dong turned and headed towards the Forbidden Land. Poseidon looked at Poseidon with a complicated expression. Lord Poseidon. Don't call me Lord Poseidon, you are the Poseidon now. Poseidon said. The throne of Poseidon is in your hands, the Poseidon trident is also yours, and the responsibility of Poseidon will be borne by you. Don't pin the answer to the question on others, your choice can only be decided by yourself. I understand. Poseidon turned around and followed Bibi Dong. Poseidon watched the two disappear and sighed deeply. I hope this won't be a wrong decision. Shaking his head, Poseidon turned and flew in the direction of Shura. The two people who had a clear goal did not delay. Relying on the concealment ability of the vast sea universe cover, they concealed their own breath and quickly approached the Forbidden Land of the Gods. The Forbidden Land of the Gods is blocked by a seal, and the vast sea universe cover can't help us get through. Poseidon said. Moreover, there are the heroic souls of the god patrols guarding there. Once touched, Shura god will find it. What are you going to do? How to do it? Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows. Isn't this simple? After the words fell, Bibi Dong condensed a huge magic sickle that exuded extreme evil thoughts. Under Poseidon's confused gaze, Bibi Dong poured the power of the Rakshasa into it, swung it violently, and a dark purple crescent light blade spread out at a high speed, directly killing all the god patrols guarding the periphery of the god Forbidden Land. Boom! A piercing roar sounded, and it spread throughout the entire god realm almost instantly. Poseidon was silent. Suddenly a little regretful. Don't be dazed, do it. Bibi Dong's eyes condensed, and the Rakshasa power was fully gathered, and the Rakshasa magic sickle burst out with terrifying divine power. Poseidon sighed, and also took out the sea god trident, gathering the power of the sea god. Boom! Two divine skills were sent out at the same time, bombarding the seal of the god Forbidden Land, making a gap in the huge seal formation, revealing the huge dragon cocoon sleeping in it. Stop! A dark purple lightning column fell from the sky, blocking the seal like a pass, blocking Bibi Dong's steps. What do you want to do by destroying the seal of the forbidden land of the gods? Destruction fell from the sky, followed by goodness and evil. Didn't I ask you to watch her? Evil said helplessly. Goodness's eyes twitched slightly. How could I have thought that she would cause trouble as soon as she came up, and how did she know the location of the forbidden land of the gods? Most of the gods in the god realm do not know the specific location of the forbidden land of the gods. Only the 5 gods of their god realm committee know. Bibi Dong has just ascended. How could she find the location of the forbidden land of the gods so quickly? It seems that there is a traitor among us. Evil looked at Poseidon beside Bibi Dong. Where is Poseidon? Here. A blood-red figure burst out and landed beside Evil, and Poseidon was also brought over. You too. Poseidon's eyes twitched wildly. What a pitfall, teammate. He had just found Shura and hadn't said a few words when Shura sensed that his patroller who was guarding the forbidden land of God had been killed. Then, the alarm of the forbidden land of God blew up. His mentality collapsed. How could he do that? So reckless? Then why did you discuss it with me? Poseidon, after this is over, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Shura said. Now, we have to take down these 2 guys first. Evil stepped forward. The location of the forbidden land is special. I hope you two won't make things worse. Moreover, even if you really let the Golden Dragon King out, we have enough ability to kill him. You are making no sense. They have always been able to kill the Golden Dragon King, but he and Shanliang have always been against doing things to the extreme. The Golden Dragon King has been sealed and has no ability to harm the God realm, so there is naturally no need to kill him. Moreover, if you attack the Golden Dragon King, the impact of the battle is great. If you accidentally lose control, no one knows how big a problem it will cause. But if the Golden Dragon King breaks free from the seal and goes crazy, he and Shanliang are fully capable of killing the Golden Dragon King completely. No sense. Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. How do you know it's meaningless? Stop talking nonsense, take them down first. Mijua said. The seal needs to be repaired as soon as possible, otherwise that guy will rush out. Roar. A roar full of anger sounded, the damaged seal collapsed rapidly, and a terrifying dragon covered with spikes flew out. Oh, it has already flown out. Bibi Dong looked back at the Golden Dragon King. The violent atmosphere full of madness and destruction is really good. How could this happen? Mijua frowned slightly. Just destroying a little seal won't wake up the Golden Dragon King completely, right? Shura narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that I underestimated you. Nanfeng, do you still want to hide? The evil people looked at Shura in confusion. Nanfeng? Didn't that guy die in front of them? What a pity, he's not here. Bibi Dong showed a subtle expression. Guess where he is? Yeah, guess where I am. A green figure full of life breath quietly appeared behind the gods. Little Green. Destruction was stunned. How did you? Little Green. Life tilted his head. Oh, Little Purple. Destruction's expression froze. You. Don't mess around. Life walked up slowly and put his arm around Destruction's shoulder. We are one now. If you want to kill me, you have to kill her too. Can you make up your mind to do it to her? Chapter 229. People are still very nice. How did you do it? Shura asked, puzzled. Even if Nanfeng had passed the great tribulation of becoming a god at that time, he was only a 100-level scattered god without a god position. Not to mention a god king level existence like Life, even a random priest who could borrow divine power could kill him. How did this guy invade Life's body? It's luck. Nanfeng said. Although the heavenly tribulation nearly killed me and shattered my martial soul, it also gave me some special power. Then, I completely merged with the dragon soul of the Dragon King and the million-year soul ring from before. The power of the God King is indeed strong. At most, I can coexist with her in the same body. I can't control her divine power, and I can't even do anything that threatens her. But this is enough. He still underestimated the soul of the God King. To be honest, if Life hadn't resisted too much, he could only stay in her body at most, and couldn't even control the simplest actions like now. Life is fully capable of suppressing him, but she just didn't do it. What exactly do you want to do? Shura asked. Since you have escaped death once, why don't you hide? With your current state, you are fully capable of rebuilding a body for yourself. With Bibi Dong's help, why don't you just find a mortal plane to live in? Why do you still want to come to the God realm? Hiding is not my style. I should face the challenge head-on. Nanfeng said. Besides, I have hidden enough and don't want to live in fear anymore. So you came to the God realm to die? Shura asked. To die? Nanfeng shrugged. How to die? Are you going to kill me? Destruction's eyes condensed and he stood in front of life. Shura, you'd better not move. Shura was speechless. Since you have come into contact with the two Dragon Kings, you should know the danger of the Dragon God. It seems that you have seen what I want to do. Nanfeng said. Can you be more obvious? Shura said. He colluded with Poseidon and rushed straight to the forbidden land of the gods, towards the mad golden Dragon King. I don't think you don't know my strength. Even it has no chance of winning against me. I can kill it here. It's impossible for you few to cause chaos in the God realm. So, you found the Silver Dragon King. Nanfeng looked strange. You are quite smart, but your vision is not good. Seeing Shura like this, it is very likely that he really can't do it anymore, but Shura God can't be left alone, so after seeing Tang San who inherited the throne of the Sea God, he didn't care about anything else, just passed on the throne, and slipped away with Poseidon. But you don't seem to be smart enough. Shura said. Do you think this Golden Dragon King still has reason? Or do you think you have the ability to cover this guy's escape from the God realm? Even if you control the body of life, destroying one is enough to control you. There are 3 of us left. Do you think it's difficult to kill a Golden Dragon King? It's not difficult. Nanfeng said. Then why do you still do this? Shura asked. Don't think you can always stay in the body of life. Although I don't know why she allows you to control her body, if she wants to resist, it's impossible to control her body with your ability alone. Goodness and evil also have the ability to forcibly peel you out of her body. I know. Nanfeng said. Then what are you doing for? Shura asked puzzledly. Don't tell me you're coming here just to die. That's not the case. Nanfeng turned to look at the Golden Dragon King who wanted to go crazy but didn't dare to do anything. Although he didn't have much brains, facing the 5 God Kings, the Golden Dragon King was not so bold to take the initiative to attack. Shura God is not Tang San, this guy doesn't need to spend too much effort to crush the Golden Dragon King. I want you to do it and kill it. Nanfeng pointed at the Golden Dragon King. Shura was stunned. You let it out just to let me kill it. Is it not possible? Nanfeng asked back. You don't know how much hope the Silver Dragon King has placed on me. If I don't do it, she will definitely not let me go in the future. You also know what her level is. Once she recovers from her injuries, I will definitely not be her opponent. But if the Golden Dragon King dies, I will have explained to her, and your worries about the Dragon God will completely disappear, and I can live my peaceful life. Everyone is happy, isn't it good? But the Golden Dragon King will not die completely. Shura said faintly. If killing the Golden Dragon King can eliminate the hidden dangers of the Dragon God, he would have done it long ago. Just as the Dragon God will not really disappear, the Golden Dragon King who split from the Dragon God will not die completely. The Destruction Godhead will eventually reappear in the world in another way and merge with a soul beast with the Dragon God's bloodline. At that time, once it combines with the Creation Godhead in the Silver Dragon King, the Dragon God will still reappear. The Forbidden Land of the Gods is not the Golden Dragon King, but the Destruction Godhead in the Golden Dragon King. That's not something I should consider. Nanfeng shrugged. You either take action now and kill the Golden Dragon King, or take a gamble on whether your life will die. Boom boom. Without waiting for Shura to speak, Destruction directly launched the Destruction Thunder, bombarding the Golden Dragon King and knocking it down from the air. Evil, take action. Destruction said in a deep voice. If Xiaolu gets into trouble, you know what I will do. Evil's eyes twitched slightly. Okay. Severely injure the Golden Dragon King, and then slowly discuss it. Goodness, who didn't want Nanfeng to hurt his life, also took action. The 3 God Kings joined forces, and the Golden Dragon King was crushed and beaten with almost no resistance. After a while, he went from a heroic and violent state to a weak and seriously injured state. Shura stared at Nanfeng and Bibi Dong closely. The descendant of Poseidon, it is obvious that his brain is not very good at first glance. The only dangerous ones are these two guys. Are you sure you have the ability to control that power? Nanfeng was sitting opposite Life in the consciousness space of Life. It should be possible. Nanfeng said. After coming to the God realm, he hid himself and ran to the forest of life according to the position given to him by Poseidon before, found the God King of Life, and explained his plan. It's not that he is naive, but it can only be done this way. The 5 God Kings in the God realm, even if he can snatch the body of the Golden Dragon King, it is absolutely impossible for him to leave the God realm. The gap between Bibi Dong and Poseidon facing the God King is still too big, and Shura is not Tang San. This guy's combat power is not a joke. You have to think clearly. If you fail, the reappearing dragon god will go crazy again, and everything you care about will disappear. Life reminded. It's not like I haven't been crazy before. Nanfeng said. I know how to deal with the relationship between madness and reason. You have to control the power of the Golden Dragon King first. If you can control this crazy power, I will believe you. Life said. The fundamental reason for the dragon god's madness is the crazy and destructive thoughts left in the Golden Dragon King. If Nanfeng wants to possess that body, he must accept those things. Although there are other ways to accommodate, Nanfeng must complete self-control while accepting those madness, so that he can control the power after the dragon god reappears. Otherwise, if he only obtains the power of the Golden Dragon King, when the dragon god reappears, there will still be new crazy evil thoughts. Okay. Nanfeng said. If you fail, I will let destruction kill you. Life said. As for Bibi Dong and Poseidon, I will help you save them. Nanfeng looked strange. You are a good person. I just feel a little sad that there are people like you who are willing to give up everything for a promise. Life said. If you can control that power, I can also be free. Liberation. Nanfeng was stunned. What do you mean? The burden of the God King is very tiring. Life looked at Destruction, who was besieging the Golden Dragon King, with complicated eyes. If possible, we just want to live our own lives. Chapter 230. A gun, a sword. Can't you just give up the throne? Nanfeng asked in confusion. No. Life shook his head. The God realm needs the God King of Life and the God King of Destruction. I know you have opinions about the management of the God realm, but if the God realm does not exist, the world you see will be a wasteland. What do you mean? Nanfeng asked. The God realm existed long before the dragon god was born, and the God realm was just a special plane from the beginning, and it did not have the responsibility of guiding those who became gods. Life said. During that time, there were no rules to restrict those who reached the divine realm. Our star field was almost in a state of chaos. You have reached the divine realm, so you should know that the divine realm and the mortal realm are two different concepts. No matter how powerful a mortal is, he is vulnerable in front of the gods. In that era, there were no gods under any control, traveling between different mortal planes, killing, destroying, and rioting. And the war between gods, that was the real wilderness. Until the dragon god ascended, he came to the divine plane where we are. The dragon god is very powerful, more powerful than Xiaozi and me, especially after he became the true dragon god. Even if all the god kings in the god realm were combined, they would not be able to compete with him. Later, the dragon god touched the taboo of the universe, he went crazy, and triggered a war in the god realm. As for what happened later, you also know that Shura killed the dragon god, the golden dragon king was sealed in the forbidden land of the gods, and the silver dragon king escaped in the chaos. After the riot, the two oldest god kings at that time, good and evil, stood up, united with me, Xiaozi, and Shura, established the God Realm Committee, and fought a long war. Shura killed countless uncontrolled gods, and our star field finally calmed down. Afterwards, the 5 of us, the God Kings, joined forces to suppress the entire star field we were in through the origin of the God Realm. Even if we ascended to the God Realm, as long as we did not leave the mortal realm, we would always be suppressed. Although we still had the power to crush the mortal realm strongmen, we had been severely suppressed in terms of destructive power. Only by ascending to the God realm can the power of God be truly exerted. The greatest significance of the existence of the God realm and the significance of the God realm committee is to let God stay in the God realm and not interfere in the mortal world. I know you have resentment towards the previous practices of the God realm, but even I will not change my attitude when it comes to the issue of the Dragon Clan. I have experienced a war and do not want to go through it again. The suppression of the God realm must exist, the God realm committee must exist, and the God king must exist. You have done so much in Douluo continent, you should understand what I mean. Gods are also people, just more powerful people. Just like countless strong men in the mortal realm stand on the heads of the weak and show off their power, so are gods. Gods are just powerful individuals and do not have any other responsibilities. Once the power beyond the specification descends on the chessboard, all good and evil, right and wrong will lose their meaning. Just as humans don't care whether the ants on the ground are right or wrong, gods don't care whether humans are right or wrong. Humans will decide the life and death of weaker lives according to their own will, and the gods cultivated by humans are the same. If there is no restriction from the divine world, these gods will also mess around like the strong men in the mortal world. The strong men in the mortal world have the same strong men to restrain them, but once the gods go to the mortal world, no one can resist them. Including the existence of the high priest of God, as a clergyman, they are not allowed to interfere in the mortal world. From the moment they take up the clergy, they can no longer interfere in the mortal world. Then why are you relieved when I succeed? Nanfeng asked in confusion. I won't take care of things, and I don't have the interest. You don't need to care. Life said. As long as the dragon god reappears, it will be enough to shock all the gods. The dragon god once could suppress all the gods alone. His existence controls everything. As long as everyone knows that the dragon god exists, they will not dare to act recklessly, and the god realm does not need to keep an eye on these things all day long. Besides, you should also know that there are many worlds outside the star field where we are. The planes outside the field will also have entanglements with our world due to some special circumstances. Those things are what the god realm needs to keep an eye on. But if the power of the dragon god reappears, not many people will dare to come. Okay. Nanfeng shrugged and turned to look at the half-dead golden dragon king. Let's start. Life took back control of the body, past the destruction of several people, and fell beside the golden dragon king. Goodness, do me a favor. Goodness was stunned. You. Help me break the soul of the golden dragon king. Life said. Okay. Goodness did not ask any more questions, and took action directly. A white light flashed, and the seriously injured golden dragon king's eyes began to blur. Xiaolu, what are you going to do? Destruction asked doubtfully. The one who controls the body now is not that Nanfeng, but Life. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Life said. Go in. Nanfeng didn't delay and rushed directly into the body of the golden dragon king. Roar. The broken golden dragon king's soul rioted again after sensing Nanfeng's invasion, and the power of the destruction god had dissipated, and he was about to perish with Nanfeng. With the impact of the two souls, the golden dragon king's body rushed into the sky again and began to twist crazily. Life, do you know what you are doing? Shura said in a deep voice. I know. Life looked up at the golden dragon king in the air. But it's time to end this worry. What if he goes crazy? Shura asked. Can you take responsibility? I left my mark on his soul. If he goes crazy, even if he reappears as the dragon god, I will die with him. At that time, the incomplete dragon god, with your strength, is enough to break him into pieces. Life said. Yushura was stunned. Why? Destruction stepped forward. Why are you doing this? I'm tired. Life looked at Destruction. Xiaozi, I'm really tired. For a long time, she was worried about the future of the god realm, the reappearance of the dragon god, and the madness that destroyed everything. Sometimes she would regret having taken on the responsibility of the god king. She wanted to throw it away, but she couldn't let it go. Roar. Accompanied by the roar, broken light burst out from the body of the golden dragon king, and the huge dragon body began to collapse and twist. Finally, it turned into an egg with flowing golden light and fell to the ground. Destruction tightly grasped Life's hand. I won't let anything happen to you. Is this a success or a failure? Poseidon asked in confusion. Shura glared at Poseidon. Goodness shattered the golden dragon king's soul, and now that kid is fusing the golden dragon king's body and his destruction godhead. Poseidon felt a little guilty. How long will it take? It depends on his ability. Goodness said. The golden dragon king's crazy evil thoughts are not so easy to suppress, and the dragon god has lost control. There are reasons for losing control. Evil said. If he hadn't suffered a big stimulus, the dragon god would not have lost control. Then you believe that he won't lose control? Shura said speechlessly. Don't forget what he did before. What did I do before? The gods turned their heads and looked at the huge dragon egg that began to crack. As the power of destruction dissipated, cracks soon covered the entire dragon egg. With a crisp sound of breaking, a strong and oppressive aura appeared in the perception of the gods. What a fool! The light slowly dissipated, and the reborn Nanfang appeared in everyone's sight. Except for the red eyes and a few light golden dragon scales attached to his body, Nanfang's appearance was not much different from before. He is stronger than the Golden Dragon King. Shura said in a deep voice. The Destruction Godhead itself is a God King level Godhead, but the Golden Dragon King has no brains and only knows how to mindlessly vent the impulse of violent destruction. He can't exert the true power of the Destruction Godhead at all, but now this kid is different. Don't be nervous, I'm not that idiot. Nanfang felt his own strength. But why do I feel like something is missing? The space suddenly exploded, and a golden light full of destructive breath flew into Nanfang's hand. Oh, right, the golden dragon spear. Nanfang looked at the spear in his hand. Sura, how about letting me try? Sura narrowed his eyes slightly. You. Boom. Before he finished speaking, Nanfang shot at him, and Shura drew his sword in time to block it, but was still blown away. A faint crack also appeared on the huge Shura blood sword. How is it possible? Shura looked at the blood sword in his hand in disbelief. He actually completely controlled the Destruction Godhead so quickly? What do you want to do? The evil people looked at Nanfang vigilantly. Don't be nervous. Nanfang threw the golden dragon spear in his hand, and it turned into a golden stream of light and merged into his body. He chopped me with a sword before, and I couldn't bear it. It's my business. Now, I stabbed him with a gun, and he was able to block it. That's his ability. I'm not magnanimous, but I'm not like some people who would kill themselves at every turn. You succeeded. Life asked. I can suppress that childish resentment. Nanfang shrugged. Crazy? Stop it. I used to be much crazier than him. I've always been the only one who led others astray, not others who led me astray. Don't you think so, Shura? Chapter 231 Constraints. Do you really want to revive the dragon god? Shura, who was blown away, flew back. What's wrong? Nanfang asked. You now have the power of the Golden Dragon King, which is enough to form a bondage between us. We won't attack you, and you can live the life you want. Why do you insist on reviving the dragon god? Shura really couldn't understand. What's the benefit for you? Do you know how big the risk is in resurrecting the dragon god? Once there is a problem, not only will you be devoured by the dragon god's consciousness, but the crazy dragon god will destroy everything. If the power of the dragon god can be controlled, they would have done it in the past. It's just a combination of the blood power of the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. If they really want it, it won't be a problem to turn the entire star field upside down in 1,000,000 years. But that power is too dangerous, they would rather that thing sleep forever. I promised them. Nanfang shrugged. You can't deny it, right? Sura frowned slightly. Now you are fully capable of living your own life with those soul beasts, and we won't care about you, but if you insist on reviving the dragon god, everything you have now may turn into nothing. Nanfang can suppress the crazy evil thoughts of the Golden Dragon King, which means he is no longer crazy. He is not crazy enough to attack such a guy who has lost interest in the secular world. Destroying the Godhead is very dangerous, more dangerous than destroying the Godhead. After all, it is the Godhead separated from the Dragon God. As long as Nanfang doesn't make trouble, he has no reason to attack this guy. It's easy to kill a brainless Golden Dragon King, but it's not easy to kill this guy. The fact that he can hide in the body of a living being means that his former abilities still exist, such as the unreasonable immunity to death and the terrifying recovery ability. Now with the blessing of the Golden Dragon King's terrifying body, he can't imagine how thick this guy's health bar is now. Even if they go together, they have to pay a huge price to kill this guy. And if a battle of this level breaks out in the God realm, I'm afraid it will be a repeat of the past. Since this guy is no longer the madman he was before, they naturally don't have to kill him at all costs. But Dragon God, that thing is too dangerous. Even if you succeed, you won't get anything, but if you fail, you will have nothing. Shura said. The power of the Dragon God exceeds the standard. From the moment of his birth, he has touched the rules. The dragon god is destined to be crazy. Moreover, just like destruction in life, once Nanfang gets that power, he will lose his freedom. This has nothing to do with his own will, but is the limitation of the rules of the universe. Okay, stop talking so much. I'm not going to be a dragon god, and I'm not interested in that. Nanfang said. I just reproduced that thing and used it. After using it, I will naturally deal with it. Use. Shura was stunned. Like life and destruction. Life and destruction were born after the origin of creation was broken. After they merged, they could burst out the power of creation. That power was even higher than the reward and punishment of good and evil, but it was not something that could be used casually. Tracing back to the origin is a very dangerous thing in itself. Even for the current life and destruction, to achieve that step, you have to give up almost everything you have. Otherwise. Nanfang asked back. You don't know what I've been through yet. Do you think I'm still interested in interfering? He has been crazy enough and is no longer interested in doing the things he did before. It's boring. But how can you be sure that you will be in control of the dragon god after he reappears? Shura said. What if you are swallowed by the dragon god's consciousness? The power of the dragon god is not the same as the power of the golden dragon king. Not sure. Nanfang shrugged. Are you crazy? Shura was speechless. Don't worry, I'm not crazy. Nanfang said. If I were crazy, I would fuck you to death now. Shura, he needs your power. Life said. Shura's divine power has the attribute of destroying everything, so he was able to split the dragon god back then. The dragon god just didn't resist at that time, but it was still Shura's own power to split the dragon god. Me? Shura was stunned. You want me to be the insurance? Of course, otherwise why do you think I wouldn't fuck you to death? Nanfang said. He didn't know if there was any risk in the power of the dragon god. If the dragon god's power reappeared, the dragon god's consciousness wanted to devour him, or if the Silver Dragon King had some backup plan and wanted to seize the control of the dragon god, it would be embarrassing. After all, the power of the dragon god belongs to the dragon clan. The Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King are the legitimate heirs, and he is just a person who got the power of the Golden Dragon King by a small trick. It's better to be safer. So you wanted to make it like this from the beginning? Poseidon said strangely. What else? Nanfang said. You don't think I want to get the body of the Golden Dragon King secretly, and then sneak to find the Silver Dragon King to merge, right? Please, I'm not that naive. The Silver Dragon King's resentment towards humans is real, and his resentment towards the God realm is also real. Once the power of the dragon god is revived, that guy will definitely think of revenge at the first time, and he knows nothing about the power of the dragon god, so it's impossible for him to gamble. Therefore, he had to achieve a balance between the god realm and the dragon clan. After solving the problems of soul beasts and humans, he would not care about them anymore. If you have this idea, I have a way. Xie said. Since the disappearance of the dragon god, they have been thinking about how to deal with the reappearance of the dragon god. Originally, they wanted this mark was to be imposed on the Golden Dragon King, but now that the Golden Dragon King is gone, or in other words, Nanfang has become the new Golden Dragon King, this method is still effective. The good and evil thoughts that I merged with Shan Liang, plus Shura's power of judgment, as long as we prepare in advance, even if the dragon god reappears, we can forcibly cut the dragon god apart like before. Evil said. But you have to accept this mark voluntarily. Whatever. Nanfang shrugged. Shan Liang raised his eyebrows. Aren't you worried that we will do something dirty? You should know that this move of ours is enough to completely kill the Golden Dragon King, and it is an instant kill. Shura's eyes twitched slightly. He really doesn't worry. Immune to lethal damage. This guy's former soul skills have now become divine skills under the support of the God King level divine power. It is enough to kill the Golden Dragon King in seconds and forcibly cut the Dragon God's sword of judgment. Facing this guy, it is likely that only part of his divine power will be consumed at one time. Before the divine power is completely consumed, no one can kill this guy now. But are you willing to be held hostage? Shan Liang was a little skeptical. If Nanfan can control the power of the dragon god, he will be the most powerful god. Once he accepts this mark, if Nanfan wants to use the power of the dragon god to do something that harms the god realm, they are fully capable of forcibly chopping the dragon god apart. It is impossible to kill him, but they still have the ability to chop the dragon god apart together. I say again, I have no interest in the power of the dragon god. Nanfan said. If I hadn't been tricked by someone before, I would have promised the Silver Dragon King to help her. Now I should have opened a silver party on the Sea God Island. Bibi Dong's face darkened. Open a silver party? Now that I can't beat you, you don't pretend anymore, right? Chapter 232 Return to the Lake of Life. This is deep in the Xingda Great Forest, the Lake of Life. Feeling a call from the blood, the sleeping Silver Dragon King suddenly woke up. My lord, this power is Emperor Tian's expression changed drastically. Dragon King. The Dragon King's aura is much stronger than his. It rushed down to Douluo continent. He's not dead yet. Silver Dragon King's mind was a little confused. The Golden Dragon King was sealed in the forbidden land of the gods. There are 5 god kings in the god realm. That guy can't escape. The only possibility is that Nanfang did it. My lord, with this power, the dragon god Emperor Tian couldn't suppress his excitement. As long as the dragon god reappears, the blood power of the Soul Beast clan will usher in an explosive increase. Especially the dragon clan, a pure-blooded real dragon like him can almost ascend on the spot. No Silver Dragon King sighed. I am seriously injured and my godhood has fallen. Now I don't have the power to call the dragon god with the Golden Dragon King. Besides, the Golden Dragon King is crazy. That guy successfully escaped and rushed down to Douluo continent. I'm afraid. He wants to devour me. She wants to revive the dragon god. This is almost a mission engraved on her dragon soul. But she doesn't want to revive the crazy dragon god. Because the crazy dragon god will not bring revival to the dragon clan, nor to the Soul Beast clan. He will only destroy everything. What should we do now? Tian said anxiously. If the Golden Dragon King devours the Silver Dragon King, the revived dragon god will be dominated by crazy thoughts. This is a disaster for everyone. I didn't expect he could actually do this. The Silver Dragon King said with a complicated look. If I had known earlier, I should have reminded him that even if I couldn't break the Golden Dragon King's soul, I should have borrowed the power of the God Realm to severely injure the Golden Dragon King, otherwise I wouldn't be able to seize the dominant position with that guy. She had never expected Nanfang from the beginning, and she didn't expect Nanfang to really rush to the God Realm and go to the God Forbidden Land to release the Golden Dragon King. She just wasn't sure she could deal with Bibi Dong, and everything related to the Dragon Clan was a taboo for the Shura god. Nanfang carried the dragon souls of 2 dragon kings, and Bibi Dong stood with Nanfang. Once Nanfang became a god and was discovered by Shura, these 2 guys would be killed by Shura. By then, no one would know that she was hiding here. My lord, the breath of the Golden Dragon King is about to fall into the Star Do Great Forest. Tian said nervously. Or, you run first, and I'll stop him. Stop. The Silver Dragon King sighed. He can kill you with one move, why stop me? Besides, my blood will attract the Golden Dragon King, I can't escape. She couldn't escape the Golden Dragon King's control after her godhood fell. That guy had been sealed in the God Realm for so long, and now his mind was full of thoughts of integrating all the blood power, filling the gap, and then hiding, waiting for recovery, and calling the Dragon God's throne. Boom! A huge black shadow fell on the Lake of Life and headed straight for the dimensional space at the bottom of the lake. Lord, you run first. Emperor Tian quickly recovered his true body and went to meet him. Run? What are you running for? Emperor Tian stopped in the air and looked up at the familiar figure that broke through the dimensional space and rushed in. Nanfang. Nanfang smashed down without slowing down at all, almost smashing the entire space. Sorry, I rushed too hard. Nanfang stood up from the deep pit. The blood power of the Golden Dragon King is stronger than his. He is even more powerful than imagined. The suppression of the planes by the God Realm on the mortal world has no effect on him. The Destruction Godhead is even more terrifying. He can easily break the plane channel. After he left the Forbidden Land of the Gods, he sensed the breath of the Silver Dragon King and rushed down directly by feeling. This feeling of rushing around is really cool. Fuck your brain. You occupy the body of the Golden Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King was stunned. It doesn't count as occupation. Nanfang stood up from the ground. The Golden Dragon King has actually been beaten to death. I just absorbed the energy of the Golden Dragon King's divine core and his blood power, and merged these powers into my own body. This body is mine, not the body of the Golden Dragon King. Of course, I am now the new Golden Dragon King. goodness, evil, and destruction. When those three guys surrounded and beat the Golden Dragon King, they killed him. Later, kindness broke the Golden Dragon King's soul, and life gave his soul a terrifying life force. Strictly speaking, he devoured the Golden Dragon King, not robbed the Golden Dragon King's body. You succeeded. The Silver Dragon King looked at Nanfang in disbelief. Of course, didn't I say that? Nanfang said. I won't make promises casually, but if I say it, I will try my best to do it, unless I lose interest in this matter. Then the God Realm, the Silver Dragon King's mind was a little confused. Even if Nanfang successfully seized the power of the Golden Dragon King, it would be impossible for him to escape from the God Realm under the hands of the 5 God Kings of the God Realm. It's not that she looked down on the Golden Dragon King, nor that she overestimated the God Realm, but the gap is so big. Not to mention the kindness, evil, and life destruction, which can launch a fusion attack. Just one Shura God can chop the Golden Dragon King into a grandson. Don't worry about the God Realm for the time being. Now we have to hurry up. Nanfang stepped forward, picked up the Silver Dragon King, jumped up, and smashed towards the sky. What are you going to do? Silver Dragon King asked in confusion. Summon the Dragon God. Nanfang said. But my godhood has fallen, and I can't summon the Dragon God. Silver Dragon King said. I have to wait until I recover. Silver Dragon King looked at Nanfang, who had input a lot of life force into him, with a confused face. This purest life force, the God of life? What did you do? Silver Dragon King asked. Why do you have the power of the God of life? She lent it to me. Nanfang said. Why would she lend you this power? Silver Dragon King's eyes changed slightly. You have already stood with the God Realm. Nanfang raised his eyebrows. Why, do you still want to resist me? Don't think I don't know how you calculated me before. Baiji and Ziji are just little spies you sent to monitor me. Silver Dragon King never believed him from the beginning. This guy wanted to use the hand of Shura God to destroy him and Bibi Dong. After all, Shura would not ask too many questions when he saw something related to the Dragon King. He would just chop it up. Kill him first and then investigate slowly. Later, Baiji and Ziji followed Bibi Dong to the Sea God Island to see if she would reveal the matter of the Lake of Life. The Silver Dragon King's face changed. They betrayed me. Don't say it so harshly. What do you mean by betrayal? Nanfang's eyes condensed, and the Destruction Godhead exerted force again, directly breaking the divine power blockade outside the Douluo star, and at the same time breaking the space in front of him, and jumped in with the Silver Dragon King. After passing through a short period of space turbulence, the two appeared in an unfamiliar star field. Ziji is straightforward. When she was on the Sea God Island, she saw my ghost look and felt embarrassed to hide it, so she told me. Nanfang said. As for Bridget, don't you know what kind of person she is? She has been feeling guilty since the beginning, especially after she went to the Sea God Island. I went into her dream twice and sent another dream, and she cried and told me the story. But I fought for you, and you treated me like this. The Silver Dragon King lowered his head with a guilty conscience. You guys, Nanfang sighed. You just like to judge others by your own standards. Chapter 233 Fusion of Bloodline. Forget it, I won't talk to you about these things. Nanfang put the Silver Dragon King down. How to call the Dragon God throne. Before the Dragon God was broken, he gave all his wisdom, including the information about calling the Dragon God throne and other heritage of the Dragon clan, to the Silver Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King is just an idiot with crazy thoughts and nothing else. He has searched through the Golden Dragon King's memory, and there is no information about the Dragon God throne. Merge the blood power of the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King, and call for the cosmic catastrophe like you did before, and the Dragon God's throne will reappear. The Silver Dragon King said. But what's wrong? Nanfang asked. If the Dragon God reappears, we may disappear. The Silver Dragon King said. The Dragon God's will is too strong. If he wants to devour us, we can't resist. Are you afraid? Nanfang asked. No. The Silver Dragon King shook his head. Resurrecting the Dragon God is my mission. Even if I disappear because of this, I will not step back. But, you. Sorry. Nanfang has done this for a promise, she can't. I'll keep lying. I thought you wouldn't care about my life or death. Nanfang said. The Silver Dragon King didn't say anything. The opportunity to revive the Dragon God was right in front of her. She shouldn't have hesitated. But she did hesitate. Fortunately, you still have a conscience. Nanfang took out the Rakshasa demon spear hidden on her body. Otherwise, you would have been stabbed by this thing. Goodness and evil were still worried that the Silver Dragon King would make trouble, so before he set off, the two of them worked together to help Bibi Dong refine and upgrade the 8-spider spear, turning it into this Rakshasa demon spear, barely reaching the level of a super artifact. If he judged that the Silver Dragon King was only thinking about revenge, then he would directly stab her body with this thing. This thing could not only devour the Silver Dragon King's bloodline power, but also her creation godhead. The Silver Dragon King was stunned. Forget it, let's use my method. Nanfang put away the Rakshasa demon spear. Your power has not yet fully recovered, and you have barely reached the true god level. Even if you merge with me, you cannot call upon the power of the Dragon God, so you must first reach the God King level. It does not mean that the fusion of the blood power of the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King can give birth to a true Dragon God. The Dragon God also cultivated step by step. Although the simple fusion of the two powers will make it stronger, the effect is only slightly better than the martial soul fusion technique, and it is far from a qualitative change. Only when the power of the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King has reached the God King level, can the fusion be carried out in this case to call upon the power of the Dragon God to appear. What is your method? The Silver Dragon King looked puzzled. What method? Give me your Silver Dragon Spear. Nanfang took out the Golden Dragon Spear. The Silver Dragon King hesitated for a moment, but still did it. What do you want to do? Experiment first. Nanfang put the two spears together and activated his fusion power. Under the confused gaze of the Silver Dragon King, the Golden Dragon Spear containing the destructive power of the Golden Dragon King gradually merged with her Silver Dragon Spear. It turned into a brand new spear with colorful light. This thing should be called Dragon God Spear. Nanfang said strangely. There was no repulsion between the two forces, so he could easily fuse them together. Like the Golden Dragon Spear, the Silver Dragon Spear was the manifestation of part of the power of the two Dragon Kings. However, the two things were just a simple fusion now, and there was still something missing. Well, I have a question. Nanfang looked a little unnatural. You feel it? The Silver Dragon King's eyes were a little evasive. So awesome. Nanfang said strangely. It was okay just now, but the longer the contact, the stronger his body's desire for the Silver Dragon King. Is this the power of blood instinct? These two forces are originally one. The Silver Dragon King said. It's normal to want to merge after contact. Besides, you merged my Silver Dragon Spear, which is equivalent to merging part of our power. So, this attraction is strengthened. In other words, no matter who has this blood power, you will react. Nanfang said. The Silver Dragon King was stunned and lowered his head with a complicated look. It's better to cut it off. Nanfang's mind moved, and he used a little of the judgment power imposed on him by the Shura God, cutting off the mutual attraction between the two blood powers. In just a moment, the feeling of being entangled and unable to help getting close in the last second completely disappeared. The Silver Dragon King also sensed it, and raised his head with a complicated look. Do you hate this feeling? I never succumb to instinct. Nanfang said. Nothing can control me, not even the so-called life instinct. I will only do what I want to do, because I want to do it, not be done by others. You hate me, don't you? The Silver Dragon King lowered his head with mixed feelings. Hate? Why? Nanfang asked in confusion. Shura almost killed me, and I don't hate him, let alone hate him. Why should I hate you? Then why do you want to cut off this connection? The Silver Dragon King asked. I said, I just hate this feeling of being dominated. Nanfang said. How long have I fought against the so-called instinct? I almost gambled everything and abandoned everything. I won. Now, it is impossible for me to be dominated by this ridiculous blood instinct. If you want a Golden Dragon King, I can give you one after this matter is over. Nanfang said no more and gathered the power of destruction into the Dragon God Spear in his hand. A destructive aura quickly gathered in the universe, just like before in Wuhan City. However, this time the power was stronger. Get ready. Nanfang poured all his strength into the power of destruction and threw the spear in his hand into the gathering thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation that had just gathered was instantly shattered by the Dragon God Spear, and an even more terrifying aura followed closely and enveloped the heads of the two. Nanfang took back the Dragon God spear and thrust it into his body. The Silver Dragon King suddenly came back to his senses. What are you doing? You will see it soon. Nanfang looked at the twisted and changing thunder tribulation. Strange aura, this thing should be the Dragon God's throne. However, the little power in his body is not enough to pull that thing over. It's your turn. Nanfang looked at the Silver Dragon King and stretched out his right hand. I will only fuse for a short time. After the job is done, I will release the fusion state. The Silver Dragon King stretched out his hand with a complicated look and grabbed Nanfang. Thank you. Chapter 234 You have to pay for killing someone. So soon separated. In the God realm, after sensing the terrifying Dragon God's aura, Shura and others had originally prepared for Nanfang to come to the God realm to make a scene, but just when they were ready to fight, the Dragon God's aura seemed to flash and disappeared. This guy. Shura didn't quite understand. Is it really that he saw it wrong? But what can he do in that short time just now? Destruction asked doubtfully. The blood power of the Soul Beast clan has been activated again. Said Evil. Douluo Star, a Dragon King is going to become a god. That's all. Said Shura indifferently. Except for the Dragon clan, the Soul Beast clan does not have the qualifications to become a god. Even in the Dragon God period, there were not many Soul Beast clan masters who became gods. And the Soul Beast clan is concentrated on Douluo Star, and there are only so many in total. But the strong men of mankind come from countless worlds, and both the quantity and quality are far from comparable to the Soul Beast clan. Occasionally, a strong man who ascends to the realm of gods will be born among countless people in 100 years of human life. The Soul Beast clan is so few in number and has a long lifespan. It's okay to make trouble in the mortal world, but it can't be compared with the human race. The human race has a low lower limit and a high upper limit. The Soul Beast clan has a high starting point, but the upper limit is very difficult to break. It is precisely because human life is short that so many miracles can be created in 100 years. But once life becomes infinite, just like the gods who ascended to the God realm, except for a few, there is basically no progress. He and Poseidon want to inherit the throne and leave, and they also want to go one step further. If they continue to stay in the God realm, they can no longer move forward. Even if the blood power of the Soul Beast clan is stimulated and becomes powerful, it can only affect a few people with high blood strength. Boom! A burst of golden light broke through the restrictions of the God realm and smashed down directly, triggering the invasion alarm of the God realm. The evil people were confused. Can't you go through the front door? Sorry, although I really want to go through the front door, my body is a little out of control. Nanfang stood up from the deep pit. My mind is a little confused. That crazy thought, it appeared again. Shura said. If you maintain the form of the Dragon God for a while longer, that madness will have a greater impact on you. The Dragon God's will of destruction is not extreme, nor is it wrong, it is correct. Correct on a cosmic scale. For the universe to develop, it needs creation, and it also needs destruction. Creation is the Dragon God's duty, and so is destruction. But the Dragon God's will of destruction is obviously stronger, so after being stimulated, he will lose control. The same is true for Nanfang. Although this guy has returned to normal, it does not mean that the madness in this guy's heart has completely disappeared. He can see that Nanfang can only suppress it. He shifted his attention away. But after merging with the Dragon God, that terrifying will of destruction will bring out Nanfang's disgust for this world. He will have an uncontrollable desire to destroy this world and reshape this world. This seemingly normal guy has never changed. Okay, you know it, don't say it out to ruin the atmosphere. Nanfang patted his head. The destructive intention of the Dragon God is completely different from that of the Golden Dragon King. That thing does not have any selfish desires, it is the purest destruction. Just like the various natural celestial bodies and spatial changes in the universe. It is natural, not individual will. So this is not a question of balance or imbalance. After merging with the Dragon God, he is equivalent to merging the idea of destruction into himself, and the things in his mind are hooked out. If the fusion is not resolved, he will start to destroy the world. By the way, pass your godhood to her. Nanfang looked at Shura and pointed at Bibi Dong. Don't talk nonsense, if you don't give it to me, I will fuse the Dragon God to kill you. Brother, do what you say. Shura's expression stagnated, Do you think I will be threatened by this? No, so Nanfeng took out the dragon god gun. I plan to stab you to death myself. Nanfeng, calm down, don't be impulsive. Poseidon came up to stop the fight. Don't worry, I'm calm. Nanfeng said. Just now, it was a public matter, and the public matter has been resolved. Now, it's a private matter between him and me. I'm not magnanimous. If he can hand over the throne, I won't pursue the previous things, but if he doesn't hand it over. Fuck you. You have to pay for killing people. The gods were silent. Nanfeng was justified, and they really couldn't say anything. Shura attacked Nanfeng because of the Dragon King. It was a public matter. But Shura's private enforcement of the law against Nanfeng was somewhat personal. Ahem, don't get excited, don't get excited, Dragon God has solved such a big thing, don't fight over this. Goodness and evil stood up to persuade people. Evil pulled Shura away, and goodness came to persuade Nanfeng. Shura, I think his proposal is acceptable. Evil said. Shura frowned, what do you mean? If the Shura throne is given to Bibi Dong, they will be in chaos in the god realm. Bibi Dong doesn't care about anything. For Nanfeng, this crazy woman can rush directly to the god realm and risk her life to destroy the seal of the god forbidden land. If that woman reaches the god king level, what kind of mess will the god realm be in the future? No, listen to me. Evil said. Didn't you want to inherit the throne and leave? Now Poseidon has inherited the throne of the sea god. It's just right. You can take this opportunity to do the same. Listen to me first. This is not only your personal matter, but also for the stability of the god realm in the future. Evil interrupted. Sura's eyes twitched slightly. If the throne of Shura is given to Bibi Dong, will the god realm still be stable? Of course. Evil said. The stability of the dragon god needs the three of us to ensure it, and Nanfeng himself needs it too. But, what is the relationship between the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King? Sura was stunned. What is the relationship between Bibi Dong and the Silver Dragon King? Evil said. Rival in love. Nanfeng is now the Golden Dragon King, and the mutual attraction between him and the Silver Dragon King is absolute. Can Bibi Dong bear it? Definitely not. And in the state of the Dragon God, who knows if Nanfeng will accidentally lose control? When problems arise, the one who can cut the Dragon God must be someone who can make the Dragon God sober for a short time, and someone who the Dragon God will not kill. Who is the safest supervisor of the Dragon God that Nanfeng has transformed into? Of course it is Bibi Dong. Only Bibi Dong. The relationship between these two people is so damn special. Moreover, there is a conflict between Bibi Dong and the Silver Dragon King, but Bibi Dong does not have the strength to compete with the Silver Dragon King, and cannot beat Nanfeng. In the following development, she will definitely be at a disadvantage and easy to lose balance. But what if Bibi Dong has the strength to compete with Nanfeng and the Silver Dragon King? The balance is back. Nanfeng himself knows this. He once felt the power of the Dragon God and knew very well that the idea of destruction was not extreme at all. That thing was extremely pure. As long as Nanfeng himself has a little desire for destruction in his heart, it will be infinitely magnified by that power. He didn't want to do that, so he thought about finding a limit for himself. Chapter 235 The Soul Ring disappears. Great Worshipper, something went wrong. Martial Soul City, Angel Temple. What happened? Qian Daoliu opened his eyes. Recently, the martial soul temples in various places reported that the soul masters went to hunt soul beasts, but they could not obtain soul rings. Golden Crocodile said. Qian Daoliu was stunned. What do you mean? The soul rings born after the death of the soul beast cannot be absorbed. Golden Crocodile said. If a soul master tries to pull the soul ring, it will explode. 100-year soul rings are okay. As long as you try to pull and absorb them, they will explode, but 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings will explode when they are halfway attached. In that case, no matter what soul master explodes, he will explode and die directly. Qian Daoliu frowned. Is it all like this? Yes. Golden Crocodile said. This is the news reported by the spirit halls in various places. Now no one dares to hunt spirit rings or kill spirit beasts. Because the explosion of that kind of spirit ring is far more powerful than the corresponding spirit skills. It is more like the explosion of the Haoshan sect, or even more thorough. The energy in the spirit ring is all burst out at once. The power is extremely terrifying. Many people have been killed. Many places say that this is God's punishment. Human spirit masters can no longer practice from now on. And what else? Qian Daoliu asked. Some people say that this is Nanfeng's curse. Jin Yu said. Why? What does this have to do with him? Qian Daoliu asked in confusion. Because Nanfeng has said more than once in public that human beings will eventually suffer the consequences of killing spirit beasts. Jin Yu said. If humans think this wrong way is right, then be prepared to bear the price of this rightness. Moreover, many people know that Nanfeng has many soul beasts around him, so many people believe it. Qian Daoliu frowned. What else happened? Golden Crocodile hesitated. Since it is no longer possible to obtain soul rings, now there are rumors everywhere that soul masters are about to disappear, and the violent organizations standing above everyone's heads are about to collapse, and Douluo continent is about to usher in a real liberation. Nanfeng is right. This must be Nanfeng's doing. It is Nanfeng's heroic spirit that blesses them. Even in many places, temples dedicated to Nanfeng have appeared. They firmly believe that soul masters have no future. A profession that is about to become extinct is no longer worthy of their respect or worship. The civilians have begun to rebel. The reason why soul masters can become a respected profession is because of the power of soul masters, the privileges of soul masters, and the core of the soul master class supported by the entire grassroots. But now, soul masters are about to disappear. Even those who want to become soul masters, their road is completely cut off. They can't become a privileged class, and have completely lost the hope of becoming a privileged class. Those people no longer have any concerns. How did the two empires deal with it? Qian Daoliu asked. Nothing was done. Jin Yu said. The two empires are originally a mixed management system. The disappearance of soul masters has little impact on them. Soul masters are a minority after all, but the operation of the two empires requires a large number of managers, so from the beginning, a large part of the management level of the two empires is not soul masters. After all, the work of officials is complicated, soul masters need to spend a lot of time practicing, and the profession of soul masters makes money quickly, and there are not many soul masters who would think about getting promoted and making money. Therefore, most of the officials in the two empires are not soul masters. Now, the disappearance of soul rings has the greatest impact on these large soul master sects in the Wuhan Hall. Among the soul master sects, the one that is least affected is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. For that group of businessmen, the power of soul masters is only to ensure the safety of business transactions, and they will not be forcibly broken by soul masters with powerful power. Moreover, for auxiliary soul master sects such as the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the power of soul masters is not an important factor. The essence of business is transaction, and strong and excessive power has a very unstable negative impact on transactions. And the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is a big family, not those nouveau riches who get rich by one or two transactions. They care more about the long-term flow. It is no exaggeration to say that without powerful soul masters, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect can develop better. Because they don't need to spend more energy on preventing excessive power from breaking transactions. The less effort, the more profit. Now, many soul masters of the Wuhan Hall are jumping to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The power of soul masters has lost its long-term nature, and their descendants can no longer become soul masters. The soul master class that is about to be beaten by everyone urgently needs to gather together for warmth. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect is both a soul master sect and a business organization. Joining at this time is their last resort to gain more benefits. Without power, at least there is money. No soul master riot. Qian Daoliu asked in confusion. Not all soul masters rely on soul master organizations. A large number of soul masters are idle personnel. In such a chaotic period, won't those guys make trouble? Yes, but the impact is not great. Jin Yu said. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect seems to have been prepared. They have prepared a large number of weapons in various places. Once a soul master makes trouble, they will directly distribute weapons and let those leaders who have been prepared early lead the civilians to shoot arrows. Those soul masters who intended to fish in troubled waters are now all cut into pieces and hung on the streets. Soul masters will bleed, soul masters will be afraid, soul masters will die, and soul masters are no longer high and mighty. Aren't they afraid of the soul masters dying counterattack? Qian Daoliu asked. The powerful weapons developed today can indeed cause fatal injuries to soul masters, but only when the soul masters are not prepared. If they face off head-on, those weapons will cost a huge price to cause fatal damage to soul masters. Moreover, ordinary people do not have soul skills. Once the soul master releases soul skills, they can only wait for death. It is not that there have been no resistances from the civilian class in the history of Douluo continent, but each time it was just a lot of noise but little rain. They just made a fuss and died a few people before they quieted down. Even the soul beasts with no brains would be afraid when facing a powerful soul master, let alone humans. I was afraid before, and I am afraid now, but Jin Crocodile's face was a little unnatural. Great priest, you know what Nanfang did. One person's power is not enough, but 100, 1,000, 10,000, if not killed, at least tired the opponent to death. In the past, people would not take this seriously, but now those soul guides have given them the power to kill high-level soul masters. With hope, those people are crazy. Once the slaves' shackles are opened, it is difficult to put them back on. Chapter 236 Return to Sea God Island. Did they succeed? On Sea God Island, after hearing about the recent changes in the sea soul beasts, Shuedi and the others roughly guessed what happened. Because their bloodline power has suddenly strengthened recently, Dityan, who is in the Stardo Great Forest, has directly survived the great tribulation of becoming a god and has now reached the true god level. In addition to his own pure-blooded true dragon characteristics, he directly ascended to the height of a first-level god. However, the situation is unclear now. After a short trip to the vicinity of Sea God Island, Dityan returned to the Lake of Life. Recently, the more powerful the soul beast, the greater the breakthrough. Several soul beasts of 100,000 years have appeared in the Xingda Great Forest, and the same is true for sea soul beasts. There is only one explanation for this situation: the dragon god has really reappeared. But why hasn't he come back yet? Bing did worried. Could something have happened? The power of the dragon god is very dangerous. The Silver Dragon King told them before, and Bai Ji and Zig also said that the Silver Dragon King never expected Nanfang to succeed. It should be that the matter of the god realm has not been resolved yet. Shuedi said. The dragon god has reappeared, no, so nothing will happen. Not necessarily, he may be swallowed by the will of the dragon god. Zig said. Everyone's expression froze. Do you have to say this at this time? Is that all I have in your mind? Nanfang's strange voice suddenly sounded from behind. Zig was stunned and turned around. You really became the Dragon King. Before, it was just the breath of the dragon soul, but now Nanfang, his whole body is full of an extremely pure breath of the Dragon King. This feeling, the legendary Golden Dragon King. Strange, seeing that I am still alive, shouldn't you all be stunned first, and then rush up to hug me and cry? Nanfang said strangely. You have only this reaction. Is it really you? Shuedi looked at Nanfang in front of him in disbelief. To be honest, except for the similar appearance, everything else is completely different. It feels like a completely different person to them. Who has a brain bag that would pretend to be me? Nanfang complained. Does he have a good reputation? The God realm wants to kill him, and now countless soul masters in Douluo continent want to kill him. There is no one with a worse reputation than him. Did you do the soul ring thing? Shuedi asked. No. Nanfang shook his head. The Silver Dragon King did it. I originally wanted to eliminate the soul ring directly, but she felt that it was left to the soul beast clan by the first generation of dragon gods and should not be eliminated. However, in order to change the irreconcilable relationship between humans and soul beasts, humans must not absorb soul beast soul rings. My suggestion is that whoever kills will have his soul ring blown up, but she said that in that case, the carnivorous soul beasts inside the soul beast will be finished. So, it was changed to whoever absorbs the soul ring will be blown up. Low-H soul rings still have a tolerance rate. As long as you try to pull them, they will explode. However, high-H soul rings are all human soul masters who have already absorbed soul rings. Naturally, there is no need to show mercy. Therefore, when the soul rings are half absorbed and fused with the martial soul to a certain degree, they will trigger the final counterattack of the soul beast's resentment. When the soul ring explodes in that situation, no matter what level of soul master, it will explode on the spot. It perfectly solves the shortcoming that the soul ring explosion power is not enough to kill high-level soul masters. You thought of this kind of trick, right? Bingdi said strangely. Nonsense. Nanfan was full of righteousness. I just made a suggestion. The real operator is the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King knows the soul beasts best. At that time, there was only so much time, and the Silver Dragon King was the fastest to operate. At most, he helped a little in the soul ring explosion. Use the principle of the Haoshan sex ring explosion directly, cancel all advantages, and maximize the disadvantages. One explosion kills one. You really don't plan to give me a warm hug? Nanfang looked at the still indifferent Xuedi and his group with a strange look. A little scared. Xuedi said. Everyone nodded. It's not a little scared, it's very scared. The aura on Nanfang is too scary now. Don't even mention hugging him, not turning around and running away is their greatest respect. The Golden Dragon King is a symbol of destruction. Even the Dragon Clan dare not offend you. Uzig looked strange. You are now an extremely dangerous hedgehog to us. She was a little panicked. Humans were fine, but soul beasts could feel the terrifying suppression from the top of the food chain on Nanfang more clearly. It was like a rabbit facing the top predator in the Star Do Great Forest. Not running away was really the limit. Dad! A swift figure rushed through the crowd and jumped onto Nanfang. Everyone was confused. What the hell? This rabbit is so brave. How dare he come up? Aren't you afraid? Nanfang looked at Xiaowu who was coiled on him in confusion. No. Xiaowu looked at Nanfang with excitement. Then why are they afraid of me? Nanfang asked in confusion. He had suppressed his breath to the lowest level, and almost hid all the power of the Dragon King in his body, without any leakage. No, how come you titled Douluo? Nanfang was confused. You opened it. When he left, the rabbit was still a soul king. Open. Xiaowu looked strange. Do you know how long you have been away? How long? Nanfang asked in confusion. He merged with the dragon god and ran to the star field outside the god realm, and introduced more divine energy and expanded the god realm. He didn't know how long he stayed there. 7 years. Xiaowu said. Nanfang. 7 years. He didn't stay in the god realm for that long. We went outside the god realm. The time and space at that location are very unstable. It's just that you are too strong, and time can't pass through your body, so you can't feel anything. The Silver Dragon King suddenly appeared not far away. Moreover, when the dragon god was merged, the overly strong energy triggered a black hole. The time flow in our area is very slow. You feel that only a moment has passed, but outside, it has actually passed. For a long time. Oh, Nanfang nodded and put Xiaowu on the ground. No wonder I feel you've become prettier, you've grown up. Prettier? Xiaowu was stunned. Really? At least you're not the little brat you used to be. Nanfang touched Xiaowu's bunny head. Title Douluo should be that you have completely become a human, so you can't sense the suppression of the soul beast bloodline on me. Even though he had tried his best to retract his breath, Xuedi and the others were too strong and had strong perception, so they could sense his danger. But Xiaowu was free from the suppression of the soul beast bloodline. Although she had reached the title Douluo, her perception was not too strong, so she was not afraid of him. No, what are you doing down here? Nanfang turned his head suddenly and looked at the Silver Dragon King. Didn't I give you a golden dragon? After fusing with the dragon god, he separated a part of his power and created a new pure-blooded golden dragon to be the child husband of the Silver Dragon King. Shouldn't this guy be playing cultivation in the god realm now? What do you think I am? The Silver Dragon King frowned slightly. Create a golden dragon for her? Is that what she needs? A hungry and thirsty female dragon. Nanfang said. Chapter 237 Dangerous Jianrongxiu. Dad, how could you say that to me just now? The Silver Dragon King, whose defense was broken by Nanfang's words, left. The Snow Emperor and his party were still a little uncomfortable with Nanfang's breath for the time being. In addition, as the top combat power of the Soul Beast clan, they had to discuss the next Soul Beast clan issue with the Silver Dragon King, so they followed him. Hulina and the others were in retreat and didn't know he was back. Only Xiaowu and Airo were left. What did I say? Nanfang said. Isn't it true? What she needs is the Golden Dragon King, not me, but I can't give all the power of the Golden Dragon King to her, so I can only create a golden dragon for her. Xiaowu looked strange. Can't you see that she is very angry? I know. Nanfeng said. I even know that she has a strange feeling for me. Then why do you? Xiaowu didn't understand. Just because she likes me, I have to like her. Nanfeng asked. Because she is beautiful and powerful, I have to like her. What kind of bandit logic is this? I only know that she wanted to kill me before, even if I was helping her. But she doesn't have it now. Aro said. Everyone can see it, after all, the look in the eyes of the Silver Dragon King looking at Nanfeng is very obvious. Love or not, this kind of thing can really be seen at a glance, and it can't be hidden at all. Are you afraid of being stabbed? Xiaowu said strangely. Bibi Dong is even on guard against Poseidon. Not to mention the Silver Dragon King. Even she, a girl, thinks the Silver Dragon King is beautiful. Can Bibi Dong tolerate it? There is a part of the reason. Nanfeng said. But not all, the main reason is that I am still angry and don't want to talk about those things. Oh. Xiaowu nodded. It will be fine after a while. What about her? Aro asked. Why didn't she come back with you? She is a formally ascended god, with a system, how can she leave whenever she wants like me? Nanfeng said. Bibi Dong and Poseidon are now considered gods in the system of the god realm, and cannot leave the god realm at will, and now Bibi Dong is inheriting the Shura god position, so she can't leave in a short time. Poseidon can come down, after all, the sea god island is the inheritance place of the sea god. What are you now? Xiaowu asked curiously. Uncle. Nanfeng said. Anyway, no one dares to control me, and they can't beat me. In a one-on-one fight, no one in the god realm can be my opponent now. After fusing with the dragon god, the blood power of the Golden Dragon King in his body also changed a little, and he also got some things from the Silver Dragon King, which was considered an exchange. The Silver Dragon King got his physical strength, and he also got the space element abilities of the Silver Dragon King. Of course, he only had those powers, not the same level as the Silver Dragon King. What about humans? Xiaowu asked. Humans can't absorb soul rings, are you really going to exterminate soul masters? Exterminate what? It's just that the soul rings of soul beasts can't be absorbed. Nanfeng said. There are angel gods on the mainland and sea gods on the sea. It's not that there is no way to get soul rings. Of course, if you absorb the soul rings bestowed by God, you must be subject to some restrictions. For example, soul masters who know how to be brave and fierce all day long, what they should and can't do. For example, those who have made great contributions to human society can get a divine martial spirit. Not much impact. Not much impact. Xiaowu looked strange. Do you know what the Douluo continent is like now? The soul masters who were once high and mighty have now become inferior people. All the major soul master sects have closed their doors and closed their doors. I know. Nanfeng said. I have a temple, but there are many people who scold me. I can sense it. Non-soul masters are basically praising him, soul masters are basically scolding him, those who aspire to become soul masters, those who are about to become soul masters, and those who have just become soul masters are also scolding him. Don't you care about it? Aro said. What do you care about? Nanfeng hugged Xiaowu and lay down. The civilian class, which has been oppressed for tens of thousands of years, has just exploded now. Besides, if you insist, I am now the Golden Dragon King, the god of soul beasts, and human affairs have nothing to do with me. I don't even bother to take care of soul beasts, you expect me to take care of humans. But what about your believers? Aru said. My believers? Nanfeng couldn't help laughing. Where do I get believers from? I never asked them to believe in me, let alone make any promises to them. I only taught them one thing from beginning to end, that people can only rely on themselves in the end. I am just a slogan for them, a righteous slogan that allows them to unite in name to compete with the soul master class for interests. Don't look at them praising me now, wait a few years and you'll see. They will scold me again, saying that I do nothing, don't care about anything, and don't deserve to be believed by them. Now my magnificent temples and huge sculptures will be pushed down and trampled by them. I have never made any promises to them, nor have I taken a penny from them. I have no responsibility for them. Don't use that stupid bandit logic on me. How many people really pray to gods and Buddhas? They just pray to their own desires. Kneel down, kowtow, burn incense, and then ask for things. Do you call this faith? Fuck, are you dreaming? He knew that Douluo continent had gathered a force of faith in him. After he survived the catastrophe of becoming a god, he could sense it and even use that power, but he was not interested in that thing and was too lazy to even look at it. He knew best how hypocritical the so-called faith was. Okay, how they do it and how they live is none of my business. Nanfeng said. Without the soul rings of soul beasts, they will also come up with other things, and even if the soul masters are really extinct, it is good news for most people. What's more, soul masters will not become extinct. There are angel gods on the mainland and sea gods on the sea. They can all be given God-given soul rings, and God-given soul rings are easier to manage. Gods cannot interfere in the world of mortals, but if they take things given by gods, that's another matter. The six-winged angel family is unwilling to open the god test to others for this reason. They are contaminated with things related to gods and cannot interfere too much in the world of mortals. Otherwise, Shura will come down and chop people. It's not like that guy didn't do this before. He used the power given by gods to show off in the world of mortals. The law enforcement team under Shura is not just for show. But Aru hesitated. What's wrong? Nanfeng asked. Some time ago, Ditien came to the sea god island. Aru said. He said that Jianrongxu went to the lake of life and seemed to be about to become a god, but her aura was very wrong. Somewhat dangerous. Dangerous. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. Ditien can't beat her? Impossible. Ditien is the golden-eyed black dragon king. After ascending, he directly has the combat power of the peak of the first-level god. In the future, he is expected to reach the talent of the god king level. Isn't beating Jianrongxu the same as beating a baby? It's not that I can't beat her, but her aura is very dangerous. Aru said. Ditien can suppress her, but Ditien is not easy to do. Nanfeng is now the god of the Soul Beast clan, just like the Silver Dragon King, not only because he obtained the power of the Golden Dragon King, but also because he changed the status quo of the Soul Beast clan. If there is a ranking, Nanfeng has to be ranked above the Silver Dragon King. Given the complicated relationship between Jianrongxu and Nanfeng, Ditien really doesn't know how to deal with it. Well, why don't you go and see? Aro said. What should I do? Nanfeng looked reluctant. Brother has suffered for so many years, and it's finally time to enjoy it. You want me to coax her? I'm not her father. But you are her stepfather. Xiao Wu said strangely. She doesn't even recognize her biological mother, what a stepfather. Nanfeng complained. Bibi Dong just didn't want to pay attention to Jianrongxu, but Jianrongxu said directly that she didn't recognize her. If her biological mother was like that, what about her stepfather? Chapter 238 Returning to Wuhan City. No, do you have to be so sneaky? Wuhan City. Nanfeng, who was worried about accidents, decided to run over to take a look, and took Hulina and Xiao Wu, who had just come out of seclusion, with him. I'm a dead person, do you think I can appear in this ghost place? Nanfeng complained. What do you think will happen to these people after seeing me? The Soul Master class has completely collapsed now, and the social order of Douluo continent is changing. Once these people see him as the culprit, they will all come up to fight for their lives. He can destroy the city with a slap, but he promised them before that he would not cause trouble in the mortal world. He has a concubine in the mortal world, which is his private matter. It is fine as long as it does not affect too many people. But if he causes trouble in the mortal world and kills people, that is another matter. Now the balance has been achieved with great difficulty. Once there is a problem here, we have to fight. But what am I hiding? Hulina wondered. What do you think will happen when Jianrongxu sees you? Nanfeng said. Xiao Wu looked strange. No, you use us as a shield. What annoyed Jianrongxu the most was not the relationship between Nanfeng and Bibi Dong, but her relationship with Hulina. Because they were really children in front of Nanfeng, and in Jianrongxu's eyes, Nanfeng was full of fatherly love for them. From childhood to adulthood. Compared to Nanfeng's indifference to Jianrongxu, that woman wanted to kill them both before. Jealousy. A woman's jealousy is terrifying. What shield? Nanfeng knocked on Xiao Wu's head. Have I asked you to help me shield anything? When the teacher gets angry, you always ask me to help shield it. Hulina said. When everyone has improper thoughts about you, you also use me to interrupt them. Xiao Wu said. Every time Zhu Zuqing and the others had improper thoughts about Nanfeng, she would be brought up as a negative example. Have I used you to block Jian Rongxiu? Nanfeng said. Yes. Xiao Wu and the others nodded simultaneously. When she has improper thoughts about you, you use us as an example. Xiao Wu said. What are you talking about? We are all children. Don't do those taboo things. As a result, her feelings for you are becoming more and more taboo. Jian Rongxiu was really just unhappy and possessive about Nanfeng at the beginning. She wanted to compete with Bibi Dong. At that time, Jian Rongxiu thought that she and Nanfeng were of the same generation. But later, Nanfeng always talked about children and stepfathers, which directly led Jian Rongxiu's thoughts to the perspective of taboos. Their taboos are their own ideas, but Nanfeng is mainly responsible for Jian Rongxiu's taboos. It's inexplicable. Nanfeng was speechless. She has a problem with her brain and she blames me. She acts like the whole world owes her, and she is so high and mighty that even her talking to others is a blessing. It is an honor for others to be favored, and we should accept it with gratitude. She does have a problem with her brain, but your brain was not particularly normal before. Xiao Wu said strangely. But I didn't ask her for recognition, did I? Nanfeng said speechlessly. I am crazy, am I forcing others to recognize me? Aren't those idiots bumping into me? He was crazy, and it was over after he said it. As a result, a group of idiots had to rush up to argue with him about who was right and who was wrong, and they also insisted that he recognize them. What else can this be if not stupid? Not everyone is like you. Hulina complained. Nanfeng said and did what he said. He never cared about other people's attitudes and opinions. It's your business whether you believe it or not. He just said it and did it. He would not ask others to agree with him, nor would he think it was a big deal if others opposed him. But if that kind of opposition is still trying to persuade him, that idiot is asking for his own death. The Elder Hall is a typical example. If those people hadn't wanted Xiao Wu and a rose soul rings and soul bones, Nanfeng would have bothered to answer them. Okay, let's not talk about the past. Now let's see what's going on with this unlucky child. Nanfeng said. Jian Daoliu hasn't sacrificed yet, so Jian Rongxiu hasn't reached the last step. The sacrifice process is not necessary. If the god has the ability to open up the starry sky channel by himself, there is no need to sacrifice, just like Bibi Dong and Poseidon, who can open up the last step by themselves. But if one's own ability is not enough, but wants to become a god immediately, then sacrifice will be needed to speed up. Jian Rongxiu doesn't even understand how to play her own martial soul, let alone open up the starry sky channel by herself. In the angel temple, Jian Daoliu suddenly opened his eyes. You are still alive. Aren't you surprised? Nanfeng asked. Not particularly surprised. Jian Daoliu said. After all, if you were really dead, Bibi Dong would have gone crazy a long time ago. She would not abandon the Pope's position and leave the world's sight. She is actually not idle now. Nanfeng said. After Bibi Dong inherited the Shura god's throne, she became the new law enforcement officer of the god realm. The management system of the god realm is not very good, but Bibi Dong is professional. Before, she didn't have the mood and time, but now she has it, and Bibi Dong's career ambition has shifted to the god realm. Did you do the soul beast soul ring thing? Jian Daoliu asked. Who else would do this kind of thing besides me? Nanfeng said. Jian Daoliu was silent for a while. What are you doing back? To see that unlucky child? Nanfeng said. Are you not going to care about the affairs of Douluo continent? Jian Daoliu asked. Now, this continent is in chaos because of you. Don't put the blame on me. Nanfeng interrupted. They are fighting for their own interests, not for me. Don't always blame me. I don't have the ability to control so many people. I'm just a slogan for them. Jian Daoliu sighed. Are you really going to exterminate soul masters? You are doing this, although it helps soul beasts, but have you ever thought about what will the soul beasts do to humans next? The weapons that can cause fatal injuries to high-level human soul masters have no effect on those powerful 10,000-year soul beasts. Facing soul beasts with thick blood and high defense, we still have to rely on high-level soul masters. In the short term, there is indeed peace between humans and soul beasts. However, humans do not need soul beast spirit rings, and the number of soul beasts will usher in a rapid growth in the future. When the strength of the soul beasts exceeds that of humans, humans will be finished. What does it have to do with me? Nanfang asked in confusion. Humans hunt for spirit rings, and sooner or later the soul beasts will be exterminated. Why don't you say anything? You know how to cry when the knife cuts you. The predator is about to become the prey, and you know how to shout for justice. How many tens of thousands of years have humans oppressed the soul beasts? You can't stand it. Qian Daoliu frowned slightly. You stand on the side of the soul beasts. What do you care which side I stand on? Nanfang said speechlessly. I can stand wherever I want. When hunting soul beasts in the past, humans said that the strong prey on the weak, and it's the same now. If humans can't compete with soul beasts, then they will be extinct. What's the big deal? There are species of life extinct all the time in this world, so why can't humans be extinct? Don't play that routine of the strong preying on the weak and the weak shouting for justice, it's disgusting. Chapter 239 Still Young. Okay, don't talk to me about these crap, it has nothing to do with me. Nanfang interrupted Qian Daoliu's questioning. When I needed help, it wasn't you who helped me. On the contrary, you are taking advantage of my misfortune, so don't say those nonsense to me now. I came here just to ask about Qian Rongxiu's situation, and this is also for Bibi Dong's sake, otherwise I wouldn't even bother to ask. Qian Daoliu sighed, her situation is very bad. Can't pass the god test? Nanfang asked. You opened so many back doors for her, but she still can't pass. A person who doesn't even understand how to use her own martial arts spirit directly took the god test. If it weren't for Qian Daoliu opening back doors, Qian Rongxiu's god test would have failed long ago. It's not that she can't pass, it's that I don't want to open them for her. Qian Daoliu said. Her mentality is very problematic now. There is a high probability that she can pass, but it will be very dangerous. Dangerous? Nanfang raised his eyebrows. How dangerous? Will she die? She won't die, but I'm afraid there will be some problems with her ascended angel god. Qian Daoliu said. Now Qian Rongxiu's heart is dominated by negative emotions, revenge, resentment, jealousy, anger. He does not doubt whether Qian Rongxiu can pass the final divine test, but if she relies on these things to get through, she will be in trouble in the future. It's okay as long as you don't die. Nanfang said. Why do you care so much? Okay, it's okay as long as you don't die, you guys can have fun slowly. After getting the answer, Nanfang didn't say anything more. There was nothing to say between him and Qian Daoliu. If you insist, they have a grudge. He will not forget that Shura wanted to kill him before, nor will he forget that Qian Daoliu led a bunch of titled Douluo to kill him. He just doesn't bother to care, just like Shura. But this doesn't mean he can still say nonsense like turning hostility into friendship. Is it over? Outside Wuhan City, Xiaowu and Hulina, who didn't want to be affected, slipped out of Wuhan City after Nanfang went to the worship hall and waited for Nanfang to come back. However, they didn't see the battle breaking out in Wuhan City for a long time, which made them a little confused. But from Nanfang's appearance, Qian Rongxiu was most likely not there. Qian Rongxiu is not there. Nanfang said. Then where did she go? Hulina asked in confusion. Emperor Tian said that Qian Rongxiu's aura was not far from the god realm, and it was most likely that the god test was about to be completed. At this time, if she didn't stay in Wuhan City, where could she go? I didn't ask. Nanfang said. It's okay if she doesn't die. There are only a few people who can kill her on the current continent. It doesn't matter where she is. Xiaowu looked strange. Are you really not going to take care of her? What do you mean I'm not going to take care of her? Nanfang was speechless. Why should I care about her? What's my relationship with her? Sometimes I really feel that you are more inexplicable than me. Teacher. Hulina said. You have nothing to do with her, but her relationship with the teacher is there, and this thing can't be broken. She knew that although her teacher didn't want to pay attention to Qian Rongxiu, it was also because she didn't want to pay attention to Qian Rongxiu, who was unreasonable and unreasonable. But if Qian Rongxiu got into trouble, her teacher would still not let it go. So I came here. Nanfang said. Otherwise, do you think I'm bored? Aren't you bored now? Xiaowu said strangely. Nanfang has nothing to do now. Idle. Nanfang raised his eyebrows. What do you think I was doing with Tang Yuehua last night? What about me? Xiao Wu jumped up. You said I was still young before, but now I am not young anymore. Yes, I am not young anymore. Nanfang patted Xiao Wu's head. But it's not enough, grow up a little more. Xiao Wu pouted, you said that again. Before, I said that, but now I am still young. I am still young now. Nanfang patted Xiao Wu's head. But it's not enough, grow up a little more. When she was talking about him, she said he was still young. Excuse. You have to believe my current moral standards. Nanfang pinched Xiao Wu's face. I can't say it's very low, I can only say it's not there, so it's not that I don't care about you, I just think you should grow up a little bit. How old? Xiao Wu said depressedly. When you can look at these things with a normal mind. Nanfang said. The more you expect now, the faster it will cool down, and then you will be confused. The future is still long, not just a few days, you have to be prepared. What if I'm not ready? Xiao Wu said. I believe you can be ready. Nanfang said. Okay, Xiao Wu hugged Nanfang hard. I'll wait. What about me? Hulina said strangely. I'm not a kid anymore. Nanfang held Hulina's face, you're not a kid anymore, but I don't want to be chased and hacked by your teacher. Wait for a while, she's in a bad mood now. Hulina looked strange, because of the Silver Dragon King. Nanfang shrugged, more than that. Before, it was because I was dying, I didn't know if I could live tomorrow, but now I'm safe, her tolerance for me has naturally dropped by half. What she could tolerate before, may not be the same now. Then when you say a while, do you mean to test her bottom line step by step? Hulina said strangely. How can you say test? Nanfang said. Didn't I do that before? She knows it. If she really couldn't stand it, she would have told me long ago. Of course, she doesn't completely ignore it, as long as I don't go too far. Isn't this still a test? Hulina complained. Nanfang used to say that the bottom line is meant to be broken. And he did so. I can take a beating. Nanfang said. I'm not afraid of being stabbed. Okay, let's go back to Sea God Island now. Hulina said. The mainland is in chaos now, but Sea God Island is fine. After all, Poseidon has become the new sea god, and how to give the soul ring is just a matter of her words. For Sea God Island, the current rules are better. No more ignorant people will offend Sea God Island. Come out for a while, buy something before going back. Nanfang said. Buy something. Hulina was stunned. Sea God Island has basically everything. The life industry chain of Sea God Island is also complete, but there are not many people. And Sea God Island usually sends people out for maritime trade, and it is not isolated from the world. No, there are some things that Sea God Island is not complete. Nanfang said. What? Hulina asked in confusion. They have lived in Sea God Island for so many years, and they haven't found anything wrong. Nanfang looked at Xiao Wu's white silk, there are too few styles. Hulina's eyes twitched slightly, aren't you afraid of being beaten? No, I can take a beating. Nanfang said. Besides, she can't get down for a while. I've been holding it back for so long, a little indulgence, she will understand. Chapter 240 Playing with Fire. She kidnapped Douluo. Nanfang, who had just returned from playing with Xiao Wu and Hulina on Sea God Island for several days, received bad news as soon as he landed. Qianrongxu rushed to Sea God Island and kidnapped Douluo while he was away. There is no high priest on Sea God Island now, and Poseidon has been busy in the God realm recently. In addition, he is on Sea God Island, so he didn't pay attention to this side. As a result, Qianrongxu came to pick up the leak. Is this woman crazy? Nanfang was speechless. How did Douluo provoke her again? She said it's natural for human soul masters to hunt soul beasts. Douluo said. We couldn't stop her, she chopped us all down with one sword. Natural. Nanfang narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, is she playing Kyungsunji's trick? I thought she would grow some brains after so many years, but she's getting more and more ridiculous. Did she say anything? No. Douluo shook her head. She was planning to take Xiao Wu away with her, but she couldn't find her, so she took Aunt Ro and left. She's playing with fire. Nanfang turned around, and a space crack opened. I'll bring her back, Xiao Wu, Don't worry. After he finished speaking, Nanfang disappeared on the spot. Wuhan City. What do you want to do? Aru looked at Qianrongxiu in front of her in confusion. What do I want to do? Qianrongxiu glanced sideways. Shouldn't I say this? What do you want to do? First, you messed up the continent and made the spirit hall's position so awkward. Now you want to make the spirit masters extinct. The spirit hall is almost finished now. Do you know what a mess Douluo continent has become now? There are idiots making trouble everywhere. Idiots making trouble. Nanfeng's voice suddenly sounded. Qianrongxiu's eyes condensed and she grabbed a row in her hands. What do you mean by a fool who made trouble? Nanfeng asked. If you kneel down and serve you like a cow and a horse all your life, you are a good citizen? If you try to stand up, you are a fool. I thought only Qian Sunji, that idiot, would be so conceited, but I didn't expect you to inherit it perfectly. What qualifications do you have to teach me here? Qianrongxiu sneered. You ruined everything for me. I ruined everything for you. Nanfeng couldn't help laughing. What did I ruin? I just gave them a choice and the power to choose. What to do is their own business. They can choose to continue kneeling on the ground and serving you like a cow and a horse. I didn't force them to stand up. If you really follow the so-called will of the people, how can everything be ruined? Unless everything you say is based on their heads, and now they don't kneel, you'll lose everything. You know what I'm talking about. Qianrongxiu said coldly. But I don't want to talk nonsense to you. Nanfeng's eyes were slightly cold. Let her go. Why should I let her go? A long sword with dark light particles appeared in Qianrongxiu's hand. She is a soul beast, I am a soul master, it is natural for me to kill her. Don't talk nonsense to me. Nanfeng interrupted. Let her go. The power of destruction overflowed, and the whole hall turned into ashes in an instant. Oh, are you angry? Qianrongxiu smiled. Come on, do it, let's see who is faster, you or me. See if you can revive her after I kill her. Nanfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, do you think I won't kill you? Who gave you the confidence? No confidence, but as long as you dare to move, I promise that she will die with me. Qianrongxiu said calmly. I know you are very powerful now and can kill me with one move, but can you save her? A broken and disappeared soul is completely gone and there is no way to save it. Really? Nanfeng raised his right hand, a stream of light flashed, and the dragon god spear appeared in his hand. Guess if this thing can make you disappear before you take action. Don't say you are not an angel god yet, even if you become a god, I can make you disappear in an instant. Compare speed? You found the wrong person. I can be faster than time. As he said, Nanfeng walked towards Qianrongxiu with a spear. Qianrongxiu's expression tightened, stop. Stop. If you come over again, I will take action. Asshole. Qianrongxiu cursed angrily, and the long sword in her hand flashed a dark light, and she was about to kill Aru. Dang! Nanfeng thrust out a spear, directly breaking the long sword in Qianrongxiu's hand, and destroying the fallen angel power together. Bang! With just a glance, Qianrongxiu was directly knocked out, and her whole body was almost shattered. You are wrong to threaten me. Nanfeng put away the long spear and hugged the dazed Aru. Sorry, I got you into trouble. No, it's okay. Aru looked at Qianrongxiu who was lying on the ground and gritting her teeth in pain with some worry. Don't worry about her, she just deserves a beating. Nanfeng said. But Aru hesitated. She won't die. Nanfeng said. She still thinks everyone will spoil her like before. Whatever I do, I have to gamble my life. Does she think that she can get away with it by throwing a tantrum? Who does she think she is? If it happened to someone else today, they wouldn't even have a good death. She should be thankful that she has a mother. I don't need your pity. Qianrongxiu gritted her teeth. I'm not pitying you, you don't deserve my pity, and I don't see how you are pitiful. Nanfeng said lightly. You can live, not because you are pitiful. Not because of my good temper. Aro looked at Qianrongxiu with some concern. Nanfeng, she actually don't worry about this matter. I know her character better than you. Nanfeng said. I'll take you back now. Xiaowu is very worried about you. Then don't beat her up anymore. Aro said worriedly. I don't bother to care about her. Nanfeng waved his right hand, opened the space channel connecting to the Sea God Island, and turned to leave with a row. Douluo and his group, who were watching this scene from a distance, were about to come over, and the space that had just closed opened again. Nanfeng walked out from inside, grabbed Rongxiu's leg, and dragged her away. Great worshipper, Shi Jinyu was a little worried. Douluo sighed, "Don't worry, I didn't kill her just now, so nothing will happen." If Nanfeng had that intention, Rongxiu's martial soul would have been shattered just now. That power has far surpassed the angel god. Even the Shura god inherited by Tang Chen may not be so powerful. Although Rongxiu is still powerful in the mortal world, she is too weak in the world of gods. But, why did she do this? Jinyu asked puzzledly. She still refuses to accept it. Douluo sighed. She also wants an answer and a result. Chapter 241, Charity. Tell me, what do you want to do? In the small house on the coast of Poseidon Island, Nanfeng dragged Rongxiu back. "I want you to die." Rongxiu gritted her teeth. "This wish is impossible." Nanfeng said. "Change it. I want you all to die." "This is even more impossible, don't dream. Get lost." "Pa. Can you talk nicely?" Nanfeng looked at Rongxiu, who was throwing a tantrum like a child, speechlessly. "I really don't know why you have to make trouble with me like this. I didn't understand from the beginning. What are you thinking?" He really didn't understand and couldn't figure it out. Xiaowu can make trouble with him, Hulina can make trouble with him, and even Zhu Zuqing and the others can make trouble with him. Because Xiaowu and Hulina were also bullied by him since childhood, and Zhu Zuqing and the others were also raised by him. When they make trouble with him, at least they can say something reasonable. However, Rongxiu, they are not related at all. Douluo almost killed me back then, but I didn't kill you all in return. I think I've been very kind. Nanfeng said. You know who I am, and I have nothing to do with the word magnanimous. I can repay a small grudge with a spring, not to mention that they were clearly trying to kill me back then. If I hadn't been more daring than them, I would have died long ago. No matter from which angle, I have nothing to say to you. So, why do you have to pester me? It was reasonable for Shura to want to deal with him, but Rongxiu, why? If you really want to hold on to Sunji's matter, Douluo and the others wanted to kill him back then, but he didn't find a chance to kill all those old guys in return. Isn't that enough? What else? He couldn't figure it out. Do you know what you are doing? Nanfeng asked. Or do you think you are being unreasonable and it doesn't matter if you are being unreasonable? Or do you want to imitate me when you see me going crazy? No, don't you know that going crazy requires a price? I can't even count the number of times I have been on the verge of death. Why do you think you can be as mad as me? Just today, if it were someone else, I would make him regret coming into this world. Don't you consider the consequences when you do things? Then kill me. Rongxiu said coldly. You. Nanfeng was speechless. You are really being unreasonable, right? Okay, if you want to make a fuss, go ahead and make it yourself. Nanfeng stood up. Your bones are all broken, but based on your strength, you won't die. But with this injury, if no one helps you, you will have to lie here for the rest of your life. Others say hemiplegia, but you are paralyzed all over. Enjoy it. After saying that, Nanfeng turned and left the hut, leaving Rongxiu alone in the hut, looking at the dark ceiling. How is it? Just after walking out of the hut not far away, Xiaowu and her group of people who were watching the excitement surrounded them. She's having a brain spasm. Nanfeng said. It doesn't make sense. Let's see if she can wake up after a while of pain. It doesn't make sense. Duguyan looked strange. Is there a possibility that she doesn't want to reason with you? Rongxiu is strong, but she is also a woman after all. Many of her behaviors with Nanfeng are just throwing tantrums. However, Nanfeng did not put himself in the perspective that Rongxiu thought, which also led to the fact that the two of them were never on the same channel. Do I have to coax her? Nanfeng was speechless. Who is she? I haven't coaxed Bibi Dong like that. If she wants to throw a tantrum, go find her grandfather. But if you don't coax her, what if she continues to make a fuss? Xiaowu said. Do you think she won't make a fuss if I coax her? Nanfeng said. Let's try. Xiaowu said. What if it's solved? You'll have one less trouble. After all, you can't really kill her. Nanfeng has a helpless attitude towards Qian Rongxiu, because he tried to change, but failed, so he doesn't have any expectations for Qian Rongxiu. However, because of Bibi Dong, he can't really ignore it. Just this once. Nanfeng sighed and turned back to the house. Looking at Qian Rongxiu lying on the ground like a salted fish, Nanfeng hesitated for a moment, walked up to her, helped her recover a little, and then carried her to the bed. What do you want to do? Qian Rongxiu said coldly. Talk to you. Let me talk to you. Nanfeng put his hand on Qian Rongxiu's heart. Qian Rongxiu's expression froze. Take your hand away. Why? Nanfeng asked. You are a prisoner now, the kind with no human rights. Don't cry, you know, tears are useless to me, I just think you are noisy. If you dare to howl, I will block your mouth. If you dare to shed tears, I will cover your eyes. As long as I can't see or hear you, your tricks are meaningless to me. Qian Rongxiu held back her tears in silence. In these aspects, she didn't doubt this beast. Tell me, what do you want me to do so that you can talk properly? Nanfeng took his hand back. Think it over, or I'm not sure where I'll put my hand next. Humph. Qian Rongxiu sneered. If you dare, put it down. Oh. Nanfeng didn't waste any words and sat down next to Qian Rongxiu. His fingertips fell on the armor on her chest. Just a light touch, the hard sacred armor turned into ashes. Qian Rongxiu was stunned. You really put it down? It feels good, as good as your mother's. Nanfeng said. I just don't know what it feels like down there. Qian Rongxiu's expression froze. Don't mess around. I said, what I do depends on your attitude. Nanfeng said. I was going to talk to you nicely, but you insisted on making trouble with me and being a rogue. Have you forgotten my achievements in this regard? Qian Rongxiu turned her head away, tears silently flowing out. Nanfeng sighed, why? You could have talked to me nicely, it's not like I didn't want to talk to you nicely, but you insisted on making trouble with me, you know who I am. Or do you not know who you are? Making trouble with no reason? Is this your personality? I know what you want, but I don't want to give it to you. Qian Rongxiu turned her head, why? Why? Nanfeng frowned slightly. You want self-esteem, so I don't need it. Why do you think I have to put down my self-esteem to coax you? Do you think my self-esteem is cheap? Why do you think I have come to this point? I almost gambled everything for my little self-esteem. Do you think you can take it away just because you are unhappy? Don't ask me why I can put down my self-esteem and play with other children, because they can do the same to me. What about you? Will you? You are so high and mighty. You have never regarded me as an equal. I don't even know where you get the sense of entitlement from. It's okay if you don't understand others, but you don't even understand yourself. Put away that self-righteous charity, okay? I'm not a stray dog on the side of the road. I won't wag my tail and beg for mercy in front of you for a bun in your hand. Chapter 242 Simple. It doesn't make sense. Nanfeng gave up again. This is not the first time he failed. It was expected. If Qian Rongxiu could really change, she would have changed long ago. She can only live in harmony with someone who will accommodate her, but he can't. He has no reason to accommodate. A strong person must need a weak person to make up for it. Two strong people staying together will definitely torture each other. Qian Rongxiu will not back down, and he will not back down either. No solution. Then aren't you and the teacher also at loggerheads? Hulina said strangely. That's just on the surface. Nanfeng said. When she should give in, she will give in to me. But Qian Rongxiu, the more she should give in, the less she gives in. The eldest lady has a bad temper and I can't serve her. She can find someone who treats her like an eldest lady, but I can't do it. I have never served anyone. Okay, no more nonsense. If you think you have the ability, go by yourself. Anyway, I'm not going. It's over. Let's go. Nanfeng didn't stay any longer. He jumped lightly and flew away directly. Who wants to try? Hulina asked. No one answered. Are you kidding me? Who is Qian Rongxiu? They would have been killed if they went there. Why are they trying? I can't afford to offend them. Have you been bored recently? Lu Erlong looked at Nanfeng, who was just staying here, speechlessly. She originally thought that this guy would have changed a little after his resurrection. How could he still be the same rogue as before? Not really. I haven't done much physical labor recently. Nanfeng said. But if you want to feel it, I don't mind. Lu Erlong's expression froze. No, I can't afford it. By the way, I plan to go out to sea. Go out to sea? Go back to the mainland? Nanfeng asked. The mainland is not safe now. I know, but I can't stay here anymore. Lu Erlong said. Why? Nanfeng asked in confusion. Lu Erlong was speechless. Guess. Tang Yuehua was powerless to resist, and she was submissive. Nanfeng launched a little attack, and Tang Yuehua surrendered. She is still asleep now. Those girls are like having an affair all day long, sneaking over to find this bastard. What is she doing here? Watching every day. Witnessing some exciting scenes from time to time. I can't stand it. You can join in too. Nanfeng said. 1. More of you won't make a difference anyway. Lu Erlong's face darkened, not interested. Nanfeng shrugged, then do as you please. But I have to remind you, it's very dangerous outside now. You are a famous soul master after all. Once you are recognized, you will be dragged out for criticism. I am a titled Douluo, not that fragile. Lu Erlong said. She has been on Sea God Island for so many years, and she took drugs before. Even if she has no interest in cultivation, she has reached the titled Douluo level. Everyone who came to Sea God Island together that year, except Tang Yuehua who can't cultivate, is now at least a soul Douluo. Titled Douluo, you may not be able to defend against the hidden attack. Nanfeng said. Most offensive soul guides are developed on the basis of hidden weapons, so most of them are extremely insidious, and even titled Douluo can't defend against them. Although most of those hidden weapons rely on poison, and people who have taken drugs are immune to poisons below the god level, serious injuries can still cause trouble. Now many places on the mainland have special organizations that specialize in hunting soul masters under the secret instructions of the two empires. Of course, the key figures of those organizations are soul masters. They want to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate more soul masters of hostile forces and eliminate dissidents. When did you care about me so much? Lu Erlong said speechlessly. I have always cared about you. Nanfeng said. When I first went to Tiandu City, I went straight to you. Every time before something happened, I would tell you first so that you could be mentally prepared. Besides, there were quite a few people from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex in Wuhan City at that time, right? They all wanted to take advantage of the situation and steal some of my medicine. I didn't say much because of you. Otherwise, I would have been under pressure from Tang Chen at that time, and it would have been a piece of cake to deal with those titled Douluo. How easy is that? Why? Lu Erlong asked. When do I need a reason to do something? Nanfeng said with a smile. I am happy to do it. Although the first meeting was not pleasant, it was only the first meeting that was not pleasant, right? Afterwards, I didn't embarrass you. But you didn't have any good intentions towards me either. Lu Erlong said speechlessly. Not deliberately making things difficult doesn't mean it's not difficult. This bastard will give her a hard time when he gets the chance. Especially when it comes to things related to Yu Xiaogang, this guy never stops. You can't expect me to give you a generous blessing, right? Nanfeng said. Am I that kind of person? Pretending to be blind is already my limit. You can't expect someone like me to bless you in return. Cursing the whole world to a bad death is my style. What you want is impossible. Lu Erlong glared at Nanfeng and turned away. Don't go. Nanfeng grabbed Lu Erlong from behind. Isn't it good to stay here? No. Lu Erlong's face was a little unnatural. I can't stand you guys messing around all day. You can mess around with me too. Nanfeng said. I dare not, I'm afraid of being bitten by spiders. Lu Erlong said. I'll help you block it. Nanfeng said. You don't have to be responsible if something happens. Lu Erlong's eyes twitched slightly. You don't have to hurt your waist when you talk while standing, right? My waist is very good, it won't hurt. Nanfeng said. Creaky. The door cracked open slightly, and Zhu Zuqing poked her head in. Feng, I didn't see anything. After saying that, Zhu Zuqing ran away without waiting for Lu Erlong to say anything more. Oh, now you can't wash yourself clean even if you jump into the sea. Nanfeng said. It's you. Lu Erlong's face was dark. You are not unprepared. Nanfeng said. I can't give that medicine away for no reason. Lu Erlong took a deep breath, turned around, and looked into Nanfeng's eyes. I have been scared enough over the years, and I really can't stand it anymore. Can you stop making trouble and live a simple life? She always wanted this bastard to die. But after this guy really died, her mind was confused. She came to the Sea God Island with him, not to go out for a walk, but because she wanted to get an answer. She wanted to know if this bastard was really dead. And only Bibi Dong knew about this. So she followed. After so many years of ups and downs, she was really exhausted physically and mentally. She couldn't bear the tossing and turning. What do you think I'm doing now? Nanfeng hugged Lu Erlong and lay down. I'm just living a simple life. Your simple is to open a silver party. Lu Erlong said speechlessly. Can you stop learning a word and using it randomly? When did I open it? I've always been one-on-one. Nanfeng said. Lust is lust, I didn't play around. If you insist, I'm still relatively conservative. Lu Erlong looked unbelievable. Why are you becoming more and more shameless? Conservative? Conservative in front of her, right? You want to watch it yourself, I didn't force you to watch it. Nanfeng said. Get out. Roll in the sheets. Get out. Get out. Do you like the open air? Chapter 243 in person. What's going on? After leaving for many days, Xuedi and his group returned to the Sea God Island. Ignoring Nanfeng who was being naughty every day, Xuedi turned his eyes to the half-crippled Jian Rongxiu in the small house by the sea. He is now playing with this kind of thing. Bing Di said strangely. Secret room? Binding? What are you thinking? Jian Rongxiu had a seizure before and almost killed us. Duguyan complained. Nanfeng was worried that she would have another seizure, so he made her like that and locked her in the small house. Killing is impossible. Nanfeng can't really kill Jian Rongxiu, no matter it's out of personal feelings or because of Bibi Dong. However, Nanfeng can't let Jian Rongxiu keep having seizures, otherwise they will be in danger. Locking Jian Rongxiu is the safest and only way. But why did you make her like that? Bing Di said strangely. If you want to say she is disabled, she is not disabled, but it is impossible for her to run away. It is hard for her not to think crookedly. You will know why if you go in. Duguyan said helplessly. At first, Nanfeng also wanted to just trap Jian Rongxiu, but since Hulina went to deliver food and was almost stabbed to death by Jian Rongxiu, Nanfeng didn't care and directly beat Jian Rongxiu. There is no food left. Anyway, with Jian Rongxiu's cultivation, she will not starve to death without eating. Just lock her up and let her out when her mind is normal. 5 minutes later, Bingdi came out with a depressed face. I was kind enough to care about her a few words, but she actually scolded me and wanted to kill me. Baiji hesitated. I'll go and see. 10 minutes later, Baiji came out with a depressed face. I treated her, and she burned me with the sacred fire. Why are you looking at me? I don't know her well. Ziji said. I won't go. No, you guys come back if you want, why do you put pressure on me as soon as you come back? Nanfeng looked at the beasts sitting in front of him speechlessly. You can't keep her locked up forever. Xuedi said. This matter has been going on for so long, it's time for a result. Is it because I don't want a result? Nanfeng said. She just doesn't want to talk to me properly. He has tried very hard, but Jian Rongxiu doesn't give him face at all. The humans on the continent are about to start a melee, and the angel god has to go back to take charge of the situation. Xuedi said. If you don't take care of things, you have to find someone to take care of things, right? Let them fight, it's none of my business. Okay, I'll go, don't look at me like that. Nanfeng got up helplessly. No, what should I say? Don't be reasonable, she never wants to be reasonable with you, show your signature rogue skills. Xuedi said. Nanfeng looked strange, is this the image of me in your eyes? Everyone was silent for a while. Some things are really hard to say. After all, it's okay for others to say bad things, but they can't do the same, right? How have you been recently? Nanfeng came to Jian Rongxiu's prison hut again. Jian Rongxiu didn't say anything, and gave Nanfang a look that showed her own experience. Her whole body was blocked by the power of destruction, and she couldn't recover at all. She could only lie here like a paralyzed person with a complete disability. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to reason with you today, I'm here to play rogue with you. Nanfang sat next to Jianrongxiu, picked her up and put her on his lap. Jianrongxiu looked at Nanfang coldly, what do you want to do? You play rogue with me, so I can only play rogue with you. Nanfang said. But don't worry, I'm not your dead ghost's biological father. There are some things I won't do. Jianrongxiu sneered, is there anything you can't do? Of course, I respect everyone. Nanfang said. Even if you don't respect me, I still respect all of you. As long as you don't jump into my face like you, I don't bother to care. But since you're doing this, I can only change my tactics. Jianrongxiu's eyes changed slightly, and she had a bad premonition. What are you going to do? Do it. Nana. The door slowly opened, and Hulina walked in curiously. Are you really going to do this? Hulina said strangely. If the teacher knows, she will beat me to death, right? Don't worry, she will beat me to death if she wants to. Nanfang said. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Hulina's eyes twitched slightly, I believe you can hold it up for other things, but for this kind of thing, you are always the fastest runner. Things are different now. Nanfang said. And this is also for Xiaoxiu's physical and mental health. Nanfang helped Jianrongxiu sit on the bed. What are you going to do? Jianrongxiu frowned. Something is wrong. This bastard is going to make trouble. Break through your psychological defenses. Nanfang took off his coat, took out a cushion from the soul guide, and put it on the ground. Hulina hesitated for a moment and began to take off her clothes. This is all for Jianrongxiu's good. Ah. What are you going to do? Jianrongxiu's expression changed drastically. Nanfang did not respond and lay on the mat. Hulina had already taken off the last step. She looked at Jianrongxiu embarrassedly, took out the purple gauze sexy underwear they bought before, and put it on. Stop. Get out. Jianrongxiu blushed. She knew what this bastard wanted to do. This bastard actually dared to do this. Are you really okay? Hulina said strangely. This is the same underwear as her teacher. I can't do it to her, but I have to break through her psychological defenses. This is the only way. Nanfang sighed. I have no choice. Hulina's eyes twitched slightly, and she squatted on Nanfang, if the teacher gets angry, I'll be dead. If you're afraid, I'll find Xiao Wu. Nanfang said. No, let me do it. Hulina took a deep breath and lowered her head. Hulina. You shameless bitch. Get out. Jianrongxiu's mentality was about to explode. Nanfang. Jianrongxiu cursed loudly, but Nanfang and Hulina seemed to have heard nothing. Get out of here. Don't do it to me. Get out. Outside the hut, the faces of Xuedi and his group in charge of security were getting more and more exciting. I still underestimated his bottom line. Bing Di said strangely. He can actually do such a thing. In front of him. Even in his face. Originally, Hulina was a knot in Jianrongxiu's heart, but now, she has completely exploded. I didn't expect him to use such a move. Xuedi's face was very complicated. Don't even mention Jianrongxiu, she herself was about to break down. You not peeking? Zig said strangely. Is this kind of thing so good to watch? Nanfang asked them to help watch and not let anyone get close. If anyone comes, remind him in time. However, looking at the strange faces of these guys, are they peeking? You can hold it in. Bingdi said strangely. What's there to hold back? Zigi asked in confusion. Is it good to watch? Bingdi paused. Imagine if Nanfang tied you up, and then, with Baiji, did it in front of you. And forced you to watch, what would you do? Zigi looked puzzled, what can this do? Bingdi was silent. They were indoctrinated with a bunch of strange things by Nanfang, so they could understand how much this kind of thing stimulated Jianrongxiu. Zigi had almost no contact with human society. Even if she left the Lake of Life, she stayed in the Saint's Palace most of the time. She really didn't understand the ethics and morals of humans. You can imagine that you like a treasure very much and have wanted it for a long time, but Nanfang won't give it to you, and gives it to someone you hate, and even says in front of you how well it matches the person you hate. Baiji said. Nanfeng is the treasure that Jianrongxiu has been thinking about, and now Hulina can even be said to be showing off that she got the treasure. Do you know how much stimulation Jianrongxiu is suffering now? Zig frowned, doesn't he want that treasure anymore? What are you all doing here? A familiar voice sounded, and Xuedi and his group turned their heads tensely and saw Bibi Dong walking towards them. Although it was very different from before and became more majestic, they could still recognize that it was Bibi Dong. It's over. This is going to kill people. Nanfeng is dead. What are you doing outside? Bibi Dong asked. What is Nanfeng doing in there? Chapter 244 More exciting. Humph, you're quite good at playing, hey. Bibi Dong sat with a smile, opposite Nanfeng and Hulina who were caught doing something exciting. Nana, I just gave in a few days ago. You're writing on my face now. Hulina buried her head deeply. This wasn't her idea. It wasn't her idea to write on my face. Once that thing started, she couldn't resist. Nanfeng. Speak up. Actually Nanfeng raised his head heavily. You can't blame Nana for everything. Nanfeng sighed, I'm also responsible. Hulina. Asshole. I knew you were going to do it. Teacher, it's all his fault. Hulina stopped pretending. He said that would completely break Jianrongxiu's defense. Make her behave. I was originally planning to find Xiao Wu. Nanfeng said. Aren't you the one who insisted on stealing the job? Hulina was confused. Teacher, did you hear that? He's planning to attack Xiao Wu. What a beast. It's not the first day you've known me. Nanfeng said confidently. When disaster strikes, everyone flees, right? Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes. Asshole. I'll give way to you, and you can leave. 10 steps. She let Hulina go. After all, the two of them have been dragging it out for so many years, but what do you mean by doing it in front of Jianrongxiu? Next, are you going to try it in front of me? Bibi Dong said faintly. Am I that kind of person? Nanfeng was full of righteousness. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, isn't it? Nanfeng's face became serious, but I don't dare. Bibi Dong took a deep breath. Nana, you go out first. It's obvious that Nanfeng, the bastard, started this matter. Hulina is definitely responsible, but Nanfeng is definitely the main one. Teacher, actually, this matter is also for Qian. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. I asked you to go out, and I will deal with you later. What, do you think you are fine? Are you still worried about this bastard? Oh, Hulina stood up weakly, lowered her head and walked away in small steps. She is going to die too. After Hulina left, the whole room became unusually quiet. Bibi Dong didn't say anything, and Nanfeng didn't say anything to defend himself. Finally, Bibi Dong couldn't help but break the silence. Aren't you going to explain? Bibi Dong said. I didn't forbid you to do these things, but that doesn't mean you can mess around. She knew the relationship between these girls and this bastard, and even if she was unhappy, she couldn't really stop it. After all, this bastard has suffered for so many years, and it's not easy to get rid of it. But this doesn't mean that this bastard can mess around like this. I'm not a beast. Nanfeng said. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly, then do you have to use this method? Serious cases require strong medicine. Nanfeng said. With her problem, if she doesn't get some stimulation beyond her limit, she really won't have a chance. Bibi Dong laughed angrily, so you feel wronged? A little bit. Nanfeng said. You know, I'm not that perverted. I like privacy and don't have an exhibitionist fetish. Bibi Dong's expression froze. You ugh. Give me ugh. You bastard ugh. I said don't worry, these two people fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Outside the hall, Xuedi and his group, who had not seen Bibi Dong and Nanfeng fighting for a long time, could not see the situation in the hall, but they could roughly guess what the two were doing. But what should I do? Hulina said worriedly. After they fight, the teacher will beat me. Xuedi hesitated. Seeking excitement always comes at a price. Hulina's expression froze, but how could it be such a coincidence? It's not like coming down from the god realm just like that, there's no sign at all. But don't worry, Nanfeng should help you. Xuedi said. Hulina's eyes twitched slightly, I'm afraid that bastard will have to help the teacher beat me. Nanfeng is the safest when in danger, and the most dangerous when safe. It was like this before, and it's the same now. As long as the teacher doesn't beat her to death, Nanfeng, that bastard, won't really help. He'll only add insult to injury. Why don't you go into seclusion? Bai Ji suggested. It's impossible for her to pull you out when you're in seclusion, right? Hulina looked strange. Seclusion at this time? The teacher will probably beat me to death. She ran away when she was angry? Isn't this courting death? I'd better take the beating honestly. Hulina sat on the ground dejectedly. Then I'll go see Qian Rongxiu. Xuedi said. She should be the most stimulated. After comforting Hulina, Xuedi and Bai Ji came to the hut where Qian Rongxiu was. When they opened the door, the first thing they saw was Qian Rongxiu sitting on the bed with a sluggish look in her eyes. She was no longer as energetic as before, and she seemed to be hollowed out. It seems that this move is more stimulating than I thought. Xuedi said strangely. Nanfeng is a big explosion point, Hulina is a small explosion point, and the two explosion points added together are a super large explosion point. And this super large explosion point explodes in front of her. You can't dodge it. It's literally a face-to-face attack. Let me treat her. Bai Ji stepped forward. Qian Rongxiu didn't resist anymore, and didn't even look at Bai Ji. If you don't want to see more exciting things, you'd better be quiet. Xuedi advised. They all know Nanfeng's will. Qian Rongxiu should know this too. Although Nanfeng will not attack Qian Rongxiu, it does not mean that he will not attack her in other ways. More exciting, Qian Rongxiu's eyes changed slightly. Is he still planning to do it with that woman in front of me? It's hard to say. Xuedi said. For Nanfeng, nothing is impossible. Qian Rongxiu's expression froze. Will that woman mess with him? It's even harder to say. Bai Ji said. Bibi Dong is now strict with Nanfeng on the surface, actually indulgent. In the final analysis, because Nanfeng was too dangerous before, this guy finally calmed down now, and Bibi Dong was unwilling to do anything that might irritate Nanfeng. If Nanfeng really insisted, Bibi Dong would really compromise. These two people are the kind that have no bottom line between each other. Anyway, the relationship between these two people is very twisted. You guys, Qian Rongxiu frowned slightly. You guys are just following such a bastard. Xuedi was speechless for a moment, and Bai Ji was also a little unable to answer. From these things, Nanfeng is indeed a scumbag. But this guy has more than this side. Aren't you always staring at such a bastard? Xuedi said strangely. I didn't. Qian Rongxiu broke down. Okay, no, don't be angry. Bai Ji comforted. Your body hasn't recovered for too long, don't move. Did I say that? Chapter 245, Concession. Have you figured it out? After taking care of Bibi Dong, Nanfeng came to see Qian Rongxiu. It's quieter now, it seems to be working well. Do you think it's fun to insult me like this? Qian Rongxiu said coldly. Nanfeng was stunned. Insult? Oh, it's a little insulting, after all, it splashed on your face. But isn't this what you asked for? If Qian Rongxiu hadn't insisted on making a scene, would he have a problem with his brain? To do this kind of thing? You. Qian Rongxiu glared at Nanfeng with gritted teeth. She thought this guy would be shameless, but she didn't expect him to be so shameless. He can do that kind of thing. Are you feeling better? Nanfeng asked. I think you were like a fool before, you couldn't listen to me at all, but now you seem to listen a little bit. Qian Rongxiu didn't listen to him before. No matter what he said, she just stared at him coldly. I know you are sober now. Nanfeng said. What do you want to say? Qian Rongxiu asked. I should be the one asking you this question. Nanfeng said. I don't think there is anything to say between you and me. We can't talk about it at all. What he cares about is exactly the opposite of what Qian Rongxiu cares about, so they are incompatible. But Qian Rongxiu seems to think that he is deliberately going against her. After realizing this, he stopped bothering her. But after he stopped talking, Qian Rongxiu inexplicably thought that he was playing hard to get. It's outrageous. No matter what he does, Qian Rongxiu can find a reason to make trouble. But he didn't have much time before, and he was too lazy to answer this girl. And under his threat about Qian Douluo, Qian Rongxiu didn't have time to make trouble with him at that time. But now, this girl is free. I've been tossing around for so many years, I'm really tired. Nanfeng said. Are you tired? Qian Rongxiu sneered. You want to leave after tossing around? I can stay. Nanfeng said. At worst, I can blast Douluo star with a gun. You have to believe that I can do it now. In fact, I can show you now. Qian Rongxiu's expression froze. Don't be crazy. She didn't doubt that this bastard would do what he said. Look, you can communicate normally. Nanfeng said. Why did you play rogue with me like that before? Didn't you play rogue with me like this before? Qian Rongxiu asked back. Nanfeng sighed, girl, I have the confidence to be a rogue. I have my own confidence. You can't kill me, and you don't even dare to fight me. What about you? What confidence do you have? Do you think that no matter what you do, I won't kill you? Do you take this as confidence? No. Qian Rongxiu asked. Nanfeng took a deep breath. Okay, you are awesome. This righteous look really looks like a girl getting angry with her father. Is it enough now? Nanfeng asked. Not enough. Qian Rongxiu said. Why don't you deal with the mess you made? Because I'm lazy. Nanfeng said. I'm not interested anymore. You know, I'm a person who does what I think. When they were still imagining my conspiracy, you were the only one who thought so about me. You were also one of the few people who saw me right, but why can't you understand it now? Qian Rongxiu was silent for a moment. Why didn't you tell me? What shouldn't I tell you? Nanfeng asked. You're not dead. Qian Rongxiu said. I thought you were dead, and thought she killed you. Nanfeng laughed speechlessly. No, you thought this was my plan. Isn't it? Qian Rongxiu said. Don't tell me you're gambling on luck. Guess. Nanfeng said. He's still alive now, all thanks to Bibi Dong's hard pull. He should have died as early as the Soul Master competition, but Bibi Dong didn't want to, so he was forced to stay. If it weren't for Bibi Dong's hard pull, he would have died at that time. Plan? Calculate? He has nothing. At that time, his mind was full of dying early and reincarnating early. Qian Rongxiu was silent. Nanfeng has always disdained to lie about these things. No matter how incredible the things are, as long as this guy says it, it is likely to be true. If you are interested in this matter, you are interested in this mess, you can do it now. Nanfeng said. How chaotic the continent is now, how much you can gain. Just like the angel god in the past. What if I say I'm not interested? Qian Rongxiu said. If you're not interested, don't do it. Nanfeng said. What's so difficult about this? What if I want you to help me? Qian Rongxiu asked. Help you with what? Nanfeng asked. Help me solve the chaos in the continent now. Qian Rongxiu said. Many people will die in this revolution, and their deaths will be meaningless. Those who are making trouble think that it is time for them to turn over, but in fact, they are just pawns of those who are behind the scenes. And most of those brainless idiots are Nanfeng's believers. They always only read half of Nanfeng's book, only see what they want to see, and only believe what they are willing to believe. Blindly confident and self-righteous, they think they can overturn everything, but in fact they have overturned nothing. They don't even know what they are doing, they are just a group of crazy people who cut anyone they see. I'm not interested. Nanfeng said. You have enough ability to solve this matter, and you don't need my help at all. So you still don't want to help me? Qian Rongxiu said. Nanfeng looked helpless. You just want me to choose you once, right? Yes. Qian Rongxiu said. That's what I want, you know, you've always known it. I don't want you to really do anything, I just want you to choose me once, but you don't want to every time. You don't even want to satisfy my vanity. This time it's vanity, what about next time? Nanfeng asked. If there is a first time, there will be a second time, countless times. Do I need to repeat the principle of adding fuel to the fire? Qian Rongxiu frowned. Do you think I'm one of those greedy idiots? Yes. Nanfeng said. Once the valve of desire is opened, it can never be closed again, you know. What about them? Qian Rongxiu asked. Why can they? They will compromise because of me. Nanfeng said. One-sided compromise is doomed to tragedy, but mutual compromise is not. Will you compromise because of me? You won't, you won't compromise for anyone, your first priority is always yourself, you are not willing to give up even a little bit. If each side gives in, the space left will be larger, and the damage caused by friction will be reduced. But if one side gives in and the other side makes progress, it will just torture each other, nothing else. The person who gives in feels that he has given in enough, but the person who makes progress will only feel that the other side has not given in enough. Why do you say I won't give in? Qian Rongxiu said. Since you said this, Nanfeng said speechlessly. If you are someone who gives in, you can't say this. Why do you say I won't? Isn't the tit-for-tat posture of this sentence obvious enough? This tone of questioning is full of dissatisfaction. If you don't give in, will you give in? Even if you give in, it's just pretending. If you pretend to give in 1 step today, you have to take 10 steps tomorrow. Chapter 246 Declaration of Status. Solved. Looking at Qian Rongxiu flying away from the Sea God Island, Xue Di and his group surrounded her. That bastard move actually worked? It's barely solved. Nanfeng said. She doesn't plan to bother me for the next period of time. During this period of time, Xue Di looked strange. She will come again after a while. You can say that, but don't worry, she is now clear-headed. Nanfeng said. Before, it was because she was not clear-headed, so I didn't really fight her. However, if she continues to play rogue with me next time, she will not just watch. Xue Di was stunned. Are you really going to take her with you? Who said that you have to be together to feel involved in that kind of thing? Nanfeng said. Don't be too perverted. Xue Di was a little panicked. Nanfeng was not serious before, but his seriousness was not in these aspects. After all, you can't expect a person with a brain disorder and no interest in the opposite sex to be serious in these matters. But since Nanfeng's brain became a little normal, this guy has become more and more abnormal in these aspects. I am very normal. Nanfeng shrugged. Do you think I usually play abnormal games? Isn't it because she insisted on making trouble with me? I can't kill her directly like I do to others, and it's not appropriate to cripple her. Of course, I can only use this trick. Xue Di paused. Then what about the Silver Dragon King? Or, Gu Yuina? How do you plan to deal with your relationship with her? Her. Nanfeng thought about it. How can this be handled? You can't expect me to play abnormal games with her, right? She didn't make trouble with me. The Silver Dragon King is not Qian Rongxiu, she won't play such a rogue trick. After all, the Silver Dragon King is not familiar with him. Even Qian Rongxiu is here to make trouble because of the previous misunderstanding. But the Silver Dragon King, she has no reason, and the Silver Dragon King is very busy now, and has no time to answer him. No, why are you worrying about this? Nanfeng asked in confusion. You don't expect me to get together with her, do you? Xue Di looked strange. Can you change the word? What do you mean by get together? You are a Golden Dragon King, how can you get along with the Silver Dragon King? Isn't this as it should be? I know what you are thinking, but I don't have much to talk about with her. Nanfeng turned and walked towards the beach. She is mainly thinking about reviving the Soul Beast tribe, but I am not interested in this matter. I have done what I promised, and I will not create more new burdens for myself in the future. She used to think about how to calculate me, but now it's over. I won't hate her. After all, it was my own will, and it can't be said to be a deception. But if you think that this blood power can do anything, then forget it. As for the power of the Dragon God, she should be very clear that she has obtained part of the power of the Golden Dragon King, and now she has the ability to reach the height of the Dragon God. The Dragon God is not born so powerful, and they all practice step by step. Theoretically, every dragon with the blood of the Dragon God has the possibility of practicing to become a new Dragon God. Of course, it's just a possibility. Things like blood power are constantly refined. As for the so-called Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King can merge to give birth to the Dragon God, this is just the fastest way. Before, the God realm only sealed the Golden Dragon King, and did not pursue the Silver Dragon King excessively, which is also the reason. Killing the Golden Dragon King is useless, keeping him is the safest. As long as the Golden Dragon King is alive, there will be no new Golden Dragon King. Similarly, as long as the Silver Dragon King is alive, there will be no new Silver Dragon King. And the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King, who are currently closest to the Dragon God, cannot merge, so the dragon god will never reappear. But she is not because of this blood power. Xuede followed. You should know. Nanfeng can see these things more clearly than anyone else, because he used to play with these things. It's just that this guy hates these things that play with people's hearts from the bottom of his heart, so he is too lazy to use them, and he is always open. I know, but her feelings for me are more out of guilt and gratitude. Nanfeng said. We can be friends, but only friends, you know, I won't confuse these feelings. Then you also said, more. Xuede said. It's not that there is no. Nanfeng paused, why do you worry about her so much? She is the master of soul beasts, how can I not worry about her? Xuede said. No. Nanfeng paused. There must be other reasons. Bibi Dong was so tolerant of him, but she was just giving in and not stopping him from doing these things too much. But Xuede could almost be said to be actively helping him find one. Is it reasonable to match him with the Silver Dragon King? This is very unreasonable. Okay, don't think about it. Xuede sighed. I just don't want to see you continue to quarrel like this. The Silver Dragon King's guilt towards Nanfeng was indeed real. After all, the previous part about cooperation was fake, but Nanfeng still chose to fulfill his promise after knowing this, and there was no revenge at all, which made the Silver Dragon King very uncomfortable. Nanfeng also knew what the Silver Dragon King was thinking, and because there were too many things mixed in this relationship, he didn't want to accept it. To put it bluntly, this guy was too troublesome. But these two guys are in this state, and they are not easy to be caught in the middle. You can just ignore it. Nanfeng said. I am not you, right? Xuede said speechlessly. Nanfeng really said that he would ignore it, just like he said before that he would do it. She couldn't do this guy's determination. As the overlord of the soul beasts, the Silver Dragon King needs their help now, and she can't ignore it. She can't abandon her position as a soul beast. Then you can't ignore my feelings just to satisfy her, right? Nanfeng said. Aren't I considering your feelings now? If I hadn't considered your feelings, I would have knocked you out and thrown you on her bed. Xuede complained. Knock you out? Nanfeng looked strange. No, Bibi Dong is not involved in this matter, right? The only thing that can hold him hostage is in Bibi Dong's hands. Only Bibi Dong can knock him out. This is also the fundamental reason why the God realm can live in peace now. Bibi Dong doesn't care about humans, let alone soul beasts, so she can really be fair as the Shura God. After all, killing everyone equally is also fair. Of course, except for his affairs. What do you think? Xuede said strangely. I think it's unlikely. Nanfeng said. But this is indeed what she asked for. Xuede said. She doesn't want to watch a sad drama. Anyway, you will be together sooner or later, so you might as well match them up earlier to avoid a lot of trouble in the future. To put it bluntly, she is helping you manage the harem. It is impossible to stop what happened between Nanfeng and the Silver Dragon King. The power of blood is a small matter. The key is that when these two people merged with the Dragon God before, their bodies and minds had merged. There are no secrets between them, just like Nanfeng and Bibi Dong. Knowing that it can't be stopped, Bibi Dong simply took the initiative to solve the matter of the Silver Dragon King. At least, the initiative is in her hands. In a sense, Bibi Dong is also declaring her status as the boss. Chapter 247 Spider Emperor Clone. Solved. On the other side of the Sea God Island, Bibi Dong's residence. It's temporarily solved. Nanfeng lay on Bibi Dong's legs. Temporarily. Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. I said, you didn't do it on purpose, did you? Nanfeng must have a way to cure Qian Rongxiu's stubborn temper, but he didn't want to. As for why he didn't want to. If it weren't for you, I would have solved it long ago. Nanfeng buried his head in Bibi Dong's belly. I know you can't let her go completely. I can't really be cruel to her. I have to keep some sense. She also found this out, so she dared to make trouble with me. Bibi Dong was silent for a while. You want me to solve this matter? It has to be dealt with anyway. Nanfeng said. If the matter is not solved, no matter how long it is delayed, it will still be there. You know that avoiding the problem will not solve the problem. Bibi Dong stretched out her hand and broke Nanfeng's head out. Then how do you want me to deal with it? Whatever you want. Nanfeng said. No matter what you do, I support you. In my eyes, your priority is definitely higher than hers. Even if I want you to help me. Bibi Dong said. Nanfeng was stunned. I help you. Can you completely stop her from thinking about it? Bibi Dong asked. Nanfeng looked strange. If I could do this, why would it take so long? The relationship between Qian Rongxiu and him was too awkward, because there was no emotional foundation between them, and Qian Rongxiu's thoughts about him were all out of jealousy and dissatisfaction. Wanting to win was the basis of all Qian Rongxiu's feelings for him. In other words, Qian Rongxiu didn't care what he thought, nor did she care whether he liked her or not. Qian Rongxiu's feelings for him, he himself was not important. The key was Bibi Dong and Hulina and the others. So the more resolute his attitude was, the more Qian Rongxiu insisted. He couldn't solve this problem. The only thing he could do was to solve Qian Rongxiu, but could he do that? Bibi Dong couldn't let go of Qian Rongxiu, he knew it very well. What if I want you to accept her? Bibi Dong said. Nanfeng was stunned for a moment, and reached out to touch Bibi Dong's forehead. You were possessed. Bibi Dong sighed and pulled Nanfeng's hand down. I can't stand seeing her like that. But she doesn't like me. Nanfeng said. You know, she just wants to win. Qian Rongxiu's personality is like that. She can't really love anyone. She only loves herself. Everything except herself is a prop or an artifact to her. If she wants it, she will get it. If she doesn't want it, she can discard it at any time. If she can exchange this thing for something more valuable, she will exchange it without hesitation. This is the biggest conflict between him and Qian Rongxiu. They are not the same kind of people at all, and they can't get along at all. Then let her win once, okay? Bibi Dong asked. Let her go once for my sake. Nanfeng paused. Aren't you worried that she will push it too far? Qian Rongxiu's character is really bad. It's okay to be a marginal friend, but it's impossible to say this. Unless someone is willing to serve this ancestor as a eunuch, otherwise it will always be tit for tat. And once you think of yourself as a eunuch, Qian Rongxiu will also think of you as a eunuch, and then look down on you. To put it bluntly, Qian Rongxiu is a rider who likes to tame others. What she wants is not a tamed pet, she just wants the process of successful taming and the satisfaction. Once successfully tamed, she will lose interest. He really couldn't imagine what kind of person could tolerate Qian Rongxiu's character. If you don't let her go, it will be mutual torture. If you let her go, she will look down on you. There is no solution. Let her go this time. Bibi Dong said. If this can make her lose interest in you, it can be regarded as solving the problem. But my attitude has always been clear before. If I suddenly change my mind now, she will definitely guess that you asked me to do this. Nanfeng said. Then, she will think that this is your charity to her. It will be trouble again. Bibi Dong was silent. It really feels helpless. Try it. Bibi Dong sighed. Just think of it as helping me. If it doesn't work, I'll solve it next. How about we act it out again? Nanfeng said. Bibi Dong was stunned. Act? What to act? Because she fought, and then, you killed me. Nanfeng said. It's a self-torture trick. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. Do you think she still believes this kind of thing now? If it was before, this trick should work. But now, even if she really stabbed Nanfeng to death, Qian Rongxiu would only think that they were acting. My credit system collapsed with her. Nanfeng said strangely. Do you think you still have credit with her? Bibi Dong said speechlessly. In Qian Rongxiu's heart, Nanfeng is a bastard who does whatever he wants. Then you should handle it yourself. Nanfeng turned over and pressed Bibi Dong down. Bibi Dong looked helpless. Didn't it end yesterday? If I didn't see that you couldn't bear it, I wouldn't have stopped. Nanfeng reached out and untied Bibi Dong's belt. How long do you plan to last this time? Bibi Dong also gave up struggling. It's better to find her than those little girls. It depends on you. Nanfeng lowered his head and kissed her. How long can you last? I will last. If you have the guts, stop your rogue ability. What's the matter with cheating? Bibi Dong said contemptuously. Sister, I am the Golden Dragon King now. Nanfeng said strangely. Are you doubting the dragon's durability? Then I can use something else. Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows. Something else? Nanfeng was stunned. What? A bright light flashed, and a clone that looked exactly like her appeared beside Bibi Dong. Nanfeng was confused. No, you used the Spider King clone to do this? How long have they been doing this? I don't know. I haven't seen them for a while, but they should have never stopped. If they keep doing this, then I don't have a chance, right? Ning Rongrong said strangely. This god's physical strength is really a rogue. These two people can almost keep doing this all the time. That's not the case. The teacher still has serious things to do. Hulina said. Besides, this kind of thing can't be done for too long, or your brain will be confused. Ning Rongrong looks strange. No wonder you couldn't speak clearly some time ago. It turns out you're doing this. Sneaky, disloyal. Hulina's expression froze. I dare to be loyal, do you dare to join me? How do you know I don't dare? Ning Rongrong asked back. Chapter 248, Reversal of the Two Poles. Your reputation has reversed again. 2 years have passed since Qianrongxu returned to Douluo continent. Nanfeng has been living a promiscuous life on Sea God Island, and no one has bothered him. What's wrong? On the coast, Nanfeng yawned, sat up, and looked at Ning Rongrong and others who had just returned from the sea. Qianrongxu inherited the position of angel god not long after she returned, and suppressed a large number of rebellions with the spirit masters of the spirit hall, and then, she, imitating the holy pillar test of Sea God Island, she created an angel god test. Nanfeng said. Yes. Ning Rongrong nodded. Soul beast soul rings are gone, but God-given soul rings have appeared. The appeal of the angel god has attracted a large number of high-level soul masters who cannot obtain soul rings, and then it has returned to the previous state. However, soul masters are no longer endangered species. Those who praised you before have all turned against you. Your temples and statues have been torn down. They cursed your meanness and madness, praised the greatness of the angel god, and said that you did nothing except bring them a lot of trouble. It was the angel god who saved them. Anyway, the curses were very dirty. Nanfeng stretched and lay down again. I told you a long time ago that what kind of bullshit belief does not exist at all. You are not angry? Duguyan asked. The social system in which soul masters exist is to exploit 999% of ordinary people to support the 1% of soul masters. And soul masters are basically useless to human society. Most soul masters practice, fight, and create chaos. But it is this existence that is useless to human society that has been controlling the development of human society, so the humans in Douluo continent have been almost standing still for tens of thousands of years. It is because of this idea of soul master supremacy that everyone wants to become a soul master, and they also think that it is natural for soul masters to exploit them. What Nanfeng did bring accidental conflicts to Douluo continent, but he just broke the deformed social system. He brought hope and future to most people, but now, those people are spitting on him. What is there to be angry about? Nanfeng pillowed his head. It's not like I don't know what kind of virtue they are. There is no belief, it's all worship of interests. Whoever feeds them, who they believe in, who they support, this is the instinct of creatures, there is nothing to laugh at. Whoever is strong and who stands high, they worship, this is also the instinct of creatures. It is precisely because of the worship of tallness that people want to become tall. It's just that tall people, for the influence on the people below is too great. The tall people step on the weak, and those who become tall in the future will also step on the weak. If the tall people care for the weak, then those who become tall in the future will also care for the weak. Star effect. This is why public figures must set a good example. What kind of star has what kind of fans? Although this sentence is not absolute, it is definitely the case for most people. After the angel god ascended, her descendants established a system of soul master supremacy in Douluo continent, standing on an absolute high ground and treating the world as cattle and horses. As the largest and strongest slave owner in Douluo continent, under their halo, more and more soul masters want to become slave owners like them. This is how the Wuhan Hall was built. It's just a community of interests. The soul masters united and, through their own powerful force, justifiably oppressed non-soul masters and conveyed to them the concept that this is justified. This is the real rule. Rule by pure force is foolish, the most brilliant rule is rule by thought. There is no right or wrong, it just depends on which side you stand on. What else? Nanfeng asked. What are the reactions of the two empires? Of course they admit defeat. Ning Rongrong said. Now only the angel god can give soul rings to soul masters, and soul masters are all beings with strong individual force, especially high-level soul masters, and those large soul master families, even if they don't think about themselves, they have to think about their descendants. Join the spirit hall and believe in the angel god, so that their descendants can continue to become soul masters, continue to have strong force and lofty status. Now most of the soul masters in Douluo continent are completely united. If Nanfeng hadn't destroyed the soul beast soul ring, Qianrongxue would never have been able to gain the support of so many soul masters so easily. Now, all soul masters support the angel god, and all those who want to become soul masters support the angel god. And soul masters are the group of people who have wealth, power, and strength in human society. It is really a reversal of the two poles. After the appearance of the angel god, the soul masters who were once hated by everyone once again became a great profession that everyone admires. Then what do you want to say? Nanfeng asked. Don't tell me you just come here to complain about human nature. I want to say, you don't care about it. Ning Rongrong asked. You finally changed the human social system of Douluo continent, and now, you're back again. Not interested. Nanfeng turned sideways and took the drink on the table and drank it. Since you have seen the reversal of them praising yesterday and cursing today, you should know the essence of these things. Is it any difference whether it is progress or regression? After all, some people will be oppressed. Some people are in glory, and some people are destined to carry the burden. These things cannot be changed. Because this is not a defect, but their own choice. Why are there oppressors? Because everyone wants to be an oppressor. Why are there corrupt officials? Because everyone wants to be a corrupt official. The oppressed people curse those who oppress them, not because they think this behavior is wrong, but simply because they are oppressed, and they resent why they are not the ones who oppress others. I used to think that if there was a tall person standing high up to guide, everyone would move towards that tall person, but you saw what the result was. They are cursing, they are repeating the same mistakes, they are hopeless. Morality is fragile. So, why bother so much? Just live your own life, I won't interfere, which is the greatest kindness to them. Otherwise, I will just shoot Douluo star and take you to another world to continue your promiscuous life. As long as everyone doesn't think about helping others or oppressing others, this society will become very beautiful. But people can only do the former and yearn for the latter at the same time. Chapter 249 The Battle of Faith. No, why does she need so much faith power? Nanfeng suddenly had a bad premonition when he sat up in shock from his dying illness. Qianrongxue doesn't care about the continent in essence. After all, she is a high-ranking ruler. She doesn't care about the lives of cattle and horses on the ground. At least she doesn't care in her heart. She just makes some seemingly lofty actions because of her identity and what others think. To put it bluntly, it's just shouting high-sounding slogans and doing things that everyone likes to see, things that are in line with her angel identity. Enjoy the high-ranking position supported and worshipped by everyone. But now, what Qianrongxue does is not for the future of the continent, but just to collect more power of faith. This girl has learned the essence from him. Good things are not given directly, but placed in the sky for people to see. Only when it is out of reach can it arouse the desire in people's hearts, so that more people can have more persistent goals. Now Qianrongxue does not directly give others God-given soul rings, but sets that only those who have a sincere enough belief in the angel god can get rewards. Even, this reward is not only a soul ring, but also a martial soul. A more powerful God-given martial soul. This also led to the fact that even the civilians attracted by the glory of the angel god. After all, what everyone wants is not equality for all, but to stand on top, which is a privilege. Qianrongxue did this, just like fishing, and caught a bunch of black bass. Now her faith in Douluo continent is rising. But what does she need so much faith power for? Faith power can only be used as an auxiliary, and there is no way to make the gods really powerful. After becoming a god, this faith power is only a small amount of power. Especially in the god realm, goodness and evil can even directly cut off the power of faith. As the two oldest god kings in the god realm, those two people have a lot of things hidden. Your sister, she won't want to use that faith power as an amplification to beat me. Nanfeng doubted. No doubt, that's it. Hulina, who was lying next to him, complained. Now the sarcasm and resistance against Nanfeng on the mainland are mostly spread by Qianrongxue. It's true that she likes him, it's true that she wants to possess him, but it's also true that she wants to kill him. Qianrongxiu absolutely hates Nanfeng more than she loves him. Waste Nanfeng's influence in Douluo continent while expanding her own influence, what else could it be for? But that little bit of faith is useless to me. Nanfeng said. I stabbed it with a gun, and the power of faith was gone in seconds. The destruction godhead is a very dangerous force. The most terrifying thing about it is that it can even destroy something as illusory as faith. Even fate will be completely shattered by the power of destruction. This absolutely destructive force is the fundamental guarantee of the uniqueness of the dragon god. Even in parallel time and space, there will only be one dragon god. He already has a dragon god here. Even if there are other parallel time and space, there will not be a second one. Even if Qianrongxiu gathers more power of faith, she will still be vulnerable in front of him. But she doesn't know. Hulina said strangely. This is the first time I hear you say this. Pa. Get up. Nanfeng turned over and got out of bed. Hulina covered her buttocks and looked at Nanfeng with resentment. You don't recognize me after you put on your pants. Then let's continue. Nanfeng turned around. Hulina's expression froze. Don't. I admit defeat. This bastard didn't know how to stop when he started moving, and her mind was confused. She could only take turns. Lord Poseidon. Lord Poseidon. In the Poseidon temple, Nanfeng ran to find Poseidon. What's wrong? Poseidon walked out of the room. Isn't it Hulina's turn today? Not that, I want to discuss Qianrongxiu's matter with you. Nanfeng said. Poseidon was stunned. Qianrongxiu? Shouldn't you find Bibi Dong? She's busy recently and can't come down. You know that. Nanfeng said. The Shura god is very busy. He has to take care of the public security of the god realm, the public security of the mortal realm under the god realm, and the collisions between different planes. Fortunately, Bibi Dong was a professional before, so she can handle these things. However, the management problem of the god realm is indeed very big. Many places are very chaotic. In the past, they just made do with the evil. After all, goodness and evil basically don't care about things. Only when things get out of hand will they come down to preside over them. Destruction and life also stay in the forest of life most of the time and rarely take care of things. In other words, the so-called God Realm Committee, the real person who does things is the Shura God. Now Bibi Dong can't stand it anymore and is in a meeting. She plans to organize the other gods in the God Realm. However, most of the gods are used to being lax, so naturally they are unwilling to accept this kind of troublesome management. The purpose of cultivation is to break the shackles. After finally breaking the shackles of the mortal realm, they end up being treated as grandsons in the god realm. Few gods can stand it. Therefore, Bibi Dong had to discuss one by one. And Poseidon ascended too quickly before, and even the sea god's agent had not been selected yet. Only 7 holy pillar Douluo were left to guard the sea god island. It was okay at ordinary times, but if there was any emergency, accidents would inevitably happen. So, Poseidon had to come down to deal with it. What to discuss? Poseidon asked. You can't ask me to fight her, right? She also knew that Qianrongxiu became a god, but Qianrongxiu became a god too quickly. She had not yet fully controlled the power of the angel god, and she had not even figured out her own martial spirit. Even if she relied on the power of faith she had collected now, she was not her opponent. How powerful could a child be even if he held a sword that could cut iron like mud? The power of faith can indeed be amplified, but you have to know how to use it. Besides, she did have it. I do have this idea. Nanfeng said. Poseidon was speechless. Can you please not involve me in your affairs? Although she was dragged into the water by Nanfen, she was only hanging out with Nanfen, which did not mean she would hang out with others. Qianrongxiu's affairs sounded extremely troublesome, and she really didn't want to get involved. But she might be preparing to start a war against the ocean next. Nanfen shrugged. As the god of faith on Douluo continent, the sea god there is an irreconcilable conflict with the angel god. Either believe in the angel god or believe in the sea god. Originally, the land soul masters and the sea soul masters did not interfere with each other, because the first generation of the angel god was not like the sea god. She did not open the god test to the outside world, but now the angel god has a god test, and the sea god also has a god test. Not to mention that Qianrongxiu intends to start a war, even if she does not have that intention, the soul masters who believe in the angel god and the soul masters who believe in the sea god are destined to go to war in the future. For the matter of faith, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain, and there is no room for reconciliation. Once a collision occurs, it is only a matter of life and death. Therefore, when Douluo came to the sea god island, he developed feelings for Poseidon, the high priest of the sea god, and even pursued him. It was a bit awesome. Chapter 250 Goodbye. In Hanhai City, tens of thousands of soul masters responded to the call of the angel god of the Wuhan Hall and gathered here. And their goal is to destroy the sea god island. There can only be one god of faith in this world. Fuck, are you serious? In the sky, Nanfang looked at the army of soul masters at the port with a strange look. Almost all the high-level soul masters in the continent were here. Didn't you say that it had been solved before? Poseidon said speechlessly. This is called solved? Release the tiger back to the mountain, right? How could I have thought that she would be so stupid? Nanfang said. Is it meaningful for her to find so many cannon fodder? Gods are indeed suppressed in the mortal plane, and their power is extremely limited, but it does not mean that these soul masters can play any role. Especially at sea, Poseidon can directly use Shui Xi Tao Tian, and it is useless no matter how many people there are. Let alone fighting, meeting is pure dreaming. Maybe, she wants to borrow the power of faith to increase. Poseidon said. If that's the case, she can really bring these tens of thousands of high-level soul masters to the sea god island. What can you do on the island? Nanfang said puzzled. Can she still kill me? Poseidon paused. She probably wants to force you to kill these people. Nanfang was confused. What the hell? You should have noticed that all the people gathered here are high-level soul masters, at least they are all soul kings. Poseidon said. If she wants to do something in Douluo continent, these people are her best helpers, but at the same time they may also be her biggest obstacle. Nanfang's eyes twitched. Is this girl not stupid? Gathering high-level soul masters through the angel god's faith call, and then taking them to the sea god island to die, even if they all died, it would be the sea god island's fault, or even his fault, and it has nothing to do with the angel god. Because now this call, at least on the surface, in the eyes of most people, is not led by Jianrongxiu. If all these people die, there will be no resistance to what Jianrongxiu wants to do next. But what does she want to do? Poseidon asked puzzledly. What is the purpose of killing high-level soul masters like this? The old ideas can only be solved by killing them all. Nanfang said. If all the old generation die at once, the ideas of the old generation will naturally be broken. And these high-level soul masters have the highest control over the continent. If they are solved, no matter what the angel gods want to do, no one dares to disobey them. After all, if all these people died at sea, anyone with a little brain should know who wants them dead. Poseidon's face was a little unnatural. Is it so radical? These high-level soul masters are not completely. It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. Nanfang said. It doesn't matter whether they are good or bad, and it doesn't matter what they want to do. The only important thing is that they have the ability to cause negative obstacles to Jianrongxiu. She really doesn't pretend at all. Jianrongxiu used to be very careful about her feathers, at least she did a good job on the surface. But now, this girl is playing his routine. Without evidence, what can everyone do even if they know she did it? Without power, what can everyone do even if they want to kill her? Humans are very servile creatures. As long as a little more pressure is applied, they will kneel down in minutes. As for those who don't kneel, can't they just be killed? Should we do it? Poseidon asked. Let me do it. Nanfang said. When they get close to Poseidon Island, I will do it. A few days later, the angel god army, which had been fully prepared, set off towards Poseidon Island, and the mighty fleet moved quickly on the sea. Do you think they can come back? At the port, Ning Fengzi and Gurong were silently watching the fleet going away. It is highly likely that they will not come back. Ning Fengzi said. When the 2,000 elite soul masters of the Spirit Hall set out for Poseidon Island, they were almost wiped out. That was when there was no Poseidon on Poseidon Island, but now, there is not only Poseidon there, but also Nanfang. The sea god might hold back, but Nanfang would not. What on earth does she want to do after doing this? Gurong asked puzzledly. These tens of thousands of soul masters should have been Jianrongxiu's biggest help. No matter what she wants to do, these people will support her. Because they have to support her. The Soul Master system of Douluo continent can be maintained now, relying on Qianrongxiu, the angel god. Once the angel god no longer cares about the Soul Masters, the social atmosphere will return to the state of being beaten by everyone in the past few days. A powerful Soul Master group is indeed a strong force. It is a great help, but also a huge obstacle. Ning Fengzi said. Qianrongxiu is not Nanfeng. She can't make everyone go crazy with her. Moreover, she is a bright and beautiful angel god, and there are some things she can't do. So, eliminating these parts that can hinder her is the best choice. Shiku Rong looked strange. She has learned the essence of Nanfeng's cruelty and ruthlessness. It's a pity that she only learned those. Ning Fengzi sighed. Nanfeng is not only cruel and ruthless. Nanfeng is a very rational person, but he is also a very emotional person. His madness is real, but that madness is always suppressed by his compassion. He really wants to go crazy, but he can't do it. Even if there is only one good person among 10,000 people, he will choose to find that good person, save him and then take action. How many times has Nanfeng made trouble? But which time was not thunder and rain? He has too many opportunities to push the continent into the abyss, and he has the ability, but he doesn't want to. But Qianrongxiu, she doesn't care about these, as long as the goal is achieved. She is more like an emperor, a tyrant. A few days later, the news of the fleet's disappearance came back from the sea. It is said that after the mighty fleet arrived near the sea god island, a huge wave blocked the fleet's way, and then a flash of light broke out, and the entire fleet disappeared. Is it fun to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Nanfeng appeared in the angel temple again. It's okay. Qianrongxiu leaned on the throne, resting her chin. If you can't learn it, don't force it. Nanfeng complained. Bibi Dong often sits in this lazy posture, but Qianrongxiu sits like this, looking like a little kid who deliberately imitates adults. Qianrongxiu narrowed her eyes and stood up. What are you doing here? You borrowed the knife and killed people. Have you had enough fun? Nanfeng asked. Not enough, this is just the beginning. Qianrongxiu said. Then you can play slowly, I'm leaving. Nanfeng said. Qianrongxiu was silent for a while. Where are you going? I don't know, but you probably can't find me. Nanfeng said. Say goodbye, lest you have another seizure. Are you coming back? Qianrongxiu asked. I probably won't come back. Nanfeng turned around. I've been tossing around for so long. I've done everything I should and could do. If you haven't done enough, come on. I'm going to rest first. Goodbye. The end of this book. Chapter 251 Continuation, another chapter. Star Forest, Lake of Life. Did she really believe it? Should. What do you mean by should? I don't know either. Baiji was silent. If she didn't want to deal with Qianrongxiu's next move, she might as well disappear. But if you disappear, can you go somewhere else? You came to the Lake of Life. What if Qianrongxiu found out? Wouldn't she make a scene? Don't worry, she won't come here. Nanfeng said. Even if she doubts and wants to find me, she must go to Sea God Island to check the situation. But there are not many people on Sea God Island now, and Poseidon has returned to the God realm. If Qianrongxiu wants to find Poseidon to ask about the situation, she must ascend, but after she ascends, won't it be natural for Bibi Dong to be in charge? Baiji looked strange, but have you ever thought about what would happen if she really found the Lake of Life? No. Nanfeng buried his head in the belly of the three-eyed golden lion and took a deep breath. If she can find this place, I will directly. Asshole! Lie to me again. A cry filled with anger rang out from the sky, and everyone looked up suddenly, only to see Qianrongxiu in golden armor falling from the sky. Baiji and her group looked at Nanfeng speechlessly. You summoned it. Hurry up. Don't be too presumptuous. Before Nanfeng could make a move, the Silver Dragon King who had been staying under the Lake of Life suddenly made a move, opened several space gates, and directly trapped Qianrongxiu in the air. Asshole! Qianrongxiu looked angrily at Nanfeng, who was holding the three-eyed golden lion on the ground and looking at her innocently. Girl, did you recognize the wrong person? Nanfeng asked in confusion. I am the Golden Dragon King, not Nanfeng. Everyone was silent. Can you please stop playing tricks at this time? Okay, just kidding, put her down. Nanfang sighed and greeted the Silver Dragon King at the bottom of the lake. After all, Sea God Island is the place of faith of Sea God. It is not appropriate for him to stay there all the time. Qianrongxiu wants to make trouble. If he is implicated in Sea God Island, it is even more inappropriate. It just so happened that Xiaowu and the others had finished their god tests, so he brought everyone to the Lake of Life. But how did Qianrongxiu think that he would come here? This is the territory of the Silver Dragon King, which is different from Sea God Island. Qianrongxiu came here and was really just giving away her life. Ripples appeared on the lake, and a silver-white figure jumped out of the water and landed on the shore. Qianrongxiu was also put down. Don't mess around. This is my territory. He will spoil you, but I won't. Silver Dragon King reminded. Qianrongxiu took a deep breath and gathered her breath. How did the great genius find out that I was here? Nanfang asked. She ascended to the God realm some time ago. Silver Dragon King said. Hey! Nanfang was confused. Qianrongxiu hadn't finished her work in the mortal world yet, and she ascended? You are a Golden Dragon King after all, how come you don't know anything? Xiaowu said strangely. I sensed it all. You have been partying every night, and your mind is confused. How can you pay attention to these things? Hulina complained. Nanfang is usually like an ordinary person. All his powers are blocked by him. After all, he can't use them. No, how can you ascend directly? Nanfang asked puzzled. Are you not doing business anymore? Qianrongxiu didn't say anything, and stared at Nanfang with gritted teeth. Isn't she doing business for you? Ningrongrong said. If you are gone, what's the point of her doing business? As soon as the voice fell, Qianrongxiu cast a death stare at Ningrongrong. Ningrongrong silently lowered her head and hid behind Baiji to reduce her presence. The truth is not easy to tell. Then how did you know I was here after you ascended? Nanfang asked in confusion. It can't be that your mother sold Merite. That's not the case, it's life. The Silver Dragon King said. After she ascended, Bibi Dong and Kindness and Evil were busy and had no time to deal with her, and then she accidentally ran to the Forest of Life. Life didn't know you were hiding from her, so it told her about you. Since the Dragon God reappeared, with the Dragon God's deterrence, there would be no problem in the God realm, and the God King of Life and the God King of Destruction were not so necessary. Life and Destruction took down their positions and lived in the Forest of Life to make babies. How did Life know where I was? Nanfang asked in confusion. That's what Poseidon told her. Said the Silver Dragon King. Because Life helped Nanfang when he was causing trouble in the God realm, Bibi Dong and Poseidon have a good relationship with Life. Bibi Dong's reform of the God Realm Committee was mainly to fill the vacancies of the two God Kings Life and Destruction, giving them space to make babies. Why did you lie to me again? Qianrongxiu asked. Nanfang thought about it, stood up, and walked towards Qianrongxiu. Under the confused gaze of everyone, Nanfang bit up and hit the bullseye. Time passed by, and Qianrongxiu pushed Nanfang away. You. If you make trouble again, I will really do it. Nanfang said. Qianrongxiu took a step back nervously. You. Buzz. Not knowing what to say, Qianrongxiu leaped up and flew into the sky when she saw Nanfang taking another step. Tisk, little brat. Everyone looked at Nanfang with contempt. You knew it could be solved so easily, but you kept dragging it out? Are you playing? Don't look at me like that. Nanfang walked back. I'm really not sure if it works. This trick is not fun. If it's wrong, the effect will not be this. He really didn't expect Qianrongxiu to really have feelings for him. After all, the filter left by this girl on him was too heavy. Hulina was speechless. Have you forgotten what you did with me in front of her before? You did that kind of thing. You broke Qianrongxiu's defense directly. She felt that if Nanfang had used this trick directly, it would have been solved long ago. I'm thinking about you. Nanfang said strangely. She's not that generous. Have you ever thought about what would happen if she joined in? Hulina and her group froze. Damn. That's right. What kind of personality does Qianrongxiu have? If this woman joins in, won't they be finished in the future? Bibi Dong can give in, not only because she doesn't want to make trouble anymore, but also because Qianrongxiu can't beat her, she doesn't need to worry about anything. Nanfang said. But she didn't have the right to interfere in these things before, but then, she did. He didn't touch Jian Rongxiu. In addition to Bibi Dong and Jian Rongxiu's own personality problems, he was worried about this. If he didn't touch her, Jian Rongxiu had no direct relationship with him in this regard, so she had no right to interfere in his affairs. But once he touched her, Jian Rongxiu joined in. He, Bibi Dong, Silver Dragon King, and Poseidon were not panicked, because Jian Rongxiu couldn't beat them. However, Hulina and the others can't beat Jian Rongxiu. So, in the future, we... Don't panic, Nana, Bibi Dong will protect you, Jian Rongxiu won't dare to be too harsh on you. Nanfeng said. Xiaowu and Aero don't need to panic either, after all, you are too early, Jian Rongxiu can actually accept you, or in other words, in her eyes, you are not human. Shui Di, Bing Di, Bai Ji, Zig, you have the support of the Silver Dragon King, she shouldn't care, after all, you can't beat her. But, wrong, Yan Zi, you are in danger. After all, to be honest, you are still behind Jian Rongxiu, she can control you and beat you up with a clear conscience.